Profile celebrities like Bill Cosby and Meek take and advice for Diddy. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we have been talking to a lot of people about the latest developments in the Sean Diddy Combs story. More specifically, I mean that federal agents raided properties connected to the rapper this past Monday. Being reported this is all in connection to an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Not clear if Combs is a target or subject of the investigation. Certain outlets are reporting that Combs is the target. Now, remember, target is essentially the person that prosecutors have evidence against, that they're building a criminal case against. It's also being reported that the search was pursuant to a search warrant issued through the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Homeland Security were the ones who carried out the raid. NBC News reported that several people have been interviewed by federal authorities in connection to allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, solicitation, distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms. This comes on the heels of several high-profile lawsuits filed against Mr. Combs and his family and businesses and associates, alleging everything from sex trafficking to sexual assault to harassment. If you read the details of these lawsuits, you can't unhear them. You can't unsee them. It is just horrific stuff. And it is being reported that this search on the properties was for documents, electronic devices like phones, computers. It was a wild scene where you saw agents swarming onto the property, sometimes with guns drawn. We saw video of several people, including potentially Combs' sons, in handcuffs. Seems like they were detained, not arrested. Now, at the time of this recording, it is not even clear where Combs is at this time. But we do know that neither he nor anyone else has been arrested or charged or indicted in connection with this operation. However, a man named Brendan Paul, someone who is alleged to be Combs' drug mule, was arrested on cocaine and marijuana possession. This was charges out in Florida. He's been bailed out. His attorney released a statement, quote, "We do not plan on trying this case in the media. All issues will be dealt with in court." This was a statement from Brian Bieber, his attorney, that was issued to CNN. Okay, so with all that in mind, I want to bring on a special guest. I want to bring on right now attorney Brian J. McMonagle. He represents some very high-profile people, rapper Meek Mill, Bill Cosby. So he is no stranger to these situations where high-profile people face very serious accusations, allegations. They're in the spotlight. They're in the media. And I was so happy to get your perspective on this. Brian, thanks so much for coming on. Pleasure to meet you. So I got to just get your overall take on what happened here. I will tell you, first of all, we've talked about before the air, we've done stories on Diddy. I was maybe not one of the people that was that shocked when this came down because we were reporting on lawsuits where he was accused of sex trafficking and sexual assault. But to see what happened the other day, what was your reaction to it?
I was shocked. They didn't just come heavy; they came nuclear. Seeing the kind of federal response you saw at the execution of those warrants was stunning. It looked like they were hitting El Chapo's house when I saw it on the news, and I had the same reaction. I mean, I had been looking at it and hearing the allegations and studying some of the lawsuits, but I never thought it would rise to the level of federal intervention, particularly at that level. Stunned. And my initial thoughts were twofold. One is that they're very close to indicting somebody, or two, they had some really hard intel that told them they had to move quickly so they could discover evidence that their information was indicating was either located at one of these residents, but it was stunning in terms of the swiftness and the breadth of it, I must tell you.
Mm. Well, listen, I wanted your perspective too, because it's fresh off the presses yesterday, late yesterday. Diddy's attorney, he's now being represented by Aaron Dyer, released a very long statement on the rapper's behalf. As a defense attorney, I'm curious your perspective on it. So it says, quote, "Yesterday, there was a gross overuse of military level force as search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' residences. There is no excuse for the excessive show of force and hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated. Mr. Combs was never detained, but spoke to and cooperated with authorities. Despite media speculation, neither Mr. Combs nor any of his family members have been arrested, nor has their ability to travel been restricted in any way. This unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced, coordinated media presence, leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs and is nothing more than a witch hunt based on meritless accusations made in civil lawsuits. There has been no finding of criminal or civil liability with any of these allegations. Mr. Combs is innocent and will continue to fight every single day to clear his name. What are your thoughts on that?
Perfection. He's obviously represented by a great lawyer, and that's the exact response that you want. This is an indication from the defendant.
Yeah, they must ain't got nobody got arrested. Nobody got arrested yet. So if they had something, somebody would have been got arrested.
If he is going to be a defendant, that they're not messing around, that they're not going to lie down. It's unequivocal. It's I'm innocent. And if you've got something, bring it. I don't know that you could have crafted a better statement. And I think it's an indication of what's to come, because if they are going to bring charges, this is a case that's going to go to trial.
Well, that's my question. So when they say that he cooperated, there was a lot of talk, a lot of early speculation that Diddy had left the country, that, he escaped. Doesn't appear to be the case. But what does it mean that he cooperated with them? Do you think he had advance notice of what was happening at his home? Do you think he was informed right when it was happening? What do you think it means by he cooperated?
I don't know that you could read much into that.
Okay.
Cooperation takes on a couple of different meanings. Cooperation could mean that he's already met with law enforcement. I don't think that he has. Cooperation could mean that he's cooperating with law enforcement. I don't think that he has. I think this was a statement by his lawyer basically saying, hey, listen, we're not going anywhere. We'll face these charges. If somebody needs access to dwellings or records, they can issue subpoenas. You don't have to come with the strike force here if you need information or if you need evidence. We've got it, and we look forward to cooperating with an investigation that'll clear my client's good name. And I think that's the only way you can read that.
Talk to me about, though, if this gives you any indication about where Diddy is. When I say that is, there was a question of did he leave the country, right? It seems to me if he's somehow cooperating and maybe gave up electronic devices, that he would still be in the country. You think that's a fair assessment?
It's hard to tell. I mean, if he had some pre-existing plans, it wouldn't be surprising. A guy with that lifestyle could be anywhere, but I would think it would make sense for everybody, if he's not in the country, for him to get back in the country quickly. Any important matter in your life deserves your attention. If I was advising him, I'd be advising him to come back home, to hold his chin up, and to get ready to deal with what's coming. It's probably going to start raining soon for him, and he's going to want to make sure that he makes it clear to everybody he's got nothing to run from, and that he won't run from anything. So if he's not in the country, I would expect in short order he will be back in the country, without question.
Unless he went to a country that doesn't have an extradition policy. But yeah. But let me ask you this.
That usually doesn't work out too well.
Oh, no? I mean, again, people were like, oh, my gosh, if he knew the heat was on him, he's just going to go somewhere where he doesn't have to come back. But you don't suspect that's what the case is?
Yeah, it's a small world. I've had some.
I mean, I would if I can. Anybody would if they can. If you got the money to do it.
Some people try that. It doesn't usually work out too well.
Let me ask you this. The idea...
Oh, it was Russ. OG Russ. That's all I got to say.
And you are echoing, I think, what a lot of other attorneys, legal analysts have said, that it seems charges are about to come down. Now, I will tell you, a lot of people have said that they thought that with a raid, there would be an indictment in conjunction with it. People would be arrested. We haven't seen that. It's been, at the time of this recording, 2 days since the raid. Are you surprised we haven't seen arrests in connection with this, again, what is a purported sex trafficking investigation? And do you think charges are going to come?
On the first question, I'm not surprised. I mean, they usually do it one of two ways. They'll either come heavy and indict immediately, or they're coming heavy to try and secure evidence so they can start a process of putting evidence before a grand jury. I mean, we don't even know if there has been any evidence presented to a grand jury yet. They're the feds. They're not the state courts, and they are not going to indict somebody or charge somebody on somebody's word alone. I can assure you. And so they want to try and develop as much evidence, forensic evidence. They're going to be looking at phones. They're going to be looking at travel. They're going to be looking at corroborating every allegation that's been made in these lawsuits. I wouldn't be surprised if they took their time because they know that they're going to get the best representation in the world for the celebrity, and they're not going to look to want to lose. And so, they're very interesting in how they operate, the feds. So I think trying to read too much into timing could be problematic, particularly if they didn't find anything. I mean, what did these searches yield? Did they get any evidence? Is there anything that they obtained that would make them run before a grand jury and bring charges? I think they're going to take their time unless
they must ain't getting nothing yet because he ain't locked up. I'm pretty sure if they had something to lock him up, he'd be in jail. They ain't gonna wait.
They've got it.
If they do, they are taking their time, and they probably looking for something else that they ain't telling us about.
And I'd be surprised if they have it yet.
A couple of things there, right? So we know that you would need probable.
So yeah, I'd be surprised if they had it yet.
Cause for a search warrant. They did show quite the presence. Now you could say, and based on, I'm reading the lawsuits, right? And you read, if you take the allegations in the lawsuits, it's true that Diddy is surrounded by weapons, that he has a quite the security presence, large properties. You don't know what you're entering into. I've spoken to.
That's why they came like that. People like, why they pull up like that? Because you know why? Guns. People talking about people got shot. People talking about people got killed. People talking about people got hit on them. Tupac, all type of shit. It's all got something to do with guns. People got shot in the club before. You know what I'm saying? That's why they came like that. Y'all better believe that. It wasn't just them SA cases and stuff like that. It was people got. Yeah, that's when they come. Y'all know what.
The law enforcement experts just say it's not surprising they came with that level of military reinforcements, or they talk about military grade. But at the same time, the way that they did it was quite a statement, and to not have it be in conjunction with other charges at the moment, you say, it could have been that there's reporting that they had been speaking to certain individuals. Again, the belief is that this is emanating from the Southern District of New York, the U.S. attorneys for the Southern District of New York. But it seems, do you feel that they had more than just statements from witnesses to go after these properties, to go into these properties like that?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they had something that kind of suggested a clear and present danger, or something that suggested to them that there was going to be real evidence there that could be destroyed.
And why? You know what? I see everybody. This is what I'm gonna say. I see everybody talk about the SA cases and stuff like that, and the cameras and stuff like that, but nobody talk about Keefe D. That's all I'm gonna say.
Destroyed. I don't think they would have came in the way they came without some hard intel. And so, I mean, it tells me one of two things. It tells me that they're getting real information about criminal activity, whether it's true or not, who the heck knows. The criminal activity is ongoing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came the way they came without an indictment. But I just think it's always.
See, I'm telling you, I know.
You need to be cautious in terms of trying to understand their mindset. I don't know what drove those
like that.
Warrants. I don't know what that probable cause was. And I think that will tell us everything once those warrants get unsealed and charges emanate. But they can always charge a couple of different ways in a federal case. You can charge by an information, or you can charge by a grand jury indictment. They've done neither here. And I think they were hoping to find something, and whether they found it or not, I don't know, but I didn't get a sense of that.
By the way, As I cover stories like this, I always think about what are some ways we can protect ourselves in this absolutely crazy world. You know what? One of the best things you could do is learn about who you surround yourself with. Yeah. And you can do that with truthfinder.com. They're our great sponsor. Always so happy to talk about them because Truthfinder is one of the largest public record search services in the whole world. Their goal is to help people like you learn the facts about the people in their lives. Here's how it works. You go on the website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. I'll make it really simple. You type in my name, Jesse Weber. Okay. Type in my name. Within minutes, you get access to reports that include information like phone numbers, addresses, associates, criminal convictions. No, I don't have any of those. Were you expecting something else? No, I don't have them. But you know what's really useful is if you type in an address, like your home address or where you work, it tells you the registered sex offenders that may live in that area too. Yeah. And that's the point.
Yeah.
Unless you use Truthfinder, you may never know the reality about the people around you. And I'll tell you this, honestly, once I started with this website, I couldn't get off of it. I started typing in like everybody's names I could think of. I must have spent a straight half hour going through it. It was absolutely fascinating studying the people in my life. And right now, you can get 50% off of confidential background reports. You just go to truthfinder.com/LC sidebar. Hope you check it out. Do you think the civil lawsuits have an effect on this? But what do I mean by that? I mean, we both know that even if you settle a lawsuit, like Cassie Ventura was one of his accusers, settled within the day after filing that sexual assault lawsuit. She accused him of rape, really horrible, horrendous things, settles with him. She could be cooperating with law enforcement. Do you think? I mean, again, I just think the timing of this after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, one of the latest ones is the one from his former producer, Little Rod Jones. I have to feel that that has an effect on what's going on here. No?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, I I don't believe in
Man,
consecutive
I'm
lightning
telling you,
strikes, and so I think that's exactly what's driving it.
that
And you know how this goes. I mean, one witness, two witnesses, but a multitude of witnesses will get the
part
attention of
about
law
that is
enforcement.
driving it though.
But this is a federal investigation, and it's this.
The part about that is driving it is the guy that supposedly got shot in the bathroom. Violence.
Isn't just a sexual assault allegation like we see in the state courts. This is a trafficking investigation. And so the kind of investigation that usually follows that kind of investigation is lengthy. It's detailed. And I'd be surprised if they rushed into something here. That's just not how the feds operate. So they did come heavy. They sent a clear signal that they're coming. But how quickly you'll see charges, I think remains to be seen. I'd be stunned if they move too quickly on this. That's just not who they are.
By the way, I have to ask. I mean, one of the big questions is if this is true. Okay, let's just assume the worst here. Was this just like a known secret that nobody came out? Was it a situation, like maybe someone was afraid to come forward? I mean, we talked about it so much with other cases, right? R. Kelly, Jeffrey Epstein. But big question I keep getting asked is if this is true, is this just what was going on and nobody spoke up and nobody said anything? Was this just like part of the hip hop world? I mean, because it's you read the allegations in these lawsuits, it is next level.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that this could be going on with the world not knowing. There's always too many people involved. There's a lot of money, and you can spend a lot of money keeping people quiet if there's criminal activity. But it would be stunning to me if all of these allegations are true, and everybody put their head in the sand.
All
it's just
not true.
Unimaginable.
They definitely all not true. Come on now. They definitely all not true. People got to mix it in with other shit. We got to keep that. We got to keep it real. They definitely not all true. Come on.
Well, I mean, quite frankly, because everybody's looking for an angle. Everybody's looking to make a buck. You've got people making accusations every day trying to derive some financial benefit from it. So it is shocking that it could have gone on that long, if it ever went on at all, without somebody knowing. But I think we're going to find out. I don't know if we're going to find out in a week or a month or 6 months, but I think something's going to come of this. It's the rarest of occasions where they execute warrants at this level and don't end up doing something about it. So I think that Diddy's team is going to be poised for, charges to be leveled at some level at some point in time. Just how quickly, it's hard to tell.
Well, again, you represent high profile people. What would you be advising Diddy right now if you were representing him?
Yeah, I'd be telling him, hey, listen, you're innocent. You haven't done anything wrong. So act like you haven't done anything wrong. Live your life. Keep your friends close and keep your enemies away from you.
That's what he's doing.
Walk like you're innocent. Talk like you're innocent. Continue to do the things that you do every day.
And that's what he's doing.
Try to get yourself invested in some good things if you aren't already. I'm sure he's got a lot of charities, et cetera, that he's working on. Show yourself to be who we say you are. I think in that way, you don't.
He already did the charities. People ain't talking about it. He already gave. He did. He gave away about 20 to 30 million. He did the charities. Ain't nobody talking about it. Everybody talking about the other shit, But yeah, he did the charities though. He did the charities. He gave people back their publishing. Gave artists their publishing. He did all that. He definitely did. That's what people don't know about. That's why people just bashing him and going off what they see, but they don't even know that he already did the duties. Did what he's supposed to do.
Make a bad situation, if it is a bad situation, even worse. So I think he's got to put a good face on and to make sure he lets the world know, and ultimately his jury know, that he's innocent. And I would take an aggressive approach if I was them. I really would, because this is a case that's going to garner an enormous amount of publicity. You're talking to jurors.
How it ain't even no case. It's not even a case yet. It's not even a case.
With your actions. And so he wants to make those actions real and right. And I'm sure that'll happen. I'm sure he's in the best of hands, and they'll make sure that he's sending a message loud and clear to any particular jury pool that he's innocent of these charges, and he looks forward to defending them.
Now, let's say he's not charged yet, right? Would you? I can't imagine. I'm not sure, but he's being attacked on the PR machine. I mean, everybody is saying things about him right now. And to give you an example, so 50 Cent came out, basically was trolling Diddy a lot. I know they have a feud. It's posted on Instagram. Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done.
Yes,
they don't
he
come
can
like
attack.
that
So
unless they
I
got
mean,
a case.
he can attack so
The
much.
feds in all the cribs. Damn, they got the kids in cuffs. Aubrey O'Day, who was part of Danity Kane, that was
What if I told you that there's 17 different unique ways to generate upwards of 20 new high-ticket clients in the next 180 days for you?
A music group that was started, I believe, by Diddy. She came out and said, "What you sow, you shall reap." I pray this emboldens all of us victims to finally speak on what we've endured. Would you advise Diddy to make a statement personally, whether it's an interview in a media outlet, or a statement of his own on social media to respond to this?
Only if it's controlled. I've seen disaster after disaster. We saw it in the Penn State case where people went on Dateline, the defendant went on Dateline and got interviewed. It would have to be controlled. I think it would have to be brief. I think once you go down that road, you run into a lot of trouble. Keep in mind that the story here is a better story if he did it than if he didn't. And I've tried to be on the other side of that in cases, and you can see it go both ways. And in our case with Meek, obviously the media was rooting for him because it was right, it was just. In other cases I've had, they didn't care what the accused had to say. That's not the story for them. The story is better if it's that he did it. And so I think if he's going to make any kind of a statement at all, it'd be a prepared statement. It'd be a quick statement. Did he not take questions? And it'd be something probably as perfectly crafted as the response you saw from his lawyer.
Man,
and that would be the end of it. Taking interviews, I think, can be a disaster. One misstep during an interview, and it's a news cycle for a month that you'll never be able to overcome. So very limited in terms of a response, but perhaps a response that's measured and brief.
And let's say Diddy is hit with these massive sex trafficking related charges, and you were to represent him. How do you defend
I
him
really,
at
I
trial?
really
Again,
don't
you've
believe that
represented
he.
very high-profile
I
people.
really don't.
Cosby
I
is a
really
name
don't
that
believe
comes up
he.
in a very
It's
high-profile case.
like I really don't.
How would you represent him?
I don't believe that.
Well, I think it depends on what the evidence is.
Man,
If the evidence is
about it.
allegations being made by
You
individuals,
got like I don't.
you do it the old-fashioned way.
Like sex
You develop an investigation. You find out everything that they've ever said about him,
like
any motives they would have to
man,
lie about him.
I don't believe it.
And
Yeah.
one by one, you try and dissect the allegations. I don't
Like,
think there's another way to do it.
Shit like that. But I don't really
Sometimes you get real lucky in these cases. Somebody makes an allegation that you were somewhere at some place at some time, and you weren't.
This person
These other individuals, I'm sure, are being interviewed in the media. You want to get every single soundbite they've ever given, everything they've ever said about the case, and hold up those inconsistencies one against the other. And more importantly, if he's got evidence of innocence, sometimes you really do. You've got an innocent client there. Believe it or not, nobody believes that. And if this guy is innocent of these allegations, or if they've been distorted in any way, remember, you prove one distortion, and then all of a sudden the whole thing could collapse. And so, I'm sure what he's going to do and what his lawyers are going to do is they're going to dissect everything that's been alleged against him. The nice thing about civil lawsuits is there's a lot of information you can glean from them. There's depositions, there's interrogatories, and people are of record. And so there's great fodder for cross-examination in these cases. And I'm sure he's done a lot of wonderful things in his life. And those things are going to have to be brought to bear in a criminal courtroom. Let the world know how good he is and how good he's been, so that image can be created. And, remember, in a criminal case, you don't need to convince 12. You just got to convince one.
One of the things, though, I don't know if you had the opportunity to read the Little Rod Jones lawsuit, but embedded in that lawsuit were screenshots of what appears to be Diddy with what appears to be underage girls at a party. Cuba Gooding Jr. is somebody who's been implicated in this. There's a picture of Little Rod Jones with Cuba Gooding Jr.'s arm around him. There is, he claims, Little Rod Jones, he has other evidence. He even says that Diddy has cameras in his house of all of this purported sexual conduct as a form of blackmail. He came forward in that lawsuit. And again, it's a different standard. It's a lawsuit. It's not a criminal case, but he seems to have a lot to prove his allegations. And again, I wonder what that effect had on this case, because when I was reading it 4 weeks ago, I was like, he's not just making out, he's got receipts in a way of it. And I thought that was really substantial. I'm curious how that might be playing into this case.
Well, I think it's everything about this case at this point. I think they went looking for receipts. I mean, I think you're right. I think there was enough allegations and specific allegations that suggested that there was proof in existence in places that they could find it. And that's what they went looking for. I don't think, these search warrants were just to send a message. They were looking for stuff. And I think it was based on a lot of the allegations you've just suggested. The question is, did they find the receipts? Because when you say there's tapes and when you say there's evidence and the feds go looking for it and they don't find it, well, that's one more quiver, in our arsenal in terms of being able to defend these cases. So I don't think you're wrong. I think, they were looking for the breadcrumbs and they were trying to find the kind of real evidence that the feds rely on when they indict somebody. Again, they're very careful. They're not going to go on somebody's allegations because of some picture. They're going to want to look at, real evidence. What evidence do they have that people are being brought into the country? I mean, you've got Homeland Security here.
Yep, they want to.
So this wasn't an FBI sting, an FBI warrant. This was Homeland.
They want to check bank accounts. They want to check the security cameras. They saying he got hidden cameras. They're trying to find the hidden cameras, money, transactions and shit like that. Match up with dates. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
And security. So they're looking at, international evidence. They're looking at flight evidence. They're looking at, whatever kind of real evidence that doesn't lie, that can't be cross-examined in order to bring across, a credible prosecution. And they won't come without it. They're not going to come with he say, she say stuff in federal court. They never do. And if they do come, then my guess is they're going to have to bring it with a lot of credible,
and
real evidence. So whether they found anything,
I gotta say they have came when he say she say shit in court on some friends of mine. So you know what I'm saying, like in real life, like the FBI and they made them look stupid, and that you know what I'm saying made the FBI look stupid. Honestly, like they just go like they will go off with somebody say, but they still got to do their homework. They still gonna do their homework, but yeah, unless they rush that case, but yeah.
They may have. I mean,
but,
they probably
I want to say
computers.
Very small percentage of them fucking up doing that. Very small percentage.
They probably got, every single piece of digital information they could get to corroborate these allegations. But you're going to need corroboration or they won't come.
What a case. What a case. What a development.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. And we will see where it goes. It's an ever developing story.
Yeah, if they got corroboration, that gives them credibility. They got somebody on the inside here that's gonna tell. That's credibility. Or that give them. Okay, yeah, we got somebody to tell. Boom, bam. That's like
Ryan J. McMonagle. Really, thank you so much for coming on, talking about this, giving us a different perspective.
And but
we'll make sure.
I want to say this. They
stay in touch.
Right? All you see over the media is about the camera, the hidden cameras, and the SA and stuff like that, and the ST case and ST stuff, SA and the ST. But ain't nobody talking about the Jefe D, the dude that supposedly killed Tupac, and he got paid. There ain't nobody talking about that. They looking for stuff. They looking for stuff for that on the real.
Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. That's all we have for you right now here on this episode of.
And we'll make it go all the way back to that because that's sparked up. Jefe D just went to jail. At the same time, that dude supposedly got shot at the studio. All that's guns and people getting shot, man. Guns and people get shot.
Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber.
Digital agencies, listen up. Duda introduces the power of website building, AI, and SEO combined.
What's up, fam? This your boy, Cut to the Chase TV. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button, and be sure to share this video. I got some news for you Negroes today. It's been about a month since the allegations that Diddy allegedly clapped the cheeks of Meek Mill, and Meek Mill has yet to let it go because he went on a Twitter rant this morning and basically defended Diddy. He said he don't believe the Diddy stories, Diddy is innocent, and he sounded like a damn fool. And I'm going to tell you why. But first, let's read this tweet of Meek Mill defending Diddy. Let's go. Boom! This will Meek Mill posted on Twitter. I don't believe no Diddy story once they lied about me now. Anybody try to assault me, it will be a bang out on the spot. How y'all don't know that? Laugh out loud. I don't care, but y'all confusing my son. He's 12 with people saying his dad go that way. It's sick now out here, so F it. Laugh out loud. See, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that response from Meek Mill. Because it's a denial, but it ain't strong enough for me. He laughing in the denial. He put LOL too many times in the response.
Only thing what I'll be tripping out on is the celebrities make it their business to respond to people. Like the media and the fans, and they run their lives like they make it their business. It will fuck their whole day up. Like,
do you know you are being alleged to be a model? Do you know people are saying that Diddy clapped your cheeks? You can't be a little bit more serious than that? What's funny, Meek Mill? So you on the internet denying it. I don't believe it. I'm just being real with you. You put laugh out loud too many times. This is a very serious allegation. You got kids. You got a girlfriend. You got to come stronger than that. And what's really kind of odd about this whole Diddy and Meek Mill situation, Meek Mill is coming out saying it's not true, but Diddy ain't said a damn word. Now, I understand Diddy not speaking about the crime investigation. I understand Diddy not speaking about trafficking. But it's a rumor going around that you clapped the cheeks of Meek Mill.
I feel like, man, Diddy got so much other shit going on, man. He ain't trying to, he ain't
You can't come out and deny it. You can't say
other shit going on, man. He like probably be like, man, I wish a nigga would.
me and Meek Mill just boys. We ain't never been romantic with
And if he feel like that shit, he should. If that's his guy, he should go tell him then.
each other. We are platonic friends. We like to hang out. We like to dress alike. We like to hang out poolside. You can't do none of that because if I'm Meek Mill, I'm mad as hell at Diddy. Rumors are running rampant on the internet. They saying you clap my cheeks. I'm defending myself. Everybody making jokes about me. And you says nothing? You don't even come to my defense? I thought that was what friends was for. Your friend is in trouble. It's not true. Come on out and deny it with me. What the hell is Diddy so quiet for? So I see Meek Mill going off on DJ Academics. I see Meek Mill going off on Wale. He talking about being violent. He talking about stretching niggas out. Why he ain't got that same energy with Diddy? Because if I'm Meek Mill, let's put ourselves in Meek Mill's shoes. We Meek Mill, we a famous rapper. We claim to be straight. It's a rumor going around that our homeboy Diddy clapped our cheeks. Now, if I'm Meek Mill, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to deny it. And then I'm going to call Diddy up. Hey, nigga, you know this shit ain't true? What the hell you so quiet for? You need to deny it with me. I get you not speaking about the crimes against you. I get you not speaking about trafficking claims, but you can say you ain't clapped my cheeks if it didn't happen, my nigga. What's up? I'm summoning you to the internet right now. Hey, Diddy, get on live stream. Tell him why we dressed alike. And Meek Mill has yet to do that. He kind of denying it, but he's playful with it. I don't find this funny. We need to know what the hell happened. And I'm going to tell you this. Meek Mill and Diddy at the pool, that was a weird-ass video, wasn't it? Because as you pay attention to the video, it's Meek Mill and Diddy in the goddamn pool. I don't hear no lady voices. I don't see no women around. And Diddy is calling Meek Mill daddy. And Meek Mill is soaking in the pool. That's very odd because I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not hanging with my homie in the pool. Nigga, we can do anything but do that. Because if my homie called me up talking about, hey, cuz, what you doing? None, my nigga. Hey, come to the pool, bro. The first question I'm going to ask him, is there any ladies around? If my homie say no, then I'm hanging up the phone in his damn face. I don't want to hang poolside with you. That's too much like romance to me. Now, if it's a lady, I'll do that. Hey, baby, throw on your two-piece. Lotion up your body. I'm going to throw on my Versace trunks. We going to kick it poolside. But I'm not going to do it with another grown-ass nigga. What the hell we going to talk about in the pool? How do you even invite your home?
That ain't acting like that. I don't. Just by being poolside, that don't mean you with your guy, with your homies. That ain't motherfucking. Come on, man. Come on.
To kick it with you in the pool.
Come on, man. People gotta be allowed to keep that shit real, man. It's quick fucking. That ain't. You can't say it because of that, man. Probably other shit, but not that.
What do you say to that nigga? Hey, man, come to the pool. The water's clean. Oh, this shit feel good, my nigga. Come hang with me. We can talk about life and such and such. I'm good, bro. So that's very odd. And another thing odd about the Diddy and Meek Mill situation, at that them niggas was dressed alike. Them niggas had on same shirt, same watches, same black pants. I found that very odd. That was very suspicious to me because I got a brother that's 11 months older than me. Looks just like me. I love him to death. But I don't want to look like that nigga. I don't want to dress like that nigga in public. That's very weird to me. That's my brother, same mom and dad. I love him. But if that nigga called me up talking about, hey, cut, I'm getting this red polo shirt. What size you wear? I want you to rock it with me one day. Nigga, I don't want to look like you. What the hell we dressing alike for? Where we gonna go when we need to dress alike? That look very suspect. Two grown-ass men dressing alike. We got the same shirt on. We got the same belt, the same pants, the same shoes. There's never a reason for two grown men to be in street clothes dressed alike like the T. There's no reason at all. If you ain't coming from a wedding, if you ain't coming from a bachelor party, why do two grown men need to dress alike? That's very suspicious. Now, if it's a lady, I'll color coordinate with my lady all the time. Hey, baby, you gonna throw in the black and white jumpsuit. I'm gonna throw on my black and white polo. You gonna throw them black heels on. I'm gonna throw my black and white 11s on. And we're gonna do the damn thing. We gonna party. We gonna kick it. But I'm not going nowhere dressed like another grown-ass man. That don't even sound right. How do you even invite somebody out and say, we're gonna dress alike? How that conversation go? Hey, yo, cut. I'm rocking that red polo, my nigga. Throw that on. We gonna kill them. We gonna kill them tonight. Hell no, nigga, I'm good. I'm my own person. You throwing that red polo, my nigga, I'm gonna throw on my Versace sweater. That's all. You don't gotta look like to kick it. I love you to death. My homie, best friend, my brother from the same mother. But we don't need to look alike. So I found that very odd that Meek Mill and Diddy was dressed alike. Yeah. And then they was taking pictures. Meek Mill was leaning into him. So I feel like Meek Mill need to take these allegations very seriously. I still don't feel like he's really. And why the hell did he have it? It's just real weird to me. And I'm gonna say another thing that Meek Mill said on Twitter today when he was ranting. He said Diddy is a heathen. And he was never involved in the coke party or the freak off. So he basically threw Diddy under the bus. Listen to this tweet and tell me what you think about it. Let's go. Boom! This is what Meek Mill said on Twitter. How a nigga trying to clap another guy and say a guy from Philly did it too? I want all the evidence to come out. The F, I'm not a part of the freak or coke part of the industry. I'm not a heathen. How did I get in the combo? Because I'm changing laws holding major influence. So wait a minute. You say Diddy is your boy. Yeah. You say Diddy is your best friend. You hanging with him poolside. You dress like him. You taking pictures with him. You in all the parties with him. He's accused of being on coke and having these freak offs at his mansion. So you mean to tell me that's your brother from another mother? Y'all real tight. But everything he do, you're against. That don't make sense, bro. Birds of the same feather flock together, my nigga. So you can try to go Diddy under the bus, say I'm not part of the coke or freak offs, I'm not a heathen, but it kind of do seem that way, bro. Diddy is a maniac. That's what it seems like by this lawsuit. Diddy's insane. He gonna try to fuck some, him or her, who's ever around getting it. If he got that liquor in him, we see him try to fuck Fabulous. Allegedly, he was hitting on Fabulous on the Drink Champs interview. We all seen that. So Meek Mill, you calling him a heathen? You saying when he do you're against, then why was you hanging with him in the first place? That's what I don't understand. And then Meek Mill try to gain sympathy from the public. He said, y'all call it trolling, but it's taking a toll on me and my kids. I got a 12-year-old son. He don't want people thinking his father is the G word. Y'all wrong for this. Let me read that tweet for you guys. Let's go. Boom. This is what Meek Mill said then. Y'all call it trolling. I call it, I have 2 young kings, Papa and Czar, plus my other son I raised, Zah, that see magnified press. To know they can be wherever they want, but their dad represent one thing. If I was G, they probably wouldn't be living. Me. If you have a problem with your sons thinking you roll that way, you're being accused of being a bottom. Why don't you holler at the top Diddy and say, hey, Diddy, come clean this up for my kids. Can you release a statement to the public, please? I'm your brother. We cool. It ain't true. Did he say something? This don't affect your criminal case. Saying you ain't clap my cheeks, what's wrong with that? It ain't happened. That's all Meek Mill got to do. He talking to the wrong people. He need to be on the phone with Diddy and his lawyers. Let's issue out this statement. Let's explain our relationship with people. Let's explain why we was dressed alike. Let's explain why we was at the pool. Because I still haven't heard an explanation of why they was dressed alike. That's all I'm saying. And I'm going to tell you another reason why Meek Mill is in trouble. I don't believe that's Meek Mill on that leaked audio. I'm going to just be honest with you guys. I don't think that's Meek Mill and Diddy on that audio. It's too clear. The bodyguard was just chasing cloud. I think that's fake audio. I'm going to just be honest with you guys. But I will say this. Ever since these accusations came out about Meek Mill, I don't really look at him the same. He could be doing normal shit, but it kind of seems sus to me. I can't get that out of my mind. Meek Mill can be just talking. I'll be trying to pay attention to extra words, how he pronunciate his words. Do I hear a little bitch in him? But he was at WrestleMania recently, and he was cheering on The Rock, and I kind of heard a little bitch in his voice. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not saying he rolled that way, but some of the things he was saying was sus. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to play you guys that clip, and y'all ain't going to believe what y'all heard come out of Meek Mill's mouth. Let's go.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want? That's right. You can quickly and easily access $50,000 to over $150,000 of free money in less than 30 days.
Get up! Get up! You got this shit! Get up!
Oh!
Knock Rock out. Get up, Rock. Get up. Situate him.
I was defending me, so I
Hey,
heard him
Rock.
say, "Get up!"
Tell him. Did y'all hear what that nigga said? That sounded funny as hell. Get up. They done not right out, y'all. Situate him. What man used the word situate? We be like, hey, man, damn, Rock, shake back. Damn, Rock, get up. Get up off your ass, man. Damn, they done knocked the Rock out. Why he got to say it like that? Get up, y'all. They not Rock out. Situate him. Come on, Meek. Read the room. You got these allegations against you. Just sit courtside or just sit ringside and just chill, my nigga. Chill. You yelling and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this Meek just don't know how to read the room. He's doing everything possible to make me believe these allegations. Now, I will say this. I'm not sure I really believe the Meek allegations against Diddy. I don't believe, I'm kind of having a hard time believing that because I say this. If you pay attention to the Lil Rod lawsuit, it's some holes in the story. I'm just being real with you guys. I'm not sure I buy everything that Lil Rod says. Just because somebody accused of something, it's such thing as chasing clout. It's a such thing as a money grab. Yeah. So I'm not sure I really believe everything that's in Lil Rod lawsuit. He could have said Meek Mill name so it can get so more blogs can talk about it. So we can get traction. Hey, I can file this lawsuit. I can allege that Meek Mill was involved, that he had Meek Mill bent over. Maybe more people will talk about it, and maybe we'll put the pressure on Diddy. It could be something simple as that. But on the other hand, why Diddy just can't come out and say, I ain't never F you, Diddy. He ain't never been my bottom. That ain't Meek Mill y'all hear hollering on that audio. I don't know who the hell they did. Why Diddy can't come out and say that?
Diddy sounds way bigger than that.
I feel bad for you because everything you do on the internet, it gets slipped into no Diddy. I kind of feel your show you sympathy. I kind of empathize with you, brother, but man, you're taking your anger out on the road. It ain't trolling. Diddy has to come out and say it, man. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, guys, those are my thoughts about Meek Mill coming out defending Diddy and saying he don't believe none of that happened. But I want to know how you guys feel about it. Leave a comment, share this video. I love you guys. Peace.
Yeah.
So I think we're about to see something on the level of Epstein, Weinstein to the power of 10.
From members of the royal family to Grammy and Academy Award winners, we're breaking down all the A-list celebrities named in court docs against P. Diddy, along with some startling accusations.
First of all, that entire filing was just gasp for it. I'm not seeing a scenario where he can escape liability, criminal liability.
He's been known for years as a renowned rapper, producer, and label executive who goes by the names P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, or his legal name, Sean Combs. Whatever name you want to call him, he's no stranger to legal troubles. Just this week, both Diddy's homes in Miami and Los Angeles were raided by Homeland Security. According to former prosecutor Melba Pearson, they're likely looking for some specific evidence.
The feds are doing raids at 3 different homes of P. Diddy, including his homes in California, in Florida, and in New York. And what I think they're looking for are videos. So basically, P. Diddy had a habit, allegedly, based on told to us through the filings by Cassie Ventura. They have all said that he had a habit of liking to video either him abusing other people or forcing other people to abuse each other for his pleasure, and would record all of that.
Wow. Now see, out of all this time, all this shit, that's my first time hearing he liked to abuse people and record it. First time. Wow.
So I think those are some of the things that the feds are looking for. I think they're looking for other types of evidence to corroborate the statements that were made by Little Rod, by Cassie Ventura, and the other people have come forward saying that he did abuse them. So they're looking for corroborating evidence and basically the building blocks to put together what will end up being a massive, massive, massive criminal case.
So far, Diddy hasn't been arrested, but he has already faced his fair share of legal issues. Last year, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who you probably know as singer Cassie, accused him of sex trafficking and sexual slavery. She alleged that Diddy raped her and beat her so severely that she was bruised. Cassie also alleged Diddy made her have sex with prostitutes and recorded it on video. She also says he forced her to carry a gun. Cassie sued him under New York's Adult Survivors Act and settled with Diddy outside of court just one day after the suit was filed. Joy Dickerson Neal also filed suit against Diddy under the Adult Survivors Act, accusing him of drugging and sexually assaulting her back in 1991 when she was a college student at Syracuse University. Diddy was slammed with yet another lawsuit last month, this time brought on by music producer Rodney Jones, also known as Lil Rod. The 73-page lawsuit lays out dozens of allegations against Diddy, including that he forced Lil Rod to hire prostitutes and have sex with them. The court doc also claims Diddy himself assaulted Lil Rod, but that's not the only bombshell allegations revealed in the detailed documents. Lil Rod doesn't shy away from publicly naming other celebrities he says assaulted him.
I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one.
Let's start with the allegations against a cat.
Welcome to Flatiron School. This is where you learn how the future works, where the whole point of education is to get you a job in a career you love.
Academy Award-winning actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Lil Rod alleges Diddy was, quote, grooming him to pass him off to his friends. This fear became reality when Mr. Combs introduced Mr. Jones to Cuba Gooding Jr. when they were on Mr. Combs' yacht. There's actually photos of their interaction together too, which are laid out in those court documents. In the first pic, you see Diddy and Cuba talking with Diddy's arms on Cuba's. In the next pic, Cuba has his arm around Lil Rod and is smirking. Court docs go on to state, quote, Cuba Gooding Jr. began touching, groping, and fondling Mr. Jones's legs, his inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back near his buttocks, and his shoulders. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away.
In the last couple of years, there were allegations against him for sexual assault. So now we have those prior allegations, and now we see him tied to this case as allegedly trying to, assault a Little Rod, assault others.
Back in 2019, Cuba was booked on misdemeanor charges of forcible touching and sexual abuse after he allegedly groped a woman in Times Square. By the next year, 3 women had come forward accusing him of non-consensual sexual touching. He eventually reached a deal with prosecutors that required 6 months of counseling but no jail time.
I'm getting the feeling where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Because now we have 2 different instances where you're accused of the same type of behavior, years apart. I think there's something there. And I don't know that Cuba Gooding Jr. is going to escape from that one because he already saw definitely people moving away from him within Hollywood circles and other circles once those first sexual assault allegations came out. So at this point, I don't think he's going to get away with it a second time.
Is it possible that he could face charges based on these allegations that were brought forward by Lil Rod?
It is possible as well. Again, we've got the statute of limitations issue to deal with. So depending on the time frame of when this happened is, again, the Adult Survivors Act, which was the vehicle where many of these lawsuits came out, many of these civil lawsuits, came out, there was a finite amount of time for those suits to be filed. The time frame is going to be very, very important. What witnesses come forward, because again, this may not be a situation where DNA may be at play. This may be more of a situation of, hey, yes, I was there and I recall, Cuba Gooding Jr., putting his hands on Lil Rod or recall certain aspects. So it's going to be a very witness intensive type of case. And the question is, will the witnesses be willing to come forward?
Lil Rod's lawsuit also publicly named another celebrity linked to Diddy, Jennifer Lopez.
From the standpoint of the names of the celebrities that were tied to this, the fact that Jennifer Lopez was tied to this back when she was involved in or party to a shooting at a nightclub when she was dating Diddy, and is now alleged to have brought the gun with her to the scene and gave it to Diddy, and that's how the shooting occurred.
Lil Rod's team brings up J-Lo when establishing Diddy's history, writing his, quote, Rico enterprise has existed for at least 20 years, dating back to the 1999 nightclub shooting in NYC, when Mr. Combs required his then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez to transport his illegal firearm into the NYC nightclub. The court docs allege Diddy forced his then-artist Shine to assume responsibility for the shooting of several individuals. All this happened back on December 27, 1999, when a fight broke out at a nightclub. Diddy, J-Lo, and rapper Shine were all there, and according to former rapper Mark Curry, Diddy paid Shine $1 million to take the fall for the shooting and serve a 10-year prison sentence. Lil Rod's lawsuit now suggests it was J-Lo who brought the gun. The fact that she's named as somebody who was carrying a weapon, could that be incriminating for Jennifer Lopez?
It can be, but with a huge caveat, right? If I'm not mistaken, that shooting did not result in a death. I know that somebody was harmed, but I don't believe anyone was killed. Because of that, you have the statute of limitations to deal with, which is basically a prolonged amount of a certain amount of time that a prosecutor has to be able to bring charges against someone. And it varies from state to state. But the one thing is consistent is that there is no statute of limitations on murder. So if P. Diddy had actually killed this person, or the person died as a result of their injuries, now J-Lo could be brought into the mix as a co-defendant because of the fact that the person has passed away. But if the person is alive, and maybe they had serious injuries or whatever the case may be, statute of limitations would run, and it is highly likely at this juncture that statute of limitations have expired, therefore she does not have any criminal liability. But the reputational damage might be a different story, because now she's branding herself as something very different than who she was back then. Back then, she was very much Jenny from the block. She was, dating a variety of hip hop artists. She was very much in that world. Now she's married to Ben Affleck. She's trying to, portray herself in a different manner. So now her past is going to come back to haunt her, and we don't know what that's going to mean for her future in terms of movie deals, music deals, or anything like that. So I think for her, it might be more reputational damage than criminal liability.
Pearson says it's possible Jennifer Lopez could file some sort of defamation suit, but it's not likely.
She could, but at the end of the day, when it comes to defamation and those types of cases, truth is an absolute defense. So if he has some sort of receipts to basically prove that, hey, I was right there, I saw her the same way in the filings, you saw a number of different screenshots and pictures that he submitted to support the different points that he was making. If he has some pictures to substantiate that she was carrying the gun, it's going to be very hard for her to say in good conscience in a court of law that, this wasn't true, he's made this up, and now as a result, I've lost, money, I've lost opportunities and things like that. There's going to be too much evidence out there connecting her to this that is going to be very hard for a jury to come back and
crazy to me
say,
is,
yeah, he's making all of this up.
But it's not just artists that Lil Rod named either. He specifically mentioned Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, in his court documents. It reads in part, quote, Mr. Combs was known for throwing the best parties, affiliation with, and or sponsor.
They keep on going all the way back, mentioning Jennifer Lopez now and shit, but they still haven't mentioned KVD, Tupac.
sponsorship of Mr. Combs' sex trafficking parties garnered legitimacy and access to political figures, artists, musicians, and international
really look into
dignitaries
stuff
like
like
British
that.
royal
It
Prince
definitely
Harry.
is. They just not.
Why even name Prince Harry? There's no allegations against him or anything, but why bring him up?
I think it may have been a move to bring more credibility to the filing and say that, this basically he being Diddy, was using his fame, fortune, and influence to insulate himself. So he was able to legitimize some of the activities he was doing by having these lavish parties, bringing all these A-list celebrities, but somewhere in a back room or somewhere in another wing, horrible things were happening. So the fact that Prince Harry was there does not necessarily mean he was participating in what was happening. And just because you were at a party doesn't mean you know what's happening in every inch of the house. I mean, if you think about it, if the party's being thrown in a mansion, there are various floors and wings. So it is completely possible that he was there and did not participate. Now, if you had said Prince Andrew, especially as a result of the allegations that came out in connection with the Epstein case, that they were close and that they traveled together, and there was a person that alleged that he had sexually assaulted her while she was underage, that would be a different story. But Prince Harry and the way that it was mentioned seemed to be very, again, just sort of trying to bring legitimacy and talk about these were the people that Diddy surrounded himself by to protect himself.
So Prince Harry has no formal accusations against him, but the name association could cause damage to his reputation. Even so, Pearson says it's not likely he files any sort of defamation suit.
It's possible that Prince Harry may be able to preserve his reputation. But again, just in light of everything him and the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, have been through, I truly really hope that, he's able to completely distance himself, maybe make a statement, because again, since he's not necessarily under the umbrella of the royal family directly, so in other words, Buckingham Palace would not be releasing a statement on his behalf. It would be him releasing a statement and saying, yes, I went to X party, but no, I never engaged in any inappropriate behavior or other details that he may see fit to share. So that's going to be, we're going to have to wait and see on that one. But again, since it was such a minuscule mention in the greater context of this filing, he may be okay.
Pearson compares Prince Harry's association with that of President Bill Clinton, who'd been seen with Jeffrey Epstein before his arrest.
And there didn't seem to be much said around him actually engaging in activities, more that he was present at the parties. So I don't recall seeing a lot of fallout on the part of President Clinton from that association.
Speaking of Epstein, Lil Rod's court docs draw a parallel between Diddy's alleged crimes and Jeffrey Epstein's. Epstein died by suicide back in 2019 when he faced numerous charges of sexual assault over the course of multiple years. His longtime companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, was charged and found guilty of sex trafficking in relation to her time with Epstein. She's currently serving out a lengthy prison sentence. Lil Rod compares Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Cahorum, to Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she ordered sex workers and prostitutes for Mr. Combs and ordered and distributed ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and mushrooms to Mr. Combs and his celebrity guests who were present on his rented yacht and in his homes in LA, NYC, and Miami.
Under these cases, when you have these high-profile people that have been using people over years, these cases happen without a handler. R. Kelly had a handler, Epstein had a handler, Weinstein had a handler. Everybody has, in those scenarios of those powerful people, powerful men that are abusing other people, they have someone that does their dirty work. And it's usually not only just one person, it's several people who may have different duties. So again, seeing this woman being his handler, being the person to get him.
What is a handler? Oh, she about to say it right now? What's a handler? Anybody know what a handler is?
drugs, being the person to procure sex workers for him, being the person to basically be on cleanup duty in case of, covering up or silencing people that might want to come forward. That.
Okay, see, I know about okay, that's the handler. Okay, that's what the handler is. I always thought the handler was the person that controlled him some type of way, but I see what it is. Wow.
That's not unusual, and she is
And
also going to
everything.
bear the brunt of criminal liability, just like Ghislaine Maxwell did, and basically had to take the entire brunt of the criminal justice system alone because of the fact that Epstein committed suicide and was not able to be held accountable. And
according to Pearson, Diddy and many of his associates will likely face federal charges, but it's not totally clear when. And what do you think a timetable would look like for all of that? I know that there's a lot of evidence to gather over many years, but is it possible that a federal indictment could be just around the corner?
I would hesitate to say just around the corner, because with all of the experience I've had with
I would hesitate to say
approaches cases, they do not move until they have you
I would hesitate
fully,
to say
they have you dead to rights, basically. So they are going to take their time. They're going to collect all the evidence. They're going to speak to as many witnesses as they can. They're going to follow every single trail, every single lead that they can before they go to an indictment. There can be continuances. There can be other things that can delay the case. But once you file that charging document, the clock starts ticking. So that, when I was a prosecutor, I always advised my detectives, anybody that I was training, that you get all.
Welcome to the Datadog Application Performance Monitoring Demo. Datadog APM provides end-to-end visibility into all your critical application telemetry from across your technology.
All the evidence you can up front, and then you file charges.
So when is it possible that we would actually see him being arrested or facing any of these indictments? Could it be months down the line?
I feel that it would be months down the line. I would not be surprised if it was before the end of this year. Because again, this is going to be a massive investigation involving at least 3 states, much as we saw in the Epstein case, where he was bringing underage girls to one of his islands in the Caribbean. And there have been some allegations of things happening on planes, things happening on trips. So there may be additional locations that may need to be searched and additional witnesses that may need to be spoken to in order to get a full picture for what charges would be appropriate and what would be the best path forward with this case.
And it's possible Diddy serves a lengthy prison sentence for all this if he were to be convicted in criminal court. If this does happen, that P. Diddy is indicted. I know in R. Kelly, we saw quite a large sentence for him. What could P. Diddy be facing if he is convicted of eventual indictments?
Yeah, well, it all depends on what charges are brought and how many counts of each charge is brought, right? Because for each charge is usually one victim or survivor attached to that charge. So if the U.S. Attorney's Office is able to pull together 15 survivors, right, and they're willing to come forward and testify, you may see 15 counts. So the question will be, if he's convicted, will all those counts run concurrently, meaning at the same time, or would they all be consecutive? And if it's consecutive, he could be looking at life plus, right? If they're run concurrently, again, depending on the universe of what is charged, he's going to be looking at a prison sentence if convicted. There's going to be no way around that.
They better not find unconnected to Keefe D and Tupac or Biggie or some shit like that. I ain't saying nothing, but they better not find no shit like that.
Is there any possibility that he walks away clean from this, that everything is dropped and he faces no charges or any prison time?
Not impossible. I mean, anything is possible, but I don't see
Keefe D is in jail, and he said he paid him.
See that happening. I see him kind of going the path of R. Kelly, where again, for so many decades, he was able to act with impunity and just, with harming so many, young women.
On the real, them motherfucking people, they gonna go back and dig all the way. They gonna go all the way. They gonna dig all the way to his accounts, all the way back to when Tupac and them was alive, type shit. Watch.
But eventually he had to pay the piper, and eventually he ended up with a prison sentence. So that in this juncture, from what's been publicly available, from reading Little Rod's filing, from reading and hearing about the horrible things that Cassie Ventura endured during her nearly a decade relationship with him that started when she was a young woman, I'm not seeing a scenario where he can escape liability, criminal liability. I'm just not seeing it. It's possible, but I'm not seeing it.
In a statement, Diddy's attorney Sean Hawley denies all of Lil Rod's allegations. He writes, quote, his reckless name dropping about events that are pure fiction and simply did not happen is nothing more than a transparent attempt to garner headlines. We have overwhelming, indisputable proof that his claims are complete lies. Diddy's son, Justin Combs, is also mentioned in the lawsuit. A statement released from him reads in part, quote, Justin Combs categorically denies these absurd allegations. They are all lies. This is a clear example of a desperate person taking desperate measures in hopes of a payday. There will be legal consequences for all defamatory statements made about the Combs family. So far, we have not heard a comment from Cuba Gooding Jr., and as of now, P. Diddy has not been arrested and does not face any criminal charges. Reporting for Law and Crime, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Yeah.
What if I told you that there's 17 different unique
lies with truth, lies, and you know, just tell the truth and get on
ways to generate upwards of 20 new high-ticket clients in the next 180 days for your business, all without doing anything like hiring an army of
The singer, whose latest album is called Love, is getting a lot of hate right now. This after federal authorities have raided 2 properties linked to him, one on each coast. Sean Combs appears to be part of an investigation into a sex trafficking operation. And of course, this comes as he faces multiple lawsuits that accuse him of assault and abuse. He denies it all. We're bringing you the latest details to drop in connection with Diddy and the massive investigation. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So we have been focusing very heavily on the Sean Diddy Combs story. I mean, what's interesting about this is we actually were focusing on it, 3-4 weeks ago? I did a very big sidebar on it where I broke down all of the latest lawsuits facing the rapper, the mogul, the reported billionaire. And at the time, we were really highlighting one of the big lawsuits that he was facing. A producer named Little Rod Jones had sued him for sexual harassment, sexual assault, was alleging absolutely horrendous things against him. And this is on the heels of other lawsuits. Remember, Cassie Ventura had filed a lawsuit against him. She settled the day after, but she accused him of rape and human trafficking. I mean, the worst stuff you can imagine. And then all of a sudden you fast forward, and this week you see Diddy's name throughout the whole news. Why?
We gotta be real. We gotta be real.
Raided properties that were connected to the rapper this past month.
Real stuff,
and it was reported that this is all in connection to an ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Now, to be clear, it is not been 100% confirmed by authorities if Combs is a target or a subject of the investigation. Certain outlets are reporting that Combs is the target. What do I mean by that? Target is essentially the person that prosecutors have evidence against. They're the one they're building a criminal case against. So if he's the target of the investigation, that is a very big deal. It is being reported that the search was pursuant to a search warrant issued through the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. The probable cause that a crime has been committed, gathering evidence in connection of that. And clearly, a federal judge signed off on this in order for these properties to be raided. And who were they raided by? Homeland Security carried out the raid. Homeland Security focuses on human trafficking investigations, among other things. Now, NBC News reported that several people have been interviewed by federal authorities in connection to allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, solicitation, distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms. This is so eerily reminiscent and consistent with the allegations from all of these high-profile lawsuits that I mentioned that were filed against Combs, his family, his businesses, his associates. sex trafficking, sexual harassment, sexual assault. It was a wild scene, though, at these properties. You saw agents swarming onto the properties, sometimes with guns drawn. We saw video of several individuals, including who appear to be Combs's sons, Justin and King, in handcuffs. Now, it seems like they were detained, not arrested. And at the time of this recording, it is not clear where Sean Combs.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta.
Against Christian Combs, Sean Combs' son. With the papers in hand, we now get into even more detail about these disturbing allegations, and we also have new reaction to these Combs lawsuits that sheds a new light. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Last week, we talked about how Sean Combs and his son Christian King Combs were hit with a lawsuit by a woman named Grace O'Markey. She claims that back in December of 2022,
see now, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't run with that. You know what I'm saying? Not being on nobody's side. It's just like all of a sudden my dad get hit with some now a girl wanna come out and say this about me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why you bend and say this? Like, why you if I did this to you, you know what I'm saying? So
at 25 years old, she had been working as a stewardess on a private yacht chartered by Combs when she claims that she was drugged and sexually assaulted by Christian. Now, while we went over the lawsuit in our last episode, we didn't have the actual paperwork in hand. Now we do. So we want to do a deeper dive into some of these details. And there is a question about where this lawsuit even currently stands. Now,
because it could be like that could be the motive of her lawsuit. Like, why she didn't say this? Like, come on, man.
We know the timing of this lawsuit is very interesting, right? It comes after Combs or Diddy has already been sued by multiple people. The lawsuits allege sex trafficking, rape, assault, illegal drug and firearms possession, involvement in shootings and violence. And this new lawsuit comes 2 weeks after federal agents stormed Combs' properties in LA and Miami, reportedly removing firearms, electronics, maybe other evidence. This was reportedly pursuant to an ongoing investigation into sex trafficking from the Southern District of New York. And Combs' sons, Christian and Justin, were actually handcuffed, detained, not arrested during that raid. We're going to get into that in a minute. Keep that in mind, that image, that visual. Now, while neither Combs nor his sons have been arrested or criminally charged with respect to this investigation, many analysts that we have spoken to believe it is only a matter of time before that happens. Okay, we have this lawsuit from Grace O'Markey. And before we even get into the details of it, there is a question now of what is happening with this. Why do I say that? Because the filing was not on the court system's docket. According to the Washington Post, O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, said that it had to be taken down after an unfiled version of the complaint was published by the media. So I don't know what to take away from that, if that means that what we reviewed last week wasn't supposed to be seen. Not sure. But assuming this lawsuit does move forward, there is a lot to break down in it. Okay, first off, I have to say, now that I have the paperwork in my hand and I have the complaint in my hand, one of the things that struck me right from the beginning is how personal this is. Quote, defendant C. Combs, that's Christian Combs, is a 25-year-old auto-tuned and heavily edited rapper. Wow. Unfortunately, as the saying has it, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Defendant Sean Combs, who has also been accused of several acts of sexual assault, rape, sexual violence, and drugging, among other deplorable conduct, is the father of defendant C. Combs, who has seemingly taken after his father and the family business of reckless partying, drugging others, sexual violence, and other illegal conduct. That, I mean, you usually don't see that kind of language in a lawsuit. Very, very personal attacks. Also, allegations at this point. Remember, Combs has not been criminally charged. He's not been found liable. These are allegations. But when they mention Christian, I have to highlight this too. they actually embed into the complaint not a photo of him on the red carpet, not a photo of him on an album cover, not a photo of him taken by the media. They embed a photo of him and his brother being detained in handcuffs by federal agents during that raid. That is very intentional. Of all the photos to use, you are accusing him of sexual assault and you use that photo. That was no mistake. Now, I am reminded by the fact that Miss O'Markey is being represented by not only Rodney Diggs, but as I mentioned, Tyrone Blackburn. Mr. Blackburn is representing former Diddy producer Rodney Jones, who also filed a separate lawsuit against Diddy, his son Justin, and several others. He claims that he was a victim of sex trafficking and that he was assaulted and subjected to violence. So maybe it is not surprising we are seeing this language as he is representing multiple people accusing the Combs family of illegal conduct. We're going to get back into the merits of these lawsuits in a minute, but going back to the O'Markey complaint, another interesting tidbit is that in addition to Diddy and Christian, there are several unnamed John Does and companies who are named as defendants as well. O'Markey claims that these people and companies aided and abetted in the commission of the conduct described in the lawsuit, and that as the case proceeds, she may add their names later on. Now, O'Markey goes into some detail about what this environment on the yacht was like. She talked about how she worked the late night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Quote, during the second week of the charter service, there was a significant amount of partying and drug use, which caused the guests to stay up throughout the night. The makeup of the yacht quickly evolved from just defendant S. Combs and his family to include a constant rotation of suspected sex workers and other A-list celebrities such as French Montana and actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Defendant S. Combs turned what was sold as a wholesome family excursion into a hedonistic environment. According to plaintiff, it resulted in an unexpected increase in workload for her and her colleagues, as well as unwanted exposure to unlawful drug use, sex work, and general chaos. She also claims that drinks were spiked by Combs and that women were taken advantage of on the yacht. And she argues that as a bartender, she understands the impact of alcohol. And she, quote, found it very suspicious that after one shot of De Leon tequila or one mixed drink, various women on the yacht would be falling over themselves.
Hey, all right. This is Aaron Paul here with Lead Funnels AI. Quick announcement.
Just give me a. I just thought about something.
Themselves panicking or passing
I
out.
just thought about
This led plaintiff Bryce O'Markey to reasonably believe that the alcohol given to these women.
Wow, they talking about one shot women was falling out. They was talking about some liquid stuff. Some liquid. What is that? Liquid cocaine, that whatever that's called. Liquid C. Just say that.
Was likely laced with drugs. And she even describes one specific event in particular. Quote, according to plaintiff, in another incident, defendant S. Combs had several women whom plaintiff suspected of being sex workers on the yacht. In one incident, a girl was extremely upset and ran to the lower deck, locked herself in the massage room, and was hysterically crying. She said she did not feel safe and wanted to leave. The crew was alerted of this. At this time, Sarah Chapman, one of S. Combs's children's mother, was due to have a massage, so plaintiff had to attempt to remove this young woman from the massage room, but she was very reluctant as she felt unsafe. Eventually, she left. All of this is important for O'Markey's legal claims, namely that Sean Combs is liable for what his son Christian allegedly did to her. Why? Under the premises liability cause of action, and that's, by the way, is where a property owner or someone who is in control of a property has a duty to use reasonable care to keep visitors of the property safe. According to O'Markey, since Sean Combs leased, occupied, and or controlled the yacht and allowed who was on it and what was happening, this is his fault that she was sexually assaulted by his son. Quote, defendant S. Combs allowed and encouraged the people aboard his yacht, including his son C. Combs, to engage in the drugs and reckless behavior while aboard the yacht. Defendant S. Combs' negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm because of failing to properly use and secure the yacht and for fostering an environment for drug use and assault to occur without ramifications. So in the law, you need to show causation for this. But for what Combs did, this would not have occurred. We really have to show that you created a condition where it was foreseeable this would happen, that Combs knew or should have known this assault would happen because of the environment he created. You might be saying, okay, that seems like a strong claim. Maybe it doesn't. But then you have the aiding and abetting claim against Sean Combs, too. Quote, defendant S. Combs knew that an assault, battery, sexual assault was being committed and was and going to be committed against plaintiff because he encouraged and fostered an environment and culture to his son and his employees to do whatever they want with plaintiff and the other yacht staff. And O'Markey goes on to describe how Combs covered up the assault, too, that he paid off the yacht captain to keep quiet, allegedly gave him a big tip. By the way, talking about that captain, O'Markey says that after she told the yacht captain, Petar Milkov, about what happened to her, he, quote, berated her, lacked compassion or concern, failed to investigate, and insisted that she was probably voluntarily partying with the guest. She was not. She also says that, quote, Captain Milkov added insult to injury by assigning plaintiff to work in front of the house, which required personally serving defendant C. Combs while they were on the yacht. Now imagine for a moment that she really is a victim of Christian Combs. That is really sinister stuff.
Wow.
But now let's go back to when Christian Combs allegedly drugged and assaulted O'Markey. Remember, these are allegations at this point. And I explained a little bit of the background about this in our previous sidebar, but one interesting detail from the complaint that we didn't bring up is that according to O'Markey, when an allegedly heavily intoxicated Christian Combs came aboard the yacht on that night and went into the recording studio and started ordering tequila shots, O'Markey claims that Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie's Me and You, that song, was playing in the background. What makes that, as O'Markey says in the lawsuit, ironic, is that Cassie was a former artist and girlfriend of Sean Combs who filed that initial lawsuit against him back in 2023, claiming that she was physically and sexually abused by the rapper and producer. She ended up settling with him, but remember, that was the first lawsuit that began all of this. From there, we saw more lawsuits against Combs. We saw the raids. Now, that is a very specific detail for O'Markey to remember that arguably adds to her narrative, right? And kinds of adds a weird context to it. But I imagine that if she were to testify at trial about hearing this song, again, so specific, that would be challenged by Combs's lawyers. And they would say, you remember that? Is that awfully convenient? You remember that detail? Maybe you don't remember other things. So I guess that could be something that she would, or something that would be challenged. Okay, but now going back to this event. O'Markey claims
that lawsuit ain't trigger off the police coming and stuff like that, because that psychic lady said this at the end of last year. She said stuff was gonna start happening at this time. If you check out my other video, she was supposedly talking to Kim Porter's spirit, and she was saying stuff was gonna happen at this time, and it's happening.
Initially, she was forced to take
and that's before the lawsuit.
Tequila shots, that she wasn't allowed to leave. She claims that her drink was spiked, and she said that she was very scared and in a very dangerous situation with Christian Combs. Now, I'm not sure if this is a typo, but in the actual suit, it says that Sean Combs touched her legs, her breast, her private areas, and started kissing her on her neck, face, and hands. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. Because it seems like she has been alleging that it was Christian who sexually assaulted her. She doesn't sue Sean Combs for assault or battery. So again, I think this is a typo. And if it is, that doesn't look good. This is arguably one of the most important lines in this lawsuit. You mess up who you're talking about. But I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But here's what we do have. O'Markey claims that Rodney Jones, as I mentioned, Diddy's former producer, now plaintiff, suing Combs for sexual assault in a separate lawsuit, that he was there on the yacht that night and actually recorded the audio of this assault, this whole episode happening. She provides a transcript of what she says is Christian Combs drugging and sexually assaulting her. I'm going to read it for you now. Christian, yo, it's shot o'clock. Grace, no, I'm not doing shots, Christian. Christian, everybody, we got to take a shot. In a second audio tape, Grace says, I'll just put the ledge. Christian, no, take the whole thing.
What?
Grace, no, you will take it as well. Christian, take the whole shot. Grace, I'm only doing it as long as you take it as well. Christian, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not taking nothing. Please, please take the shot. Grace, you were drugging me? Christian, take the shot. Hey, yo, play another beat one time because then there is a transcript of Christian's alleged sexual assault of Grace. Cassie's Me and You playing in the background, allegedly. Grace, this is not an offer. Christian, you said what? Grace, I can't. I'm swapping out. I can't do it. I'm sorry, darling. Christian, nah, we need you. Grace, I'm going to stop. Stop. I have to go. I have to go. Honestly, I'm like already losing sleep. I have to go now. Christian, you're the best one on this ship, though. Grace, what do you mean?
They got that shit
Christian,
on tape.
who's going to
Oh my
replace
God.
you? Grace, who's going to replace me?
Oh my God.
Christian, F that. That's going to be trash, though. You feel me? Grace, excuse me. You don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If I want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that. Christian, listen, you and everybody in the crew, it's great. Grace, I can't. I have to go down. I have to go down. Christian, no, you tell me. Listen. Grace, what? Christian, say you're just vibing with me the whole time. Grace, I can't. I promise you. I wish I could, but I can't. Unless I say that you guys requested me. Christian, yes, who can I talk to right now? Who can I talk to? I'm going to say I requested you right now. Grace, well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing. Now, according to Grace in her complaint, or Miss O'Markey in her complaint, she basically says she was saying that he needed to get permission, and all the people that would give him permission to hang out with her were asleep. So this was kind of a ruse for her to escape. There's a lot of legal issues surrounding the Diddy case. Makes you think about how important it is to have a great lawyer, right? Well, that is especially true in personal injury cases, which can be very, very tough to navigate. But enter Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of us here on Sidebar. You know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. They are all about fighting for the compensation their clients deserve, even if that means having to take a case to trial. And they have secured multi-million-dollar verdicts all across the country. I mean, recently, we're talking a verdict of $26 million in Philadelphia. That was higher than the highest insurance offer in that case, by the way. And when I say that, sometimes insurance companies, they lowball offers, but Morgan & Morgan, they don't settle for that. You need a big firm to take on evidence. But defense lawyers will fight him off until her partner on board came. But moving on from that, as I mentioned in the previous sidebar, she explains how later on in the night, Christian allegedly trapped her in the cinema room in the yacht, groped her, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on him. She claims that she had to fight him off until her partner on board came by and Christian ran away. But now, in this lawsuit, in this complaint, there are embedded photos of O'Markey's arm that appear to have bruises or discoloration. She claims this is from the attack. It is an important piece of evidence. But defense lawyers will ask, when were these photos taken? How do we know if it was caused by this and not something else?
Run Windows on Mac and open a world with no limits.
She got a recording,
and
they
so
got a
forth.
video.
Now, moving on. A big component of a lawsuit like this is to explain the harm that you suffered. That helps in terms of the damages calculation, what you are owed in terms of monetary compensation. So O'Markey explains in the complaint that she loved yachting, even at an early age, that she traveled the world, that she enjoyed a successful career where she received high praise, great feedback, great reviews. But, quote, prior to being sexually assaulted by defendant Christian Combs, plaintiff planned to work the entirety of her career in hospitality and the yachting industry. Unfortunately, those plans have been derailed due to the trauma plaintiff continues to have as a result of the assault.
Party.
Let's
So
talk
about. She wasn't even there at the party like she was a groupie or something. She worked on the yacht.
About what O'Markey claims here. She claims that 2023
You can't have them all just because you can't have some ain't going. You can't have that. You gotta accept it. Go get something else.
the most deeply traumatizing time of her life. She talks about how after the alleged assault and cover-up, she was isolated, she was retaliated against, and she was ultimately fired. She even lost her longtime partner. She says that her mental health significantly deteriorated to the point where she required medication and therapy, and she fell into a deep depression. She claims that she couldn't even perform her maid of honor duties for her sister. She also claims that she developed a severe eating disorder, suffered from suicidal ideations, and even had seizures. So if she can prove that in a trial, that is going to be not only devastating testimony for Christian Combs and Sean Combs, but really important in terms of damages calculations. So she ends up suing Christian Combs for assault, battery, sexual assault, intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, and as I mentioned earlier, the other claims against Sean Combs as well. Now, I do want to call out something else from the lawsuit, some other mentions in the lawsuit. You remember Brendan Paul, who we talked a lot about here on Sidebar? He was listed in Rodney Jones's lawsuit as Diddy's alleged drug mule that supplied Diddy with narcotics and weapons. He was actually arrested on the day of the raids for drug possession at a Miami airport. Well, he is listed in this Grace O'Markey lawsuit too. Quote, according to plaintiff, defendant S. Combs' assistant and noted drug mule, Brendan Paul, once came down to the pantry and was laughing uncontrollably. He told plaintiff that he had to sit and watch defendant S. Combs have sex with multiple women. He said defendant S. Combs wanted him present just in case he needed him to get him something while he was in the middle of the act. Plaintiff questioned why Brendan would want to work for defendant S. Combs if he was required to do such things, and Brendan replied that defendant S. Combs was a good link to have in the industry. There's also an interesting section that mentions how A-list guests came on board the yacht. That includes a Philadelphia rapper, a 30-year-old Atlanta rapper who rose to prominence following the release of his 2017 mixtapes, a 25-year-old British rapper, a Moroccan rapper signed to Bad Boy Records and Maybach Music Group, and a former model and CEO of a female urban clothing brand. I'm not going to guess who these people are. If anybody online wants to do their due diligence,
Meek Mill,
feel free to do it.
Montana.
Now, I will tell you who is actually mentioned, who is named in this lawsuit. Cuba Gooding Jr. He is not a defendant in this case, but he is mentioned. And we remember that Jones actually filed a lawsuit against Cuba Gooding Jr. He says that he was sexually assaulted by the actor on Diddy's yacht, by the way. Actually accused Sean Combs of facilitating this abuse.
That right there, that don't look too comfortable. He's smiling or whatever, but it kind of looked like he, that one smile like, man, what the fuck is going on? I ain't know this going on in here. Like, I ain't know, damn. Like, that don't look like.
But in this lawsuit, O'Markey claims that Cuba Gooding Jr. was extremely unpleasant to serve, that he sat at the bar, made derogatory comments to her, that he was visibly intoxicated, and she was.
I heard people saying, like, that picture, they were saying, like, dude smiling or whatever, but his face don't look like one of those comfortable, happy smiles. It looked like one of those weird smiles, like I'm just uncomfortable. So.
The room and witnessed him inappropriately touching Rodney Jones. So she will be an important witness in Jones's lawsuit, and vice versa. Jones and O'Markey are linked in a way, right? They both are there to.
Man, the same thing. Well, but for real, being real. People still stayed there. Whatever happened, people still stayed there. So they made the choice to still be around that all that time. People ain't leave. Nobody ain't. So they made a choice, and then when something ain't go their way or they gotta know or something like that, everybody wanna, that's how people be. So like this situation got to get judged on all of that. Like people really, this situation got to really get judged on both sides. Like people still stayed there and participated
to testify to prove the claims of the other.
So
quite the lawsuit.
He didn't force them to stay there and participate.
But I got to give you some updates. O'Markey's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, he told NBC News, quote, "It gives us no joy or pleasure in filing this suit against Christian Combs, who has clearly adopted his father's pattern and practice of depravity. While her other."
Nah, don't condone no spiking drinks or none of that shit and all that drugging people. No, that's wrong. And if that happened, then what's got. That's what you know. Shit, I don't know. That ain't right.
attorney Rodney S. Diggs also told NBC, quote, "I am here to fight for those who can't fight for themselves, and I applaud Grace for being so brave to come forward."
Spiking drinks, kids, sex trap kids, stuff like no, that's wrong. No. So no, that's a no.
With her truth.
That ain't.
However, Aaron Dyer, an attorney for Christian and Diddy, said in a statement that the lawsuit from Grace O'Markey was, quote, "another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn." Quote, "This complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies and irrelevant facts we've come to expect from Blackburn.
Yeah.
We will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim." Now, a motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim, the court doesn't have jurisdiction, or there's some other problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it.
And that's where it's gonna get to. Like, you see what they just said? What did he just say? What did he just say?
And irrelevant facts we've come to expect another lewd and meritless claim from Tyrone Blackburn. Quote, "This complaint is filled with the same kind of manufactured lies. Irrelevant facts we've come to
irrelevant facts, because people stayed around that shit. They didn't leave right away when shit started happening. On the real, manufactured lies and relevant facts.
Expect from Blackburn.
We
will be filing a motion to dismiss this outrageous claim." Now, motion to dismiss is when you say the plaintiff has not stated an actual claim. The court doesn't have jurisdiction.
That's why he's not in jail right now.
Problem with the actual pleadings. That's how you get rid of it at the outset. Now, I had mentioned
probably
in a
not going
previous
to.
sidebar about how Mr. Blackburn was not only criticized by opposing counsel, but even a federal judge in New York who referred to him to the grievance committee for allegedly filing lawsuits that have deficiencies, that he improperly files cases in federal court to garner media attention and to embarrass
And
defendants with
whatever's going
salacious
on-
details. So keeping that criticism
made
in
it
mind
different
for
than
a moment, where we're talking
what it
about,
is.
are these
At the same
claims,
time-
are these allegations in these lawsuits credible? Just now, Instagram model Jade Rami,
He said,
who Rodney
he said-
Jones claimed in his lawsuit was one of the people that Diddy allegedly bragged about paying to be a sex worker, she has fired back against these allegations from Rodney Jones. Through her publicist, Rami told Entertainment Tonight in a statement, quote, "Dating someone doesn't directly correlate to any of the false allegations made. Yes, I dated someone. How unfortunate we've entered a time where caring for someone or falling in love is worthy of scrutiny in the court of public opinion. What may be amusing for you is real life for others, and my feelings have never been for entertainment, nor are they up for discussion. We need to be more conscious as a society when ridiculing people's lives and relationships merely for enjoyment. I appreciate everyone's kind messages and support during this time. Thank you." Also, Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, who Jones also listed as one of the people that Diddy claimed was a sex worker, denied the allegations too, writing on Instagram, "I'm not a prostitute. I never sold," and she has an emoji for, you can do the math, an emoji for her private parts. "I never sold a day in my life. I hate how this is getting spun." And again, what do we make of these allegations? Serious allegations, but allegations nonetheless. And what about Diddy? In the aftermath of the lawsuits, in the aftermath of the raids, there are these videos and pictures of him that have surfaced in Miami, out relaxing, holding up the peace sign. But he also just posted on Instagram the music video for his 1997 song "Victory," where he runs from police.
Still look
They
disturbed,
wrote in
but
the
at the same
caption,
time,
"Bad
yeah,
boy
he
for
still
life,"
look disturbed, but at the same
followed by,
he still look disturbed, but at the same time, his publicist probably told him, you know, you got to get your ass out there and get on the bike. Go take your family out to
a raised fist
so you still living regular and you not, you know, this ain't nothing that's not bothering you.
emoji. So again, these are all allegations in the suit. Neither Combs nor his sons have been found liable. They haven't been arrested or charged, but these are serious allegations, and we will continue to follow where all of this goes. All right, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next.
You know what I'm saying? They rah rah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if what I'm seeing is like a drug
That is
addiction
tough
he
for
may
me.
have, or a way
Not
of
11.
tuning his mind out. But he should not be trusting anybody around him, like nobody, because they will turn on him. And there's 3 people directly close and tied to him that are going to go down as well. And by go down, I mean lose their money, their status, and their power, and be energetically shunned and tied down. There is such a thing. The frequency does it. He's staying behind in a frequency. And when you live in that frequency, you're not going to achieve anymore. That's what people don't understand. They think when they're 20, 30, whatever, and it's cool, they can do all of this. Then the frequencies change on the planet, and what they've done becomes abhorrent to other people when maybe other people understood it back then because they were benefiting. But that's not the case, because he doesn't have.
That's why it's better to just be in a positive frequency and just, flow with your positive energy. Don't prey on people with don't prey on people energy. People prey on people energy and work people on that, knowing their powers. Like when you understand energy and power and stuff like that, it's a whole nother ball game. Life is a whole nother ball game when you understand energy and know how to work it. Like what she's saying, how they play on people and get people energy. Watch what she's saying.
Have control of all of his money. That's what I'm seeing. And Kim Porter's energy is very much focused on her family and wanting them to know that she's trying to be around them. And in fact, I feel like they know she is around them.
So same. I feel like her presence right now, and every day, like I see her like through numbers or just something like that.
I feel like that.
See that?
And there's one of her children, I'm sweet daughter, so I feel like obviously it has to be a daughter, but I feel like she constantly watches this one because it's a struggle. She watches this one. She wants her, now never think because someone died that they're dead the way they describe it, because she's very much alive frequency-wise. So she has some say-so over her kids. Don't kid yourself. She may not have the say-so you and I have in a physical sense, but she is right there with her children. She can impose ideas on them and help them understand things in a different way so that they react differently. What she's trying to do now is neutralize the harm that's going to be put onto them by being in proximity of their father, meaning because they're his offspring, people are going to say challenging things and do challenging things to them. She's trying to kind of offset that. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Stop. Offset. Is there a connection to P. Diddy and
Now look, see, that's how you know. Watch. This is what I want to see because this video is old. Now look how she bring up all out of I'm just saying like this. She don't even like. She just says like she is a psychic. Let's see. We gonna see what's gonna come out in the. We don't know nothing. We ain't saying nothing. I don't know nothing shit. But I'm curious to see. That's gonna tell y'all how official she is. This already the Diddy stuff showing that she official because she said that about months ago. So I want to see this. Check this out. What she said.
Offset? Is there some sort of a connection? I just because I'm hearing it, I'm like, wait.
He from New York. She from New York. I ain't saying. I'm just saying. I'm just going off what she's saying. I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing happened. I ain't saying nothing. I'm just saying from what she's saying about the.
Wait, that doesn't sound like what she's saying. Offset. Okay, so I
And
feel.
then look. Watch what she say. She about to say something about somebody passing away. She's not gonna even say his name because she don't know. But watch this. Look. Watch what she say.
I feel. Okay, he's
She don't even know Takeoff name. Watch this.
Responsible for a lot of things, but he's not responsible. He's also taking orders from somebody things to them. She's trying to kind of
What she say?
offset that. He's responsible for a lot. That doesn't sound like what she's saying. Offset. Okay, so I feel okay, he's responsible for a lot of things, but he's not responsible. He's also taking orders from somebody.
Do you want to know why I'd rather become a remote online closer instead of starting my own business? It's because I can make more as a closer while working less and more.
So, ma'am.
A higher up.
I ain't saying nothing. I'm just saying. At the same time, yeah, Cardi B from New York, D-Dog from P. Diddy from New York. At the same time, P. I'm just saying. I just said P.
I'm wondering what the connection is to Offset with P. Diddy. I have no idea.
The connection to Offset with P. Diddy, huh?
But I just keep hearing this right now. Like, I can't stop saying his name. And I don't know him or what kind of music. I know it's hip hop or rap or something, but
See?
There's a
She don't even know his music like that. Look,
connection there as well. So we're going kind of down that road. So there's all of these people.
What's her name? Who, all I'm gonna say is who it was Offset signed to, or who is he signed to that could be connected to Diddy besides his wife. It's another person. His name started with a P.
People in the crossfires, and I'm not sure whether that's good or bad, but I just heard that. So there's people that are coming for everybody. Okay, there's a connection to that person, Offset, and that side, and like it's just systematic.
There's a person connected to that person, Offset, and that side that's connected to P. Diddy's side. It's simple. I mean, I ain't saying it is allegedly, whatever they say, but bow.
It's gonna level like dominoes. Level.
Look, bow.
Shit, it's being leveled. I don't know what that connection is. Somebody has to tell me. Okay, so when I look at Kim Porter, she's got a lot of stuff. She's taking notes. She took a lot of notes. There's a lot of notes, and her girlfriends have this information as well. Here's the problem I'm seeing.
There's a lot of notes. She taking notes. That's how hard she been at work. People don't be, when people see, they taught us the way, they taught the world, the way they taught the world to think of people the way they die, or, it's all when they gone. No, you can tap in, talk to your people in the spirit, think about them, close your eyes, meditate, think about your people, talk to them, communicate with them like that. It's real. It's not fake. It's not you just thinking to yourself. Sit back, quiet place, visualize your people that you want to connect with that passed away and talk to them, communicate with them.
Some of the information that she has and some of the information that Cassie has is extremely damaging to people who are in higher worldly order, I guess, higher up on the food chain on this planet. So when she speaks and P. Diddy goes down, they have to shut his mouth because these other people don't want to be caught. But it's weird. I'm going this way and then over here, offset, right over here. So pay attention to that. I am seeing something by March with P. Diddy, another level of this. We're not done. It's like he's going to have to keep putting tarps over the hole in the roof because the rain keeps coming through. So just when he thinks he covered up the hole, another hole starts down there. When he thinks he covered that hole, another hole starts over there. So it's not going to stop. Like he's not off the hook. He may have paid Cassie, and good for her for getting out of it. Horrific. It doesn't matter who you slept with. Why is that blackmail? Stand up and say, this dude drugged me and he did this. She finally said it. And he doesn't want to face what he's done, but it doesn't matter. He's exceptionally psychic, by the way, so he gets physical feelings on when this is coming down, and he kind of knows it. And when he talks about Kim Porter, even though he's all nice and all good, like meaning
he's psychic and he get physical feelings when it's going down, and it's real. We all got those. We all have those abilities. Tap into your shit. Use it. It's not your brain just thinking. It's your higher self talking to you. Allegedly.
he talks nicely about her, at least publicly, to his kids, shuts the wall down with her. I don't even know. I shut it. He's trying to feel her energy. And I'm going to put it this way. Once she ended up dead, okay, Kim Porter, when she died, and they use the word dead wrong, because when we pass out of this physical existence, we are not dead. Dead is the absence of God in your life. So to step away from God.
See that? See?
Okay.
We that's the way we was taught. We was taught dead was dead like that, but it's not. It's not. Your people still here and around. Just call on them. Talk to them.
And your soul is to be dead. We pass out of our physical body as Kim did. But it's interesting.
We can't die. Our spirit and this soul is forever. It's forever. But guess what? That's what's so funny, because she about to get to that part too. So bow. I watched a lot of videos about different stuff and about spiritual stuff and just a lot of stuff, and they got this thing on the reels of videos, a thing, and they ain't even. I saw this on the Gaia channel. Matter of fact, the Gaia, it's called Gaia. They got this thing that intercept your soul. They got a machine that can intercept your soul. That's why you gotta be powerful. Your energy, your spirit gotta be pure, powerful. You have to know who you are, man, and walk in that shit and know who you are and know where you're going. Know where you're going. Get in tune. Don't be scared of death. Do your research. You know what I'm saying? You have to do your research on it. Do your research and get in tune with death so you can know where you're going when you do leave this body. You know what I'm saying? When you do leave this body, get in tune right now, because everybody gonna have a day. Everybody, they come where they gotta leave the body, but get in tune so you know where you're going. So you know what I'm saying? You ready? Because think about it. If you don't get in tune and you don't know where you're going, it's gonna be easy to intercept your spirit. So if you don't want your spirit intercepted, you want to be powerful and you want to make it to where you're going, to the other side or whatever. Study death, study spirit, get in tune with your higher self and that's the only thing that's gonna help you out.
Because
free game.
After she first passed, I am seeing this. After she first passed, she didn't really understand what happened to her, which is not uncommon.
And it made me understand. Like I kind of understand this a little bit, but because she about to talk about it, how they can see people at the crossroads or crossing over, and they take people's spirit. I mean, not spirit, energy. They can steal your energy and use it some type of way. Like this is wild. So, man, that's why you gotta be powerful. You gotta be powerful. Know who you are. Know where you're going. Know your energy. Know your power. Know it. Like where they can't take it.
And I feel like P. Diddy tried to hook into that energy to keep her energy close to him here so that he could kind of wear her energy even though she had passed. So he tried to keep that close. She got
Right there, I'm trying to understand that. I'm gonna definitely like certain stuff stick with me, and I have to know. I have to go do some research to understand what. See how he's saying that he tried to wear her energy. I'm trying to understand that because that goes back into what I was saying about how they have something that can intercept your energy when you crossing over. When you crossing, that can intercept your soul.
got away and she
Allegedly. I saw it on the God channel. Allegedly.
blocks herself from him. He can't get to her. They spy out of their bodies. P. Diddy knows what I'm talking about with this. He gets out of his body and he can see shit. Meaning he can dream it, he can frequency vibe it, he can go on.
He get out of his body and he can see shit. Tap in with your higher self. Tap in with your tap in with yourself, because you can see what you can't see and you can hear what you can't hear. Don't let that go over your head.
On the astral, he can see it. He can see it. And they watch when their own die. Okay, so when their family members die, their rappers die. He's talking about another rapper here. He's not, she is. There's another one. I don't know who he is, but I can see him in my head. Anyway, there's another one. And they all watched when he crossed over.
For some reason, something is telling me that she's talking about Takeoff right now. Just like she mentioned, I'm telling you, when I saw this video, for some reason. So
what happens is, from what I'm understanding with this, okay, whoever they don't want around anymore for whatever the reason, okay, it's like they just don't want them because they're going to turn them in. It's a never-ending game. It must have gone on through centuries. But whatever it is that they don't want to have happen, they get rid of the person. And when that person crosses out, they can see them on the astral and they can snag their energy. So there's
see that? Do you see that? I'm trying to see what she just said.
When he crossed over. So what happens is, from what I'm understanding, and they watch when their own die. Okay, so when their family members die, their rappers die. He's talking about another rapper here. He's not, she is. There's another one. I don't know who he is, but I can see. And they watch when their own die. Okay, so when their family members die, their rappers die. He's talking about another rapper here. He's not, she is. There's another one. I don't know who he is, but I can see him in my head. Anyway, there's another one. And they all watched when he crossed over. So what happens is, from what I'm understanding with this, okay, whoever they don't want around anymore for whatever the reason, okay, it's like they just don't want them because they're going to turn them in. It's a never-ending game. It must have gone on through centuries. But whatever it is that they don't want to have happen, they get rid of the person. And when that person crosses out, they can see them on the astral and they can snag their energy. So there's this sidestepping that person.
Do y'all hear what she's saying? This shit is real. This is real. Tap in with yourself, your higher self, your spiritual. Tap in. Did y'all hear what she just said?
From moving on out of the Earth's energy into a happier dimension. They did not do it to Kim, by the way. But there is another rapper that died.
See that? Do you see that? When you moving out of Earth to a happier energy. This is built like this. Earth is built like this. It ain't the others like, but you have to know where you're going to. That's why you gotta tap in. You gotta tap in with yourself. With yourself, your higher self.
Very recently, who they did do this to, who they did block the energy. And when he stepped out of his body.
See that? She just said something about that they did, who they did do this to, who they did block. They blocked in October. I'm telling you, look, go to the guy channel. I guarantee what I just told y'all about, and I'm gonna just pull it up. I'm gonna just pull it up next time. Forget it. We gonna, cause I got receipts, and I should have. I got receipts on everything. But do you see what she just said about them blocking somebody's energy? Like, wow.
He stepped right into them, right? Like, I'm trying, I don't know who this person is. I can see them, but I don't know who it is. When he died, he crossed out, okay, like out of his physical body, he died. And when he did, he saw them and they were alive, watching him die. And that's kind of what happened to Kim. And she pulled away from that energy. She was protected. So she didn't get caught in that. But that's what they're trying to do. They're playing a next level game of chess. So it's a different level of harnessing energy. So part of the sacrifice, which I didn't know this before, this I'm just being shown. Part of the sacrificing of a person or killing of a person probably happens in the mafia. All of those things is that they.
I forgot you said something about the mafia, but what that go back to I was saying about to keep the liquor up.
Attach the energy of that person leaving here, because sometimes, just look at it this way, let's say you die in an accident suddenly, or you're murdered or whatever, you're going to be sad. You have kids, you have a home, you have a family. As far as I know, we only can remember this right now. And when you step out, you're like, oh my God, my family, my kids, my mother, my sister, my babies. That's what most of us would be thinking. And so that sense of like, oh my God, I just died, and the expression energy wise that they would feel, that's when they come in and they try to take it. So what they're doing is they are keeping slaves on this side, such as Cassie. Okay, so she was.
Look what she say. They're keeping slaves on this side. So this is the thing. This is why it's so important to tap in with your energy. Because if they intercept your shit, they gonna turn you into what she just said. The S word. Gonna turn you into one of those. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what it's all about. It's still about that. Even when people be like, oh, we ain't a slave, no, it's still about that. They want to slave your soul. You hear me? Do you hear me? Your soul. Your soul is worth gold. Do you hear me? Do your research. How J Man, I'm saying, do your research. No, for real though, for real.
Basically a slave because she was trafficked. They're keeping slaves over here, and when they cross out of their physical bodies. That has more to do with the musicians that dies. The musicians that die of these overdoses or accidents or murder or whatever the hell happens. It has more to do with that. They capture that energy, and therefore they can use that essence to go over here and keep doing what they're doing. It's weird. It's a thing we don't even understand. I don't think that we're even supposed to see that, but the frequency is moving sideways, so we are being shown that. I want to say Offset again. I don't think he's dead, but I want to say Offset.
You see, that's what made me say. That's what made me say. Take off. I ain't come out of nowhere with that shit. See how she keep on thinking about that other rapper, and she keep on saying. Now she come with. I want to say Offset, but he's not dead. She's talking about Take Off. I'm telling you.
I just kept hearing that. So there's a connection there too. I don't know what it is. He may know something, and he may say something, or somebody connected to him may know something. I don't know. There is a connection there. Anyway,
Offset. I mean,
there's a definite connection there. Watch for March of 2024, March, April, Easter time frame.
The artist
Easter.
keep on bringing up
Lamb. Easter. Watch for that. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's happening there, but it might be nothing. But that's what I just heard. So I'm going to put it out there. Put myself out on a ledge again.
Jeez, Diddy is even being rated in the afterlife.
I'm going to get you real bad for this.
Now, his son, Christian Combs, posted a message after being stuck in handcuffs because of his father's crimes and said, "Stop the cap." Now, it's actually in direct response to Diddy.
Okay, so we don't know if he talking to Diddy, dog. Because they trying to accuse him of SA2, allegedly, right? He could be saying stop the cap to them. He might not even be talking to his dad. He could be saying stop the cap to the media about his dad. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know that. Allegedly.
Being cited in Miami, seemingly living it up with his friends.
Down here at Pura Vida by my pad, run into the man right here. What's up? Miami's like that. It's a movie.
Now, it's clear this family has deep issues, and the whole foundation is starting to crumble right underneath them. The sins of the father will often follow you. Y'all let me know, should his son remain quiet at this point and just lay low, or was he right to speak out against his father? Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this, man. Don't forget to like, comment, and
We don't know. We don't know if he was talking to his dad. Could be talking to the media about his dad, saying stop the cap on his dad, stop the cap on him. We don't know yet. He could be talking to somebody else. We don't know.
subscribe on the videos, share these videos. If y'all think that story,
you dig. Hey, subscribe to the channel. You did. Tap in.
What Shakiri needs to do is obey the rules.
Obey these hot takes. Nah. Obey the image. Nah.
Runners, obey the pressure.
Nah. Thirst quenching, but never thirsty. Obey your thirst, Sprite.
So then we kind of, the relationship is kind of going, whatever. I asked him, hey, like Jay did something, and I said, hey, do you want to comment on this? Do you want to do an interview to comment on this thing with Jay? Because we all know that he talks about Jay a lot. It just is what it is to this day. He's like, yo, why would I comment on what another man does? Like, all right, cool. Then like 3 days later, he does an interview commenting about Jay. And I hit him. I'm like, yo, I thought
exact subject.
Exact same thing that I said he wanted to do, but whatever. I hit him. I'm like, hey, why would you? I thought you said you didn't want to comment on it. And then it started sort of like a bad exchange.
Because what he felt like you thought that he was obligated to you?
Well, he wasn't obligated to me, but it's like, why would you tell me you don't want to talk about it? Just talk about himself. Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me. Right. You know what I mean? Just as someone who I'm building a relationship, just explain it to me.
Okay.
Either you don't want to talk about it, or you say, he could just, no, I just want to talk about it on my own platform. All right, cool, no problem. But cool. Saying I don't want to talk about it, then you talk about it. So it was just a weird exchange. And it got to the point where it was like the exchange started to kind of go bad. Like, now we're kind of starting to talk shit to each other. And I'm like, all right, cool.
This is to each other.
Well, we're texting back and forth,
okay.
And the conversation's getting a little aggressive on both sides, right? But I'm like, all right, whatever. It is what it is. Dame likes to call everyone Chatty Patty.
Or
right?
Culture Vulture.
Or Culture Vulture.
Okay. So he started with Chatty Patty with you.
No, it wasn't. No. What I'm just saying in general, right? I'm not saying he's calling me a Chatty Patty in the text.
Not yet.
I'm just saying, as a whole, he calls people Chatty Patties. He calls people Culture Vulture.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Me and him had this private exchange. Dame decides to make a video about our conversation.
No, time out. What?
Dissing me in the video and talking shit about me.
But this is a private conversation?
What? Yeah, but he made a video talking about our conversation and our falling out. But I'm the Chatty Patty. But he's the one that made this whole thing public. When I felt like it just could have been worked out privately between the two of us. I'm not saying anything publicly about it. Like, this is, you've been to my house, I've been to your house. Like, why are you suddenly making videos about me when I thought we had a private relationship? And then On top of that, remember I told her I set them up with Complex?
Yes.
Dame doesn't understand how video business works. You know, he puts these videos out, they're getting whatever, 500 to 1,000 views. He gets a check from Complex that's not very big. So he starts dissing the president that I introduced him to. Publicly.
Okay.
This is the man that I made most of my wealth with.
All right.
So at that point, I was done. I said, I'm done.
And you walked away.
Yeah, and it was like, fuck Dame after that. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck me, fuck you too. You know, and it's been the back and forth ever since.
Right.
You know what I mean? Once again, not that deep.
Right.
Not that deep. We don't even work with Complex anymore. It's whatever. But like the reality is that what I saw with him character-wise just didn't rub me the right way. You know what I mean? And you know, I just was like, this ain't the type of person I could do business with. And that's that. And Dame is someone that I really look forward to doing business with and having on my show, because his personality is he has a dope personality. He says a lot of interesting things. You know what I mean? I think he could really have a real strong fan base and anything like that. But based on our interactions, business-wise, it just didn't work. And when you get to a certain level of business, you work with the people you like to work with.
So let me ask you, right? He critiqued me. And he said that I had Leo Combs on here.
Yeah, I had Leo Combs also on my show.
And I didn't ask Leo Combs about him.
I didn't either. Yeah. Why would I? I feel like, and me and Leo talked about this afterwards. I'm like, and I asked Leo this. I said, are you the most powerful person in music right now? And of course, he's going to deny it. But he's the global head of YouTube Music.
Which is?
YouTube Music.
Which is one of the most
global. Not the American head, not the North American head, not the Northern Hemisphere head. Right. The global head of YouTube Music. Yeah. And YouTube is the biggest music platform on the planet. It's bigger than Spotify.
Right.
It's bigger than Spotify, TikTok, Amazon, Apple, whatever the fuck else new platform comes on. You put them all together, they're not going to add up to YouTube. And my thing was like, when I told you about the life story pieces, I have this very important person. I'm going to talk about Dame Dash dissing him. Like, I'm not going to spend my time asking that. There's more important shit to talk about. Right. You know, like how he became the first hip hop president of a major label. The first. Before him, it's never been done before. Lior.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Once Def Jam became, that conglomerate, and he was head of that conglomerate, people downplay.
But you do say you like to push the envelope, so would you afford that same respect to somebody else? Like what you did to Tyson would have been the same thing if you would have asked Lior about Dame. In a way.
Well, I mean, I had a limited amount of time with Dame. Right. You know what I'm saying? I had a very limited amount of time. I'm sorry, my bad.
Leo.
Yeah, I had a very limited time with Lior. If you watch that interview, it's very short. Right. It's not my usual 2 hour. So,
sorry.
I didn't really get into the Rockefeller story.
Okay.
And quite honestly, he actually gave Lior props in that interview. And I was like, what
Lior gave Dame props? Or
Lior gave Dame props in that interview. I was like, what was it like to help create, under Def Jam, these mega stars like Rockefeller and, you know what I mean? And the DMA, Rough Riders and so forth. And he was like, hey, that they would have been superstars regardless. These guys were ultra talented and I was just there. You know what I'm saying? And had I had more time, I would have gotten into it. Maybe I would have touched on it like somewhat, but, I was focusing on the important shit in that piece. And I just felt like Lior dissing him wasn't that important.
Mm-hmm.
And, you, I guess, made a similar choice.
Yeah, I did. Yes,
Yeah,
I know I got shots right here.
Well, I understand I pick and choose sometimes, man. None of us are perfect.
And
the principles are always going to have a little bit of sliding room, to a certain degree about certain things, not everything. You know what I mean? Like there's certain unexcusables, but like, you know, you're gonna, in your job, you're gonna shift a little bit here and there. That's just life. That's just business.
That's just motherfucking life.
Yeah.
So now let me ask you the $1 million question. I always see you with mics on. Why I don't see you with mics on no more?
Life goes on, man. Life goes on. And, you know, people drift apart.
Right.
And it just is what it is. I have no animosity towards him. And I haven't seen him or talked to him in about 3 years. And, you know, life goes on, man. Yeah. Sometimes people are in your life for a certain amount of time.
If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to talk about it. Yeah. What was the needle on, what is it called?
I'm just gonna skip.
No, the straw that broke the camel's back.
I'm just gonna skip this. But I can tell you that neither one of us are, you know, both of us are happy with the decision.
Right.
Neither one of us are trying to connect with the other, and we're all living our lives, and it's not like a one way or, you know, anything else like that, man. It's all good.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What's with the drum set behind the interview?
It's not it's really not a significance of it. It's just that the studio that we started using in LA just happened to have a drum set there already.
Like Death Row background.
And you just feel like you don't want to ever change it?
I mean, you know, it's the same studio.
Right.
It's the same drum set. But then when we built our studio in New York, it's like, oh, okay, like people know us for the drum set. So we actually create our own drum set in New York. So when you see like the academics interviews or the, you know, I'm trying to think, just the New York centric interviews, like the, you know, the 1090 Jake interviews and so forth, the Matt Hoffa interviews, you'll see a different drum set. But that's our New York studio.
Right.
But, you know.
But you feel people are just visually, they're used to it. So
yeah, it's just, you know, so you just keep the drum set, man. You know, so it's one of these like happy accidents.
Right. If it's working, why change it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so one of the very first times, by the way, you're my friend, I know you. I did 15 million thousand Vlad interviews. But one of the first times I feel like people like zeroed in on you was like, it's because of AR app.
Okay.
Why do you feel like people zero in on you for that? Even though you...
I mean, when something terrible happens to a person, like they get, 30 years in prison?
That's what you got?
Yeah, it's some hideous number.
Wow.
It's a hit like a 30 or 40 years. It's a hideous number. When something catastrophic happens to somebody, people look at everything that's out there and they jump to the conclusions. Oh, okay, well, that was because of this. You know, like, you know, I interviewed Dion Dawkins yesterday, the captain of the Buffalo Bills. And we talked about the Damar Hamlin cardiac arrest that happened last year. Remember, he had the cardiac, he had a heart attack right there on the field.
Yep.
Right. Everyone thought he was going to die. What did social media say? It's because he was vaccinated.
Right.
That's all I saw. Vaccinated was trending #1. Like who the fuck knows if he was vaccinated or not? Right? Who knows this? This is not public information. This man had a 1 in a billion situation where I heard a doctor explain it. If your heartbeat as it's going up and you get a really strong impact as it's going in a certain direction, you could have a cardiac arrest. And it just so happened that out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of games with the hundreds of thousands of players, this just happened. He had a cardiac arrest. But people will be like, he got vaccinated and that's why he had a heart attack. And he's 26 years old and he's healthy. There's no other explanation for this. And this is what we're going to run with. And this is just what social media does. This is the nature of the beast.
All right.
So when you see ARAB get 30 years and you see an interview with DJ Vlad where he's talking about his past criminal activities, what he used to do, you start to try to put the pieces together and say, well, obviously, this is why he got the 30 years. You're not reading the transcripts. You're not talking to him. You're not talking to his lawyer. You're not watching the news. You're not reading articles about the case. You got this Vlad TV interview with 1 million views, and you're like, well, this is the connection, obviously. Reality is ARAB had a snitch who took the stand against everybody about a bunch of shit that had nothing to do with my interview. He took the stand and testified against every fucking person and put everyone in prison over some really serious charges. But people are going to jump to conclusions, you know? And then you get fake articles. And then you get this unknown media outlet who you've never heard of before writes an article that says, "Judge thanks DJ Vlad for helping to convict ARAB." And it shows like this white judge who's not even the judge on the case. It's not the New York Times. It's an outlet no one's ever heard of. And suddenly I'm trending. And motherfuckers like Questlove is like retweeting it and commenting about the shit. And he's got 10 million fucking subscribers. And he doesn't, you know, and then when I tell him this shit is fake and show him talking about it, he blocks me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Instead of taking responsibility for what he just fucking did. And then this just builds. And then people will just jump to their conclusions, and this is what you got to hold. Has ARAB ever said that something I did with Vlad has something to do with his situation? No. What does he have to lose at this point? He's doing his time. That was my man. Like, I really like, Swizz Beatz called me one day and said, "Yo, I got this Philly artist named ARAB that I'm fucking with. Can you interview him?"
Swizz
Beatz called me. Ask him. You know Swizz. Swizz called me out of the blue and said, "Yo, I got this guy. He's really dope. Can you interview him?" I got you, Swizz. I interviewed him. The music is dope. Like, you know, I'm fucking with it. He's talking his shit, you know, and then he gets into his shit with Meek Mill, and he comes to Vlad TV then he becomes cool with Meek Mill, and he comes back to talk about that, and rah, rah, rah. Like, you know, I'm fucking with him. That's my man. I respect him. I respect his music. Like this is someone I fuck with.
Right.
And then he gets to 30 years, and then people blame me for it. And
why do you think people blame you?
Because they see interviews about these types of situations.
Right.
I go deep into people's stories.
Right.
You know, like the life story includes all the lumps and the warts and the scabs and the scars, you know, and the gunshot wounds, the knife wounds and all that shit, man. Like, it's some real shit that we talk about. I will ask the questions that other people won't ask. So, you know, and we'll talk about that shit. But this is, you know, shit that I'm careful about statutes of limitations and shit that you're not actively doing. Like, I'm not asking what you're doing right now.
Right.
I bought a kilo of cocaine, you know, back in the 90s. I've talked about that shit. It's past the statute of limitations.
Yeah, it's 2024.
Yeah.
24 years. You know,
longer than that.
Yeah, exactly.
Longer than that. It's like 27, 28 years. Like, you know what I mean? Listen, I know I could talk. I've earned the right to talk about the dude that ripped me off for the kilo of cocaine, and I spent the $17,000. I'm allowed to monetize that and put that out there and let people know that's part of my story. And everyone who sits down is allowed to do in the same manner. You know, someone who did their prison time is allowed to talk about why they did their prison time. Exactly. They've earned that right with the most valuable thing in their life, which is their time.
So let me ask you, what was the first time where you got scrutinized because of that? What was it? ARAB? Was it like, because I watched Adam 22, right? And I'm looking at Adam 22, and they're like, "Oh, you on some Vlad TV shit?" That's what they tell Adam, and I'm sitting back like, "God damn!"
Cat Williams told that to Willie D when they just did the interview. It's like, "Okay, Vlad." He said that. He said that to Willie. Yeah.
Get out of here. Yeah. So, because you've been scrutinized with this, like, if you go to Vlad, you're going to jail.
Right.
At some point.
Or you're telling on yourself.
Or you're telling on yourself.
I mean, apart from the Keefe situation, I've never heard of that actually happening.
Right.
Just to keep it 100.
Right.
Like, I've never heard of our stuff actually being used, an interview being used against someone in a case that they actually talked about. And in my rationale for the Keefe D interview was that he wrote a fucking book.
Right.
Okay, like you wrote a book. This is I didn't find you living in Iowa somewhere and put you on, run up on you as you're going to your job and have you blurt out a bunch of shit.
But you did solve the crime. Let's just give you some.
It is what it is.
Solve the fucking crime.
Outside the Keefe interview, I've never heard that happening because I've always been very careful, and I've always, I've never asked a person what type of crimes, anything illegal they're doing right now, or within a certain amount of time that it can actually come back and bite them. I'll never talk to someone about a murder, unless of course they wrote a book about the murder.
Right.
You know what I mean? But an unsolved murder.
Yeah.
Do I know murderers? I'm sure I do. But not on camera or off camera would I ever ask them about it because there's no statute of limitations behind that.
Right.
As you could see with Keefe D,
right.
30 years later.
Wow.
So it's just one of those things, man. But I was the only one that would ask these type of questions to begin with. Everyone else, like Double XL wasn't doing that. Funkmaster Flex wasn't doing that. Sway was not doing that.
No.
Angie Martinez was not doing that. Big Boy was not doing that. That's my man. That's my neighbor. I love him, but he wasn't doing these type of interviews, and he knows it. Ralph McDaniels wasn't doing it. Ed Lover wasn't doing it. Fab Five Freddy wasn't doing it. Big Von wasn't doing it from the Bay. Like I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. I was the one that said, "Yo, I'm going to do these type of interviews, and I'm going to do it in the hip hop space." And I'm going to do it in the sports space. I'm going to do it in the crime space. I'm going to do it in the movie space if it's applicable. Now, if I'm talking to John B, I can't really ask him about the grimy shit he did because he's never really done any grimy shit. He grew up in a middle class background and he started singing. He hooked up with Babyface, and he had some hit records. The end. Like I can't ask someone about some shit that don't have nothing to do with them. But I was the one that I felt had the guts to ask those uncomfortable questions because you don't know what the fuck gonna happen. Person can walk out, person can get angry, and that comes with the art of an interview. Like I heard someone say, like, "Yo, Glad, you don't do shit. All you do is talk to people. Anybody could do that." So
it's not true.
You go and sit down in front of a stranger for 2 hours and create a exciting piece of content in real time with no do-overs, with no B-roll, with no cut, let's try it again. Like you do that. I've seen people do that and 15 minutes later, they don't know what to do. Like the interview's over. They don't know. Like to be able to maneuver, you could ask anyone anything. The most uncomfortable, private question, you could ask them if you know the craft of how to ease into that question.
Right.
It's a craft. You can't learn it in school. You can't have someone pull you aside and tell you how to do it. It's practice. This is me.
Yes.
Roughly 18 years of doing this for a living, like figuring out how to ease into a question and actually getting an answer and getting an honest answer and getting a sincere answer. And sometimes having the person cry, like earlier today with Trick Daddy. You know what I'm saying? To have a person burst into tears that you've hit them so hard, almost like a therapy session in a way.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? And nobody else was doing that.
Yeah.
And now you see a lot of people doing that.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that looked at what I was doing and said, "Okay, well, I guess you can. This isn't a taboo subject. Maybe I could do this to a certain degree." I see a lot of people that have, used bits and pieces of what I do and created dope shit out of it. And that's what we're supposed to do. There's supposed to be like a baby drink champ somewhere where someone, hey, yeah, we're going to get some liquor.
Plenty of those.
Yeah, like, I'm saying, I'm not aware of
champs everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure of it. I'm sure there's baby Vlads out, Vlad TV's out.
There's plenty of Vlads.
There's plenty of them. And that's cool. That's what we're supposed to do. As long as you're not tricking people into watching the shit. Like, it's by stealing.
I regret putting the numbers up. Like, you know how like Netflix don't put the numbers up? They just show you this is the #1 interview. Because by you putting the numbers up, somebody thought that they owed you or you owed them.
I mean, that's always going to be the case, right? Meaning that like whether there's money changing hands or not, when you sit down and do something like this, it's a business deal.
Yes.
Right? I understand that I'm going to come here and give you the most valuable thing that I own, my time, for as long as you want.
Thank you.
And you could ask me, you know,
Yes.
there are a few stipulations that we talked about, but in general, you could ask me whatever you want. And you're going to take this and you're going to monetize it.
Right.
And you're going to make money off that. And I understand that.
Yeah.
And I'm doing it for my own personal reasons. You know what I'm saying? And whatever our arrangement is our arrangement. Maybe I'm getting $1 million to do this interview. Maybe I'm doing it because I want the publicity. You know, maybe I'm doing it because of our relationship. You know what I mean? Maybe at one point I might call you and ask to do my platform.
Right.
It's a deal on some sort, whether spoken or unspoken, but coming into it, everyone pretty much understands. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I understand, like, whatever you make, right? But what happens sometimes, and especially if a person isn't where they want to be, they'll be like, all right, well, this video really made a lot for you. Why don't you break me off?
Two more other artists talking to you.
Whoever. I've had this conversation with people. You know what I mean? Like, I'll bring one up, like Riff Raff, right? Riff Raff, like I gave Riff Raff one of his early interviews. Diplo called me up. You know how we get these phone calls. You know what I mean? Diplo, Vlad, you know what I mean? I was rocking with Diplo at the time and, you know, whatever else. And he's like, yo, I just signed this artist named Riff Raff. Can you get him on your show? Oh, okay, checked him out. Okay, this dude's entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, called him up. You know,
Diplo gives you his number, you call.
Yeah, he connected us. I hit him up. He's in New York. We do the interview. It's actually kind of dope. He has this crazy personality. We take him shopping. I take him to the Gucci store and buy him some shit on camera. And, you know, it does well. It gets a whole bunch of views. I think we do another interview. And then for like, I don't know, like 7-8 years, we don't do anything. You know what I mean? We reach out a couple times. We're supposed to do some shit. He cancels last minute, whatever. Life goes on, whatever. We do this interview and he hits me up after the fact. It was like, yo, I've been hearing that you pay for, like, oh, people like Boosie, you know, I heard they be getting a bag or whatever else. You know, you need to pay me $5,000 for that interview. Like, I'm not going to give you $5,000 for that. It didn't even do well. You know what I mean? The energy was all.
The interview's out.
The interview's already out. It's right. It's already out. It didn't do well. It did relatively low numbers because he was just like really kind of wasn't the same Riff Raff. He was sort of like a little depressed and kind of more guarded, and you know, life had happened and whatever happened. It wasn't a very interesting interview, and the numbers showed it. He's like, yo, I want like $5,000. I'm like, well, man, like if we had a conversation about this ahead of time, there might have been a compensation, but we never had that conversation. All right, we'll take my shit down then. I'm not taking shit down.
Right.
Fuck that.
Right.
Came in, you signed release forms, we spent our money. I did my fucking job. You got your promotion, whatever else. And it's like that type of shit happens. People start counting your money and people start to feel like they're entitled to certain type of things and stuff like that. But that's not the agreement. You know, if this interview got 50 million views, if this became the new Cat Williams interview, I know it won't. But I'm saying if it did, I'm not going to call you and ask you for a check.
Right.
I can guarantee you that.
Right.
100%.
No, but when was it at that moment where you realized that, holy shit, I have to like kind of like monetize this whole situation?
Meaning what?
Meaning
from the beginning, he was
like from the beginning, you knew once you interview somebody, you needed.
All right, look. So before Vlad TV was DVDs, right? Like I told you.
Yeah, you said it earlier.
I would interview people. I'd get unreleased music videos. I'd do other wild shit, you know, and try to compete with Smacks of the world and the Fendis of the world and so forth. I'd be putting out the DVDs, but DVDs are going away. And I'd have to put out more DVDs the next month to try to make the same money that I did the previous month. And it's, I'd just gone through this shit with mixtapes, so it's really fucking frustrating. And, I'm struggling financially. And then YouTube came around. And I'm like, yo, you mean to tell me that I could shoot the same content that I'm doing on DVDs. I could put it out on YouTube. And when other sites, and if the content is intriguing enough, and you have the blogs, the Now Rights, and the On-Sites, and the Complexes, and the World Stars, and anything else like that, you mean to tell me that if they then embed this video and do an article about it, then I will get their views. I will monetize through their fan base. Ding, like the light bulb went off. I stopped DJing. I love DJing clubs. Like I did tours in Australia, in Europe, in the Middle East, in Japan. Like I'm not going to say I was, Kid Capri or anything else like that, but I was, touring around and doing my thing. I love you. Do you DJ though?
Nah.
Not at all? You, of course, DJ. So you understand the thrill of DJing and
it's like a drug.
It's a drug, right? I had to go cold turkey and put that drug aside. No more DJing. No more mixtapes. Whatever hustling shit I was doing on the side had to be put aside. It was like, yo, this is
Start
it.
the blog?
What's that?
To start the blog?
To start the YouTube channel.
The YouTube
channel. The YouTube channel.
Who the fuck tells you that? Who else?
Well, YouTube introduced its partner program in 2008. Before then, it was just like TikTok. Free for all. You put up shit and you get some views, whatever.
Partner program?
Partner program, which was monetized.
Right.
Yeah. So 2008, it turned into a real business.
Okay.
And you get paid off of the views. They run ads through the YouTube channel.
Okay.
And the more views, the more ads, the more revenue. You're paying with your eyeballs, like Leo likes to say.
Your Complex thing had nothing to do with your YouTube, or did it?
Long story. I don't want to comment on that right now. But I saw the vision of it. I'm like, this is what I've been trying to do with the DVD shit, but this is what I've been waiting for technologically, to be able to put it out and have it be and monetize it forever.
Right.
And be able to grow it, and you understand the snowball effect of, okay, and every day I'm going to drop a new clip, and then the old clip.
Like compound interest.
It's compound interest,
Right.
exactly. Compound interest, or a snowball, as Warren Buffett likes to say. I just saw the vision of it all. I'm like, okay, and this is how I'm going to build a catalog and so forth, and then over time, okay, and then I can have, as opposed to finding a new person to interview every week, I can have the regular guests to come in, like basically what the news stations do, the pundits, to come in and talk about current events. Right. You know what I mean? Which is what all the big dogs do.
Personalities got to be real personalities.
Got to be real personalities. This is why Boosie's a real personality.
He's a real personality.
Tony Yayo is a real personality. TK Kirkland is a real personality.
Well, let me give all three of those people, they're real people.
Yeah.
Boosie, Tony Yayo, and TK Kirkland, they're real people.
Yes.
So, all right, continue.
And then, you build the business from there, man. You build it out. You realize it can't just be you. You got to reinvest the money and so forth. But it was always like, all the years have been building up to what YouTube, the opportunity that I saw on YouTube up to that point. Kind of like how Ray Kroc found McDonald's later in life.
Yeah.
He knew, he had been trying to sell milkshake machines and he knew the overall business. But when he saw McDonald's, he knew this is what I've been waiting for, and this is what I'm going to utilize all my skill sets. You know what I mean? Because all the years of being a DJ and forming the relationship with people, and me and you knew, kind of ran in. We didn't know each other, but we had run into each other during my DVD days. I think you were on some of my DVDs.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's easier to talk to you because I've already met you before. And you know me probably from my mixtapes and everything I've been doing for all those years.
Right.
So from 2002 to 2008, for 6 years, I was trying to find my way.
Right.
Full time.
Right.
And it was like, all right, I was 34 at the time. It's time to be serious. I'm not going to be the 50-year-old DJ still trying to get gigs. and depending on that shit, because it's a hard fucking life. And shout out to all the DJs that are going through this right now, because it's hard. I've been there. You know what I mean? Like, there's no loyalty in this shit. They'll get a new DJ for a third of the price to do the same shit you're doing and not give a fuck. You know, or they'll get a fucking model, an Instagram model, to go DJ, pay her 10 times the amount.
Right. Is that why you don't DJ no more?
Huh?
Because the Instagram.
I mean,
model
I was the transition to digital. I didn't adapt too well to it. I was heavy on the vinyl, and that to me was like a culture in its own. I used to take all my records to the club, which was bad on my back and my friends' backs.
That's a chiropractic bill along with that, yeah.
So yeah, I didn't.
back.
I want to give you the opportunity because you said something that I feel like you might rephrase it.
Okay.
You said that you feel that your impact is bigger than the Source magazine and XXL. And
I didn't say that.
You said something like that.
No. What I said, listen.
Because I know what you mean. You mean in terms of like the technology today.
Right now.
Right.
My reach.
That's what I'm saying.
And my impact
you might want to
right now in 2024, which is undeniable.
Right.
Now, did the Source make a massive impact?
And what they meant culturally.
And what they meant culturally at the time. And what 5 mics meant.
Right.
And what Unsigned Hype meant. And them just really being the only, the Bible of hip hop and everything else like that. Would I ever deny the importance of that? Of course not. That's stupid.
Well, that's
XXL, like they took the torch.
Yep.
And they really kind of eclipsed the Source. And, as the Source really kind of went down the tubes, XXL became the important media voice in hip hop.
Right.
Like that's where Jay-Z, I think the first XXL cover was Jay-Z.
I'm not sure.
I bought it at Barnes & Noble. I'd buy every issue.
Right.
Like I'm not just speaking out my ass, like just saying like, oh, who are those guys? I never heard of them. No. I know exactly who they are. But what I'm saying is that in 2024, if you ask 100,000 people who are hip hop fans on any level, have you seen something recently from Vlad TV, The Source, or XXL?
No, 100%. I know what you mean, and you know what you mean.
90% of the people would say Vlad TV in 2000.
But someone else might not understand exactly what you mean and think of it as blasphemous the way you said it. So I just wanted to give
it's cool. Like they all came before me. Ralph McDaniels came before me. Ed and Dre came before me. Fab Five Freddy came before me. They're all legends. They're all people I brought to my platform.
And because without a lot of what they did, we wouldn't be here today.
I'm supposed to interview Elliott Wilson.
Right.
I've interviewed Dave Mays and Benzino. I mean,
so
really, I've shown homage to all these guys. Like I said, me and Elliott spoke recently. We just haven't gotten around to it yet. But all these guys I'm talking about, I have brought on my platform and gave them their flowers and everything else like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not downplaying their contribution, but it's not their time right now.
Right.
It's not their time right now. Their time is past.
For sure.
And can they bring something out of the ashes? Who knows? But it hasn't happened in the last 10, 15 years.
Right.
Is all I'm saying.
Right.
And they should, Ozone Magazine, another one. Yes, in the
Shout out
South.
Julia Beverly.
In the South, they were innovators, and they could be bigger than Vlad TV and Drink Champs right now, easy.
Yeah.
But they didn't. She fumbled the ball.
Go ahead. Your whole thoughts, I ain't gonna lie, your whole shit is in your face.
Yeah.
Everybody, you are thinking about mad chicks.
To me, and this is an example of that right here as we're speaking. I've always felt like we will win by fucking with each other, by all of us in this space, in this hip hop media space, sports media space, everything else like that. If we all fuck with each other.
You mean that in a positive way?
In a positive way.
Negative fucking with.
We fuck with each other. Like we share resources. Right. I can call you up when I have a question. I put you on when there's an opportunity. There's someone I want to talk to, someone you want to talk to. I've been doing this longer than on the YouTube space, longer than anybody. So there are certain insights I have. Willie called me and asked me a few YouTube questions. I'm like, us on the weekend. Let's work on it and let me see what I can figure out based on what I see. You know, I mean, we should all work together and fuck with each other. And I've seen time and time again how everyone wins. And when the new media guys show up, like the academics, like the Adam 22, like the Sean Cotton, you know, like all these guys I reach out to and I embrace, like the Math Hoffas, when he started doing media, and I go on their show.
My brother Math Hoffa.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I go on their show when they ask me, and I ask them to come on my show, and they, you know, and then if there's deals in the works, we all fuck with each other. And it really is disappointing when I see people in my space just try to beef with me. Right. And I think about all the opportunities that we're both losing by being that way.
Right.
And you know, us not speaking with each other, I'm like, it's disappointing. Like I know that I could benefit from just having an open line of communication with Nori. Yeah. He could benefit from having open communication with me. Yep. You know what I mean? Like just the other day, they hit me up. Stephen A. Smith's people hit me up. Yeah. Like, yo, we want to use part of your John Sally interview on our show. You mean First Take? No, not First Take. Our YouTube channel, which is just not very big. Right. You know, the clips are getting a few thousand views. I'm like, all right, well, have Stephen call me. Mm. I would like to have him on my show, but, you know, I'm not saying I'm demanding it, but, you know, have him call me. We'll set up a line of communication and you can use my footage. I'm cool with that. You know, that'll be our barter. And, you know, let's talk. And there's certain things you trying to push or I'm trying to push, whatever. And if it makes sense for us to do shit with each other, cool. They chose not to do that. So I chose not to let them use my footage. And these are the disappointing moments for me in my space, because it's like, we're all doing this and we miss opportunities. So when I see other media outlets that hate on me, whatever, it's just like, it hurts me, and I know and it's hurting them at the same time. And it's just overall just like a disappointment, which is why I've always felt like, let me just find the opportunity to reach back out to Nori and open up the line of communication. It took about a year for us to get to this point. You know what I mean?
You gave me one of my best compliments ever, man. I'm be honest, me and you were really, 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 really close. And by the way, I still feel like we were really close. I feel like we didn't miss nothing.
Right.
Like me personally. Personally.
Because we weren't actively beefing with each other.
We didn't got nothing to beef about.
Yeah, you said a few things.
But you said to me one day, said to me, yo, what y'all doing, you did more than a magazine did in 5 years, in 1 year. And that was one of the most best compliments I ever had. I don't want to say who, because I don't know if you have a relationship. But I was like, oh, shit. And then what happened was, this is what I think happened. And you correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. Me and you had CBS. And then Vlad said, yo, hook me up with CBS.
Right.
And I said, yo, EFN has a relationship because, and I said this because I didn't want to have a relationship with anybody at CBS because I wanted.
He didn't even want to sign the contract. I had to clean it up. They're looking at me.
So
crazy.
I was like, but I had to sign it. In my opinion, just hear me out. In my opinion, he's looking like, you're my friend. Why are you sending me to EFN? Hear me out. No. Why are you sending me to EFN? And what I'm trying to tell you is, Vlad, I'm on a robbery mission. But I can't say it because I'm like, yo, just let EFN, because EFN is dealing, right, with CBS.
Yeah, we did that deal through Crazy Hood.
Yeah, through Crazy Hood. I got nothing kind of to deal with it. But Vlad is my friend. So he's like,
well, but just to be clear, not because I wanted to, because you didn't want to get involved.
Yes. And I had tax problems, sir.
I'm just saying. So people are going to be like, damn.
So I couldn't technically be on paper. I had to let,
right.
You know, I don't know.
I mean, you didn't have to explain it. We just did what we did.
So when Vlad hit me and I was like, damn, can you go through EFN? He's like, yo, you my friend. Right? I could tell. And he was like, yo, you my friend. Why would I go through EFN? And I was just like, I couldn't explain to you at the time, like, I'm going through tax problems, I'm going through all this, and EFN is running the ship. So you probably thought, well, man, who
Yeah, no, I remember this whole incident. Yeah, and listen, I have OCD, so I get overly focused on shit that I need to just let go sometimes.
Right.
So I get overly focused on one particular thing, thinking this might potentially be a business opportunity, and I sometimes overdo it with people and come on too heavy. And he followed up with me, but that kind of came and went. Really, it was the argument over me drinking on Drink Champs that escalated.
Yeah, that was the last part.
That was the last part.
That was the last part.
Because me and you became cool after that. We got over that, and then
I asked you, I was like, "Yo, Vlad, come on." He was like, "But do we really got to drink?" And I was like, "Vlad, come on, man, you're okay." Like, just so you know, Vlad, man, I'm gonna be honest, and we'll address everything else, but we appreciate what you bring to the game, what you brung to the game, how you added on to the game. And I understand that there's a lot of people who, okay, you addressed it earlier, because you're white. So people think, oh, you didn't add on to the culture. No, that's a certain sector of people.
Right.
Drink Champs is not that.
I know that. I've always known that.
Look, I don't know if you know, we didn't set this up, but there's every nationality here. We are the United Nations. And let me tell you something, Vlad. As a person that I miss, as a person that I friend, my family, I missed you, bro.
Yeah.
And I want you to know that the same way you gave me your platform, I want you to know that this is your platform, brother. You understand?
Yeah.
You understand?
Hey, man, listen, I've always wanted to do this, you know, and our back and forth was dumb.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it was like, I'll do it, but I'm not going to drink. And it's like, well, but that's the aesthetic. It's like, well, I ain't going to do it. It's like, well, Puffy got more money than you. He drank. And I'm like, why are we talking about money? It's like, oh, you rich now. You don't feel you got to give back. And the conversation's getting dumber and dumber. And it's like, all right, fuck this. You know, and it's just like, it's like 2 5-year-olds. Like, you know what I mean?
It's immature.
Yeah, it's immaturity. It's immaturity. And as I'm explaining this to someone else, and I'm saying this out loud, and I'm realizing how stupid I sound as I'm explaining this as a grown man to another grown man, I say, hey, you go your fucking call. I gotta reach out and apologize. And you know, if he's ready to talk, then he'll be ready.
You gotta sip. You gotta sip. It doesn't count if you don't sip.
It doesn't count. Okay.
Yes,
boom.
yes. Come on.
Let me apologize for my part, because he's just, man, he's asking me to be on the show. You know what I'm saying?
And by the way, you've
been on my show, so the answer's always been yes.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like, let me apologize on my behalf. And it took about a year to get to this point. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think you're ready to get on the phone at that point. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, I congratulated you again recently. And then we got on FaceTime and boom, we posted the picture publicly. And yeah, I said, next time in Miami.
God damn it.
I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here.
But honestly, you know, our show is really about giving people their flowers. And I'm going to be honest. You're one of the very first people I wanted to give flowers.
Really?
Because, you know, I always talk about this when I was in hip hop, purgatory. Purgatory, a lot of people don't know what purgatory is. Purgatory is in between heaven and hell.
Yeah.
And in between that time, I did Vlad TV repeatedly.
Yeah, facts. And it did numbers.
And one of the biggest, let's address this motherfucker. One of the biggest, for me, not, I don't know, for your platform, is when I talked about walking through those doors.
The Illuminati, yeah.
Oh my God. I can't open up my phone without somebody saying, Nori might have walked through the doors again. Do people ask you, do you walk through those doors?
Yeah, sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, like, people think I'm, you know, like people think I'm paid to push certain agendas and
like,
you know, like I got a booster shot recently, like a vaccine booster shot, you know, and I felt it was important, you know, because I was seeing people around me get COVID and get really sick. So I'm like, all right, let me get a booster. And I posted kind of my, you know, for 3 days how I was feeling, because, you know, there's a little bit of soreness and stuff like that. And people think I'm being paid by Pfizer to do this shit. And
Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, or or Fauci's paying me, or Moderna, or whatever else, man. Or I'm being paid by Israel for my views, or somehow there's someone in my pocket. Yeah, I'm an agent of chaos, that type of thing. I'm a cop. I'm a Fed. Yeah, man. It comes to the territory. Right. Everyone. It's always interesting to me when I bring on a new guest, one who has an opinionated one, and seeing the hate that they get.
Right.
Because everyone has their own version of hate. Like when I brought up, with Jason from Hollywood Unlocked, he was on my show. I got to see all the gay hate.
Right.
I'm like, oh shit! Like, there's really some really homophobic people out here that are willing to call him the F word and really hate this dude. Like, or D.L. Hughley has his army of haters. It's like, I thought everyone loves D.L. Hughley. Like, but everyone has their army of haters.
Right.
And it just comes when you're affecting millions of people. It just comes. That's part of the package. It's the army of haters that come with your fans, right? You got your haters. Regardless of what people think, there's never been a single time in life that someone said I've recorded them without them knowing. I've had my phone calls recorded with people and put out on some fuck shit.
Right.
But I've never, Like, if I record, like, let's say I interview, like, when I interview R. Kelly in jail, like, I'll be like, I'll press the button, beep, it'll say this phone call being recorded. I'll say, okay, so we're recording this phone call. They're like, all right, cool. So if anyone ever says anything, be like, all right, here you go. Like, we're recording it. You're wearing a mic. This is all on the up and up. You know exactly what's going to happen once the cameras turn on. And that's important in this business, not to think that you're sneaking people or whatever else. You have to have a certain level of integrity. When Las Vegas PD, they called me like a dozen times asking me for the raw footage for that Keefe interview. I always said no.
Okay, you gotta calm down. Okay. Is it after the first interview or the second interview?
They wanted all the footage.
Okay.
Well, he got arrested after the second interview. Not after.
Second interview.
Yeah, well, I mean, like months after the second interview.
So, how does your phone ring? Does it say 73? What is it? What is Las Vegas area code?
It's Las Vegas.
732?
No, that's Jersey.
Could they subpoena the footage from her?
I don't think so. So they're calling. It's Las Vegas. They're leaving voicemails. Hey, this is Detective so-and-so from Las Vegas PD. Please give me a call. Not saying what it's for. I'm like, I know what this is for.
They're kind of mad at you because you solved their case.
Yeah,
Makes it nice. You solved their case.
So they're calling, and then they start leaving the voicemail saying what they want, which is the raw footage. They start sending me emails. And I'm like, I'm not cooperating with this shit.
Okay, let me ask you. Yeah. Are you obligated to give them the raw footage?
No.
That's what I was just
You're
asking.
not.
Subpoena.
No. They could try to get a subpoena, but then
it's not
even a jurisdiction thing. It's just you have a freedom of the press situation.
Right, but there's been cases like the feds have tried to.
The feds have tried to get my footage in the past and have failed. Yeah.
Wow. And legally.
Legally.
This is fire.
Like, didn't it come out?
I've talked about this. The Jimmy Henchman situation. Jimmy Henchman did an interview with me, and we talked. And a lot of times when I do interviews, I zone out. I'm thinking about the next question. I'm not carefully paying attention to every detail because I'm thinking about what I'm going to ask next because it's all real time. What's happening, especially someone over a jail phone, which you have a limited situation with. So we talk about, he briefly touches on his case. We talk about the Tupac allegations, whatever. And he explains to me how he's about to have an appeal trial, because he's triple lifer or something like that. Next day, so we put it out. Next day he calls me. He's like, hey, my lawyer asked me to take it down. I'm like, all right, cool. I got you.
Because his lawyer seen the actual interview? Okay. Yeah.
He's seen the interview. Well, he listened to it because it's audio, right?
Okay.
He says to take it down. So I take it down. So it's over. or so I think.
Oh shit.
So then, like 6 months later or something, I get a call from the Justice Department. It was like, yo, we need this footage. I'm like, nah, you can't have this footage. Well, you'd already put it out, so we have the right to have it. Like, well, I'm not giving it to you. Well, we're going to put you on the stand. Well, then you'll have to speak to my lawyer then. Then
Wait,
this conversation's now over.
If you pulled it off, they didn't have no evidence of that footage?
Well, when it comes to evidence, you kind of have to get the originals.
Right, you have to get it from the source.
Right?
Wow.
Because you could tamper shit. You could play partial shit. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have... Shit could be edited, shit could be cut. You could play a small part of something and make it look a certain type of way, but you have to submit the whole thing as evidence, so when it gets played to the jury, they can hear the whole thing. You know?
But didn't the Twitter files expose that the feds had a deal with Facebook to get access to stuff?
I don't know about all that. All I can speak about is what I know.
This is
what I know. This is what I know. This is my story. Says this is the only thing I can really tell. So I lawyered up, and then they're like, "Well, we're gonna subpoena him." It's like, "Well, no, because this is whatever." Well, he put it up, blah blah. We found out that there was a copy floating around on Instagram, like a small copy, like a small low quality copy floating around on Instagram that they had. That they're trying to get the original shit, and ultimately they weren't able to get it. They wouldn't get the who's the head of the government. The head district attorney in the federal government has to sign off on shit like this, and he wouldn't sign off on it. So I spent like
state attorney.
No, but it's a federal. The federal, the chief attorney, whatever his name was, Mitchell, I think was at the time, and this was a very important situation because this would have set a legal precedent of how things are moving forward. Because then it's like, if people push it up and take it down, they can legally, oh, well, look at this Vlad TV case. Now we could, whatever you ever put up, even for 1 second, we could seize it.
Right.
Because if you keep it to yourself, you're allowed to protect your sources as a media outlet. This is very important. This is some of the, what American society is built on in terms of freedom of the press. You know, you've been to places like Dubai.
Yeah.
You can't say fuck the government in Dubai.
No, you cannot.
They'll lock you the fuck up for 5 years.
On your Instagram.
On your Instagram.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah, seriously.
You will get 5 years. I'm putting this number out there, but I'm sure it's somewhere near
Might
there.
be more.
It might be 10 years.
My friend, he got sentenced to life.
For what?
Cocaine.
Right. Well,
I mean, I didn't want to go there.
yeah.
Go ahead.
But what's his name? Fredo, the UK rapper, just got 5 years for marijuana, even though he had a marijuana card in the UK or whatever else. Dubai said, we don't give a fuck about that marijuana card. There ain't no marijuana here.
That's right.
You can't get a card for that shit here. 5 years.
Let's take a shot.
Yeah.
We'll get a shot.
You know what I'm saying? So.
Damn, why my shot is way more bigger than him?
That has to be your ice.
It's the ice. It's the ice factor. You want it down.
Yeah, that's the ice.
No,
now it's the ice.
You gotta relax.
Look, now.
Yeah, man. So ultimately, they weren't able. They didn't get the sign off on the footage. Jimmy goes to court and he loses his appeal. And he didn't know about what I did until years later. Now, do me and Jimmy have a relationship? No, not really. But you know, do me and Jefe have a relationship? Somewhat, but not really. But I'm gonna always try to protect. If you come on my show, I will try to legally protect you to the best of my ability.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Jefe interview's out. I can't do nothing about that shit. Me taking it down is not gonna change nothing. You know what I mean? That's already out there. But if there's anything on my raw footage, which I don't think so, but let's just say there is, I'm not cooperating.
But at any point when Jefe was interviewing Jefe, he was like, damn, I just...
Well,
it
wasn't really that. It was like, once you put that book out there, it just is what it is at this point.
But the book,
I wasn't trying to put Jefe in prison. I wasn't trying to help Las Vegas PD solve their case. I was trying to tell the story because I remember hearing about Orlando Anderson around 2007. You know, one of my friends who happened to be a Crip in LA said, yeah, Orlando Anderson was the shooter and we know him and rah, 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 rah. And then I've always, you know, Tupac is if not my favorite rapper. No, it's my favorite rapper. Let me just not even
Let's
bullshit.
throw that out there.
Yeah, Tupac is my
So
favorite.
you want to solve the murder?
Tupac is my favorite rapper, and I wanted to put the real story out there. Tupac is not living in Cuba. He's not, this rapper that kind of looks like him. He's not in India somewhere, he's not on Mars. Like, he passed away, and it was very sad.
Tragic, yeah.
And the most obvious thing is what actually happened. You go and beat up someone who killed 2 people recently. I just interviewed Robert Ladd, Compton PD gang unit, who was trying to, had tried to indict Orlando Anderson on 2 different murders.
Wow.
2 people died, and Orlando was right there in the mix on both of those murders. This guy was willing to pull out a gun and shoot you. That's what he did. I don't care no matter how much I talk to the Mob Jameses of the world, and all the dudes who love Tupac, who hate Orlando, and nobody said Orlando was a punk or he was a fake gangster or he wasn't about that shit. Orlando was a hitter. That's what the fuck he did. He shot people and he killed people. And that's how he died, in the middle of a fucking shootout in a triple murder at a gas station over a drug deal, over someone owing him some money. Yeah. And this is what happened. Tupac went and stomped out somebody who was extremely dangerous.
So that's what you believe Tupac's demise is?
Yeah, 100%.
1,000,000%, because you solved Tupac murder. So you're gonna say the Tupac, how it happened. You're saying that 1,000,000% he should not have touched Orlando.
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not.
So what's the story that you leading up to him even approaching Orlando that you know?
It was a chain snatcher.
Right. The chain snatcher
not
at the mall.
At the mall. Yeah. With God. I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm smoking and drinking. The fuck was his name? Guys, look this up real quick, just because I feel stupid. And my phone's dead. Can someone look it up? The Lakewood Mall. It was Lakewood Mall fight, death row chain. Lakewood Mall, death row chain. It was a guy who got jumped for his death row chain. He was the one that told Pac that Orlando was one of the dudes involved.
And that's where Vegas is.
Trayvon Lane, boom. Okay, so during the whole, bad boy death row beef, bunch of Southside guys who were somewhat affiliated with Bad Boy saw Trayvon Lane at the mall wearing a death row chain and they jumped him and tried to take his chain. Whether they took the chain or not, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so we're saying these are Crips,
Southside Crips. Bunch of Southside Crips jump on Trayvon Lane, who's a mob Pyru, who's down with death row. It's part of the death row.
This is the 1,000,000%.
This is what happens. I know Trayvon.
Okay.
We'll eventually do an interview.
Okay.
Me and him have been talking for like 5 years. Mm-hmm. Eventually he'll do it.
Continue.
Probably. He got, he claimed the chain was a snatch. Doesn't matter. He got jumped. Bunch of dudes tried to jump on him and take his death row chain. So after the Mike Tyson fight, Trayvon, Tupac, Suge, Buntry, rest in peace, and some other Bloods like Neckbone and so forth are all in the MGM lobby, and Trayvon looks over and says, "That's one of the dudes that jumped me." And Tupac instantly makes a beeline by himself to him.
That's why you see him walking by himself.
Punches,
the Versace shirt on.
Yeah. Makes a beeline right to Orlando, punches
What's
him.
a beeline? I don't know what that means.
I mean, he walks straight at him.
Okay.
By himself.
Okay, continue.
Even though he got a group of big monsters with him.
Right.
He ran straight at Trayvon. And Tupac went straight at Orlando Anderson, punched him, and then everyone else followed him, and then they started to kick him while he was down. And this footage is publicly released. So we've all seen this a million times. and then started the retaliation process.
Right. So you see this footage. You know this footage. We all know this footage.
Yeah.
What the fuck makes you say, Keefe D? I know we covered that earlier. The fuck makes you say, I want to revisit this?
He's the only living person in the car.
After you read the book?
Yeah. Well, after the audio, the Greg Kading audio footage comes out, he's talking about
the police.
The other 3 people are dead.
Okay.
Orlando gets killed in the parking lot, triple murder shootout. Big Dre,
the big guy,
the fat dude, has health complications and just dies of being in bad health.
There's one other guy.
He gets killed in a random shootout in Chief Keef's weed shop in LA.
Did you say what? Chief Keef what?
Chief Keef had a dispensary in LA.
Oh, Chicago?
Chief Keef from Chicago, who's living in LA. Chief Keef doesn't go to Chicago anymore, if you notice. He left Chicago and never came back. He's been living in Calabasas in the LA area ever since. So he starts a dispensary. Now he's working there at the counter. It just happens to be a dispensary that he
owns,
partially owns, or owns completely, or they license his like this, or who the fuck knows. But it's a dispensary associated with Chief Keef. A shootout happens and the third person dies. Nothing to do with Tupac or Orlando or anything like that. It's just a random, wrong place, wrong time situation. So Keefe is the last person that's actually alive that could tell the story from a first person point of view.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Doing an interview is fantastic. I'll see you later. Yeah, go continue. Sir.
Yeah. So this is the only person.
But you knew that you knew that Keefe D was, this is it.
Yeah. This is it.
All right.
There's really no disputing this part. This is the uncle.
Orlando's gone.
Orlando's gone. He has audio of confessing it. He is the actual uncle of Orlando. And then he wrote a book. It ties it all together. Like you'd be very hard pressed to try to say.
But I gotta be a devil advocate because the book was out and they didn't give a fuck. What made you say, I want to interview you again?
Oh, you mean the second interview?
Second interview, exactly.
Well, at that point, he had done a bunch of interviews. So it's like
it wasn't Vlad,
right? But at that point, it was just sort of a fill in the blank situation. Everything had essentially been discussed. Like I said, I don't think anyone really cares about the second interview. It's just really about the first interview. You know, but it was like, all right, well, this dude's still doing interviews. You know, and you know, people have commented on, you know, Boosie's commented on him, Mike Tyson's commented on him, like, you know what I mean? Like, well, let's see what he got to say. Like he letting his nuts hang, like, all right, let's have a conversation about it. I didn't think that law enforcement cared. It'd been because between my first interview and the arrest, it was 4 years.
Okay, so let me ask you, where was you at when they said they arrested Keefe D? And did you feel, it's 2-part questions. One, where you was at, and then 2, did you feel like, oh, I finally?
No.
Okay.
Nah. I didn't even like. Now you gotta understand, like he got arrested. I'm like, I didn't really think much of it. I almost thought like, okay, well, this is just a horse and pony show. They're gonna get him to sign a plea deal and give him a time served, and they can say that, you know, say that he was part of it.
Yeah,
they solved the case. He's gonna go on, and he's an old man. He's 62 years old. They just want to close the case on the books and call it a day. And it didn't, because the point wasn't for him to be arrested. Like it wasn't my point to. I didn't talk to Las Vegas PD or LAPD. Like, you know what I mean? I'm still not talking to them, so I wouldn't be talking to them then. And I didn't realize how big it is until like people like Pierce Morgan started reaching out to me and wanted me to do interviews on their plane. He's like the biggest interviewer of like Europe, you know, and like, and then like NBC News and like, you know, it was just like all these people wanted to speak to me about that when I started understanding the gravity of what was happening. But it's just one of those. I mean, I interviewed Tupac's rape accuser, Ayanna Jackson. And, you know, that was the first time she's ever been on video. So, you know, it's not like I'm a Tupac super fan and I'm just going to advocate, you know, and bury everything else. Like, nah, like, he was like all of us, man. He had his shining moments and he had his embarrassments, you know, and he had his wrong decisions. I'm a dumb shit to be done at 23. You know, that the world didn't get to see. You know, how many bad decisions, you know, when it came to women have we made that, you know, ultimately just wasn't end up being a big deal that could have been, you know, like Darryl Strawberry, he told me yesterday, he said, you could pick your sins, but you can't pick your consequences.
Mm. That's a good one.
You could choose to do what you want to do. You could do all the fucked up, you could do the drugs and you could do the crimes and you could do the lies and the stealing. You choose what you do, but you don't know what's going to happen after you do them. That's not up to you anymore. It's not your choice. That will be up to other people to decide how they're going to deal with what you've done.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the reality of it, man. That's the reality. And
Come right back.
So what do you think the next iteration, or is there for you moving like 10 years ahead of now?
Like,
do you see yourself changing formats, changing styles?
It's already changing. Like the biggest clip of last year was the Boosie House tour.
Right.
Did you see that at all?
No, I didn't.
It was a tour of his 88-acre estate.
Like bringing back like MTV Crib style?
Like that, yeah.
Okay.
We did. It was 3.5 million views.
So
just that one 20-minute piece. You know what I'm saying? Not you could add up the pieces together. It's even more than that. But I'm saying just that one single piece is the biggest single piece of the year. It was that. But with that came LeVar Ball house tour. It came DJ Envy's car collection. You know, we just did Dion Dawkins' house and his yacht. You know what I'm saying?
So you discovered a whole new lane.
I just did one of my favorite barbecue spots. Right. You know, Bloodstone's Barbecue. You know, where I got to go and actually get on camera and you know, I'm like a lifetime foodie, so I actually get to like.
And it seems like you can't do no wrong in this lane that you're describing right now.
Well, I mean, you know, you could always have shit that doesn't react. You know,
I mean, in terms of people criticizing the content.
Yeah, but it's not about the criticism, man. Right. It's not about. Like I don't do it for that. Like I know, for example, you know, I do a lot of, you know, I've always been a big proponent of stock investing, right? So when I put out clips, you know, I had like a Vlad stock series, like a 9 or 10 part series where I break down stock investing and I talk about different, you know, just the different things that I've used in terms of what I've found to be successful and so forth. And all through the comments, yo, man, we love you. Yo, more content like this. You're the best. You know, oh, yo, this is transformative. Like I can create videos that all they have is positive comments.
Right.
It's so easy to do. But that's not what the business is about. It's not about trying to give myself a pat on the shoulder. Like, fuck that. Like, I know what it is. You know, if a video has 90% negative comments, that's fine. As long as what we're doing is important. You know what I mean? Is in terms of what the strength of the content. You know, I mean, you think people want to hear, you think all the Tupac fans, and there's a lot of them, you think they want to hear about Ayanna Jackson talking about how, you know, she came to see Tupac and ended up having sex with 2 other dudes and she was never with that. And You know what I mean? And things went very left. And Tupac was like, "Get this bitch out my face." And you know what I'm saying? Like Tupac fans don't want to hear this shit. I know it's going to be like a bunch of negative shit, but this is an important story. And that's why like we are changing. You know, I was saying about how the biggest clip was the Boosie house tour. You know, that was the biggest clip of last year. You know, and we're doing house shit, we're doing car shit, we're doing restaurant shit. You know, I was actually supposed to do Trick Daddy's restaurant, but then he didn't show up at the restaurant, so we just didn't want to do the restaurant without him. So you know what I mean? What we're doing
Sundays.
Sundays, exactly. We ate there with the fried ribs.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
but
I love it.
I would love to be like the Robert Leach, you know, of 2000.
You get the good Audemars on.
Royal Oak offshore. You're a watch guy, I see. You know, you got the Richard Mille.
I mean,
You know what
I got a couple.
You got a few Audemars. You got the AP. The Patek. You got the Patek on.
I got every.
You know, we got nice, watch collection.
And we taking the picture.
You build them up. You build them up. I had to wear something nice.
Yes,
for Drink Champs. I had to show out.
Well, salute, motherfucker.
I had to look
Black
nice.
motherfucking TV. Make some fucking. Hold on. No more shot, Jamie.
What Shaqiri needs to do is obey the rules.
these hot takes. Nah.
Obey the image.
Nah.
Runners, obey the pressure.
Nah. Thirst quenching, but never thirsty. Obey your thirst, Sprite.
Check this out. This is one of my dreams. I'm doing big right now. It's great chance. We're going here and
And that's what it felt like that. Like, y'all were just working.
That's something good.
They got more regulated shirts?
Yeah.
What it good be? Opening with the this your boy NRE. What up? It's DJ EFN. This Military Crazy Raw Radio. Drink Champs Happy Hour. Make some noise! And when me and EFN started this show, we always said we wanted to dedicate this show to the legends of legends. We wanted to dedicate this to icons, to tycoons, to people who have stood the test of time. I'm looking at this brother right now. This brother looking like he's 14 years old. He's been dominated. He's wrote, produced, owned music. The brother of a legendary, never leaned on the fact that he's the brother of his. He's been holding his own ground, on tour right now, kicking monkey foot motherfuckers through their face.
Oh, yeah.
West Coast is in the building. We are celebrating 50 years of hip hop, and I couldn't see no better way to celebrate the West Coast version of the hip hop with my brother, motherfucking Rory, motherfucking G.
Long Beach in the building.
Now, Snoop just performed at the 50th anniversary of hip hop.
That was
although,
great.
let me just be clear, because although that was like one of the official parties of 50th anniversary of hip hop in Yankee Stadium, this wasn't the only party.
one, right.
There's a whole bunch of, because I listened to Charlamagne the God this morning, and I want to ask you this question. And he was saying that, some people in the South felt slighted, some people in the West felt slighted, some people in the Midwest felt slighted.
Yeah.
But sometimes, like, when I see an icon like Snoop, to me, Snoop represents the whole West Coast, even though he probably doesn't, like, to everyone else. I'm sure Mag 10, I saw Dub C, I saw Ice Cube would have wanted to participate as well. But I think that's what the the gatekeepers make a mistake. Like they'll have Flow Rider and think that Flow Rider will represent the whole Florida, or the whole South.
Not repping the diversity of
Because I think they tried. I think with Hip Hop 50, the Yankee Stadium, people tried to do was try to include everybody that they had connections to.
Yeah,
right. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm sorry, that's a long ass question.
Hey, no,
but how do you feel about the Hip Hop 50?
Well,
and,
Charlemagne had a really good solution for it.
Yeah.
But it was dope the way it was done, you know, there at the Yankee Stadium. His solution, it was a good solution. He said, you know, let's keep it moving.
Right.
And then the South do a special 50-year reunion for the South. I like that. The West Coast do a 50-year thing for the West Coast, birthday for the West Coast. Just like, you know, just everybody doing it. So it's one, you know, so everybody can feel good about it and say, okay, we did that. But even though all you motherfuckers is well respected and you are counted with this 50 years of hip hop.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't go. I couldn't go, right? I was obligated to a couple of other things. But I was looking at the footage and the what's that word? Camaraderie. Like, you know what? That was the first time, I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is real talk. We are taught sometimes to look at a person and say, oh, that's homie from the West Coast.
Yeah.
That was the first time I was like, look at how hip-hop is. I didn't say West Coast. I didn't say East Coast. I didn't say black. I didn't say Puerto Rican. I was just like, look, I just looked at hip-hop. And I was like on Kane Instagram. I'm on Snoop. I'm on everyone's Instagram. And I'm looking and I'm like, I was a kid.
For the
and at
culture
that moment, I didn't feel black. I felt hip-hop.
All right.
I didn't feel like a race. I felt like, and it was just so dope. It was even dope to hear Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons called me at 4 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, they forgetting DJ Hollywood. And I'm like, you're the only person.
Oh, yeah. That's big. Yeah,
you heard about DJ Hollywood?
Yeah, that was big to bring him out there. I mean, I actually met Hollywood. One of my friends named Janaea, she took me to the Rucker.
Wow.
And they laid it out for me. And
what year was this?
This was, what year was that? It had to be, it's probably about maybe three or 4 years ago.
Oh, okay. This is new. I thought you should be Hollywood from back then. Okay.
Did DJ Hollywood?
Yeah, DJ Hollywood. In there. No, I'm talking about like when he was the
No, he was
okay. He was MCing too. Okay.
Yeah, that's why when you say Hollywood, I was like, damn, but they was telling me how much of an OG he was.
Oh, yeah.
Quadruple OG.
He was actually, what was crazy about it, and please, hip-hop historians, I got as close as I get. He was the person that kind of invented the word MC. What I mean by that is, at this point, people were DJing, but the DJs, you know, they was getting people hyped through the music. He was the first person to actually grab the mic and say, you know, and one of his routines was one of my favorite records. I always try to do this record over. I'm never successful with doing it. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. I don't want to go sex it with my honey bun and give me some of that yum before I go to bed. Young niggas don't know that. Young niggas don't know that. But let's skip around real quick. One of my favorite movies, Straight Outta Compton. It has that famous scene with you and Dre, right? Where he gets kicked out. What is it?
Well, I mean, he got put out. I think it was like he was around.
Come out the crib when he got kicked out the crib.
18 or 19, around that time. I was just a little snotty nosed kid, you know, just around, looking up to him, both him and my brother Tyreek.
Right.
Yeah, back then. Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you, man. Out of all the, what is it called? Biopic films. To me, this was the best one.
Yeah.
Now, can you answer this for me? Is it the best one because these brothers are still around, so they can actually critique?
Well, not everybody's.
Not everybody. Obviously, Easy is gone.
Nate's not.
Who else?
Nate Dogg's not.
Oh, Nate Dogg. Obviously, yeah. Okay, my bad. Rest in peace, Nate Dogg.
Man, I mean, there was some things in there in it that I felt that should have been in there that wasn't in it. But you know, if they'd have took the time to put everything in there, that movie probably would.
What parts you think were missing?
A week long, not an hour long.
What parts you think were vital that were missing?
I mean, not anything to do with me, but and it wasn't like, you know, I ain't like one of them people trying to smash on it.
Because you know the story better than anybody else from your perspective.
Like the fun we used to have where we was in audio achievements. I was, like I said, I was a young buck around all those guys, just being in there having fun and what we talked about earlier with the live skits and stuff like that, just showing that whole element, that part right there. And different things that went on, you know, like when they was on the road, when, you know, like we was in San Diego one time and I got a chance to come out and see one of their shows, you know, like the stuff they was doing behind the scenes, like just little stuff like that, you know, but it overall it was on point.
How old were you when NWA took off?
I had to be.
Like, did you guys have 213 already? Like,
213 had to come out.
We came.
Like I'm just saying, you know, like the beginnings of you guys.
We was pups. Right. You know, we was pups. We was just hearing it and falling in love with it. And like I said, I used to get a chance to go up to the studio. So, you know, I used to hang around them at Audio Achievements. And that's what I hung out so much that they took me and put me on a skit on Niggas for Life. Shit. Remember the jail part where, hey, Miss Officer, get your motherfucking hands. That was me.
What the fuck? Yo! Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck. Holy shit. Let's make some money. I was today's years old and learned that. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was a pup. Just hanging around. And like he said, 213 came after that, man. Right. But we was hearing the World Class Wrecking Crew and the LA Dream Team and Ice-T.
And you knew that was your brother when you heard the World Class Wrecking Crew?
He was
I'm just saying, you know how it was back in the days, people didn't do videos, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we looked up to all of that, you know, me and Snoop and all of us, even way back then. And one of the cold things that happened around that time, you know, Dre used to have tapes when they would do music. I used to hear the shit before everybody else. So we used to sell candy, which is the Voltron crew, which was in that I talk about in this DJ, the Voltron crew. That was our crew. And so what we would do was we'd go sell candy for this dude named Steve. You know, just a bunch of young black kids working for this cat, take us out to all the rich areas to sell candy. So after that, we would go to McDonald's. That's in the Big Mac value pack. And
that was a big deal when you was a kid.
And that shit was cracking.
That was like wearing clothes, having a Big Mac in your hand. It was like
gourmet.
So we would be freestyling and having, you know, battles and stuff in there. You know, even the twins, they up in here. They was all of us was even my own Baby Papa. When I say Baby Papa Tick, that's Baby Papa right there. We all came from elementary, King Park, all that. So we
in LBC.
Yeah, in Long Beach, California. Okay. And so we used to freestyle and have fun and rap against each other in there, beatboxing the whole nine. So I had memorized Dre's song. It was a song called The Cabbage Patch. So these niggas in there busting like a motherfucker. So it came to my turn. I was like, well, I was rolling down the street with my mind at ease. I had my top pulled back so I could feel the breeze. Somebody called my name. I looked around. It was a freak on the bus stop flagging me down. So I'm rapping shit.
That was Drake.
It was Drake. They was like, Warren, you hard motherfucker. Then they heard the song and they was like, oh, nigga. You wrong for that, but shit, I was all right. I wasn't. Snoop was dope. But Steve, Snoop, the twin, they was dope. They used to freestyle their ass off.
Now it was a famous story about like how Fat Joe had a time where he could have signed himself or he signed Pun. And then everyone said how honorable Fat Joe was for doing that. But then everyone says that he wasn't the first one. Right. Everyone says it was you with Snoop that you had a chance to kind of like sign, but you said you wanted to put Snoop first.
Well, I was always pushing for Snoop, you know. I mean, I was pushing for all of us at the same time, but I was more of like, I was like the, who could I think of that used to be, I was like very aggressive with working with Snoop. You know, I wanted him because I'm dope, but he's dope.
Right.
You know, I'm a storyteller. I make it simple, but to where people can relate to it real easy. And Snoop was busting he was a MC, he was this, that, he was all of the above. And you know, that was just my thing. I just wanted to push hard for him to be successful because I know if he blows up and be successful, he gonna snatch us up too at the same time. Even though we had a demo tape all together.
The group.
Yeah.
Voltron crew.
No, that was 213.
213, okay.
Yeah. And that's just how I was, man. Just wanting to push, just wanting to win.
But that's honorable. Like most people don't do that. Like most people actually they're selfish.
Yeah.
And they'll say, man, put us so for but how, you know, one of the things that I did that I felt great about my life was Fat Joe asked me to get in contact with Jay-Z for him. I'm like, no one gets in contact with Jay-Z. Like, but I used my one favor with Jay-Z and I gave it to Fat Joe.
Right.
And then my life kind of changed from that because I guess God was testing me.
Yeah.
Kind of made me feel like unselfish. So did you feel like that when you put Snoop in front of you? Or this was your plan from the beginning?
You know, that's
probably didn't even think it all the way through. It's just what came natural.
Unselfish and a plan for him to blow because that was my best friend and just pushing for my best friend and wanted to see him be successful because his name was bigger than me and Nate.
Was it Snoop Rock?
Snoop Rock Ski.
Snoop Rock Ski. I'm so glad he changed that.
They started calling me, what's that little yellow motherfucker on the character?
Pac-Man?
No, with the Snoopy and the little Woodstock. They started calling me Woodstock. I was mad at them motherfucker. I said, hell no. Shit, I ain't no goddamn Woodstock.
Okay, so let's bounce around a little bit, right?
I had an incident like that where.
Let's go.
I'm gonna just say this.
Let's go.
When I did Endo Smoke on the Poetic Justice soundtrack,
Isley Brothers. No, that's not.
You saying the sample?
The song.
Endo Smoke.
Okay, yeah.
But the sample was Rap Dirty by Blowfly.
Okay, cool.
Blowfly.
Def Jam had called and was inquiring about the guys on the song. So they called Paul Stewart and John Singleton called me. It was like, Warren, Def Jam is you know, they want to talk to you. So I was like, all right, cool. So we talking and shit.
You say John Singleton called you on what happened?
And then Paul Stewart,
He's trying to get away with that flow.
Yes, he did.
John Singleton.
And so they called and they was you know inquiring about the guys on the record. So I was like, you know, okay, cool. I said I produced it. You know, that was a record. He was like, well, it was Chris Lighty, Tracy Waples, and Leor Cohen. They was all on the phone talking to me.
Crazy.
And it was like, well, we want the guy on the song that the you know, he had all of the styles. So I was like, oh, okay, Mr. Grimm, that's my guy. I'm gonna reach out to him and I'm gonna put you in contact with his people so you guys can, you know, get it all together. So they said he had kind of like a singing type of feel to what he was doing. That's okay. I said, so you mean the second guy?
Okay.
So it was like, yeah, that guy. I said, shit, that's me. That's me. I said, what's up? Shit. Hey. So it was like, I said, shit, that's me. They said, we want you.
Okay.
So I was like, damn, I was tripping out. I produced it, so I was like, shit, I'm gonna produce all his shit.
Anyway, got 50%.
Yeah, because he was my guy. You know, like, that was my guy, like my artist type. You know. Right. And that was an example of you know, I tried to push him before myself.
You wasn't even thinking about yourself.
I wasn't thinking about myself. I knew I would get my shot by producing. Mr. Grimm.
Okay. So let me ask you, because now when I listen to the radio, I turn on the radio, I hear versions of Nate Dogg all day.
Yeah.
With all due respect to these new artists, I believe the first person I've really heard go into depth singing on a record was TJ Swan.
Yeah.
From the Juice Crew.
He got down the other day. I seen him up there on the stage.
He got on stage?
He got down on stage.
Oh, I didn't see that. I missed that part.
They did a tribute to Biz. He was up there.
And after that, the only person but who was hitting melodies, because TJ Swan was kind of like, I want to say rhythm.
Yeah, no, the people that were singing before didn't have.
But Nate was actually, you can sing. You can hear. Yeah. He went to church with his mom. You can hear that. Yeah. And then he was above. He was. What does that shit called? Ahead of your time.
Right.
Yes.
He was so ahead of his time that people now are hitting his melodies right now, and they don't even know it.
Yeah.
Did you?
You know what? Doing another flight. Hold up. That's whoever wrote that.
That's real.
They had Nate Dogg.
Even the hold up. Oh shit.
Corley Ray.
Corley Ray, yeah. Big hog.
Yes, indeed.
But did you think, like, because, like, I mean, not to call out anybody's name, but when I, like, God bless, when I hear T-Pain, when I hear Future, I hear Rod Wave, I hear, like, who's these other guys out there? Even, like, the Travis Scott's melodies and all that. Did you think, like, Nate's legacy would be this powerful?
Definitely.
You knew it.
I knew it. He was different. You know, he was different, and anything like that was like how Snoop and Dre is. That's how me and Nate is. You know what I mean? So anything I would bring up, it don't matter what it was. I could put on some shit like a jazz tune that's like off balance and just crazy. He'd come up with some shit to that shit. He'd do some scatting to that shit. You know, he'd do all kind of shit, but it'd be in a gangster way.
Right.
You know, and whether it's about a woman, he'd be scatting to talking about a woman. You know what I mean? And just he was just dope. Anything that you could put in his face, he would turn that shit into something. Because
there was nothing soft about the way he approached the record.
He was a gangster.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
nothing
was
soft about it.
He meant that shit. When he was on there, he telling the real. Just like The Hardest Man. It's one of his songs. I don't know if too many people heard that, but it's him. He's talking in third person, but the person that's the third person is a gun. It's a gun telling him a story,
right?
And he's telling the story about himself at the same time. You know, because it say, "Little big man, don't you see me lying here? Pick me up." What he said, "I'll make your life easier." God damn it, I can't remember the song, all the words all the way. But he say, after you finish doing what you doing, toss me and be gone. But just the gun talking to him saying, toss me and be gone. It's called, you got to hear, it's called The Hardest Man. But like I said, he was incredible, man. And it was things like that he could do along with being on any type of genre of music and making that shit a hit record. Nate was incredible.
Let's make some noise for Nate. So you know, one of the beautiful parts about me being an artist is me like to sit there and watch a producer create.
Yeah.
What is something that you need to create when you're in the studio? What do you need?
Shit.
What's the vibe?
The environment. What does it got to be like?
I have me some beer, bud, some tequila.
Give us some tequila, goddammit.
Just musicians, and just my friend. Actually, what I do is I call my friends later to come up. So I sit in there pretty much by myself for a while. Then I bring in the musicians to help out with parts that I know I can't get, and I just sit in that motherfucker all just putting everything together. And then I'll call everybody to come up, and then when they come in, I'll start playing shit, and it lets me know if I got something banging. But that's pretty much it. I'll smoke me a joint. Got the musicians there. I have me some beer, some tequila, and food. And it just take me into in my records, and my turntable, my mixer, just sitting there vibing out and getting ideas.
God damn.
I love that shit too. I love it. I ain't gonna hell yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought I didn't miss the studio till the other day.
Yeah.
And I went in and I was like, I missed this motherfucker. I was like, I was like, I missed this motherfucker.
Shit, you still young.
Yeah. I can't front.
It ain't over. They ain't gonna never stop.
But let's talk about this tour though. Let's talk about this tour.
The tour is off the chain. Everywhere we've been sold out.
And who's on this tour?
It's me, Snoop, Too Short, Wiz, Burner, DJ Drama. The Twins is out here with us. And
the smoke alarm's going off everywhere.
Oh my God.
Everybody smoke on that motherfucker. God damn it.
We getting tired of it. Shit, I know I am. I'm like, God damn, another goddamn house, another goddamn pound. Can't take it all. I give the shit away. Like, take this shit. Tired of it.
Let me ask you, because I was fortunate enough to be around when Death Row was around.
Yeah.
And I'm fortunate enough to see the transition
Yes,
from how everyone moved when they was on Death Row to kind of like
grown men now. Like everyone is kind of like, I don't want to say adults. Yeah, right?
Because everybody was young. That's what people don't realize.
I'm trying to think of a cooler word.
I mean, shit, mature.
Mature,
yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Right. So what is the difference? Where's Warren G more comfortable when your guys was on the road? Because remember, when you guys was affiliated Death Row, I know you was always on Def Jam.
Yeah, I was.
But
yeah.
when you guys was affiliated Death Row, this was the highest of the highest. This wasn't the highest of the West Coast. This was the highest in the world.
Yeah.
Right? Did you have more fun then, or you having more fun now?
Or it's different.
I had more fun then. I mean, I have a ball now, but I had a ball back then because it was fun and dangerous.
And dangerous.
So it was exciting.
I swear to God. I swear to my phone. You know I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say gonna say it's fun and dangerous. That's just some shit from the hood. We like that.
Yeah. You know, the anticipation of knowing, like, damn, we may bump heads over here.
Right.
Hey, okay, shit, it's on.
Right.
You know, let's go.
Which you did bump heads over there
all the time.
I'd seen I don't know if it was a interview
Suge,
you
right?
did. Nah, something about you with Suge, right? That you had to get out of the studio
because he was the only one.
I went to the it was a session. I went to go see Snoop and everybody. You know, I hadn't seen everybody in a minute, so I went up there, and it was a studio session. Everybody in that motherfucker partying. Everybody doing Tupac and everybody. All of us. No, Tupac wasn't in there. It was the Dog Pound, Snoop, everybody, all our whole.
But this is the Pac era of Death Row.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
You knew Dog Pound back then? Because that was.
I've known him all my life.
Okay.
Shit. I'll get into
Let's
that.
get into it. I'm excited. I'm excited. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
They came through the funk. The Dog Pound came through the funk.
Okay.
Me.
The funk. That's right.
Yes, indeed. So we was in the studio. I mean, we bumped heads a couple times. You know, I ain't like in the bashing the motherfucker. And I won't bash him or nothing like that because I've known them niggas since shit. When I was about 15 years old, the first time I met him, I went to a Wet n Wild party. With Suge, with Dre now. Way back to Easy and Dre.
But he was a bodyguard, right?
Huh?
They called him Marianne back then?
No, they called him Suge back then. Yes,
but he was a bodyguard at first, right?
Yeah, with
and then he started managing.
He was around Bobby Brown and Easy, hanging around Easy and them, and all, you know, just cool nigga.
Right.
But, you know, now it was a situation that happened where, you know, I came in the studio. You know, everybody's in there. You know, I was cracking on Def Jam. Everything was popping. So, you know, I'm thinking all this shit is all good. So one of my guys come in that I knew that was part of his team was like, Warren should want to holler at you. So I was like, all right, cool. I'm coming in there. I'm just right here talking to all my guys. So we talk and he come in again like, Warren should want you. I'm like, okay, I'm coming. Let me talk to my guys. Right. And then so he came in there and was like, Warren, man, let me holler at you, man. And I was like, shit, let me see what the fuck this nigga wants, man. God damn. So I went in there, walked in, went in the room, and once, you know, when we got in there, the door shut, you know, another door came over from this side. Right? Yeah, another door came over from this side, and then it was a dude I knew came out, was just like, Blood, you tried to set me up. So I'm like, huh? What the fuck I look like trying to set you up? This is my nigga too. Like, this was my guy. We used to drink, smoke together, all kind of shit from the beginning. Like, yeah, some bitches told me that. When he said some bitches, I said, oh, this nigga, this some bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I don't even get down like that.
Right.
So, you know, so he woofing, so they, you know, going at, he talking to Suge, like, Blood, you just as us. So I'm like, nah. So I'm just chilling. So he like walk up on me like he tripping and just wham, just snatch my shit. Mind you, I had a 40 Glock on my hip. I could have pulled that motherfucker out and started busting. But I said, you know what? I'm like, shit, I can't. This gonna be the end of my shit. Right. Like, I'm gonna be done. All this shit gonna be done because they gonna be shot. I'm gonna be shot coming out because you got a gang of motherfuckers on the outside, like banged out motherfuckers. You got police, the whole nine. So it was a no-win situation. So one of my homeboys, Big C Style, he came there like, what's up? Like, what's going on? What's happening with Warren? Why y'all fucking with Warren? You know? So they like, they talking. So while they talking, I hit that door now, boop. And I eased out that motherfucker. And I walked through the kitchen and I seen one of my homeboys, two of my guys, I looked at them like, nigga, these niggas tripping. I didn't want to alarm nobody. So I got to the hallway and I ran out, not ran, but I walked out the hallway. So as I'm going down the hallway, he came storming out that motherfucker. Get that nigga blood. As soon as he said that shit, I took over. I was playing.
Who said get that nigga? Okay.
Oh, it was short. They niggas started running. All you seen was just like some dominoes, just pop. They fell.
All right.
So I got a chance to get out that motherfucker. I jumped in my truck. I had a big ass, I think it was a Denali truck or some big black motherfucker on big old knobbies. So I got in my goddamn truck. I backed that motherfucker. I was like, nigga, fuck y'all. Whoop, took off. Right. And the whole thing about that is that I didn't know Dre had left. You know what I mean? So
the news wasn't out.
So I didn't know, but that shit happened to me in there. But then I called my uncle. I said, Ron, some motherfuckers just snatched my chain. I was mad as a motherfucker. I was like, he was like, give me somebody's number, Warren. So gave him. He called Snoop, and who was that you called, Ron? And he told him straight up. He said, "Look, if my nephew chain don't come out that motherfucker, I'm gonna blow that motherfucker up." He's a special type of guy.
Yeah, I can tell.
Like it's different. Like I'm talking Navy SEAL type. Well, let me quit because I don't want to get you in trouble. And Snoop called me like, G-Dub, come get your chain, man. I said, hell no, nigga, I ain't going back up there to get that chain. Nigga, keep that motherfucking and hold it. And when I see you, I'll get it. Right. But the whole time I didn't know Dre left. I wish he would have called me like, nigga, don't go around that shit. Them niggas is tripping.
Right.
You know, but some of his homeboys had always used to tell me like, Warren, they own something else. You know, just kind of stay out the way.
So let me ask you, because to me, you was an insider. That was like an outsider because you wasn't signed to Death Row technically.
Right.
At one point, again, I'm an outsider. I'm looking, but this Death Row looked like the funnest fucking place in America.
Oh, it was off the chain.
Like it went from it being like Queensbridge. I'm from Left Rack City, but Queensbridge is not too far away, right? Queensbridge is a wild ass neighborhood. Let me just tell you something. It's the funnest time of my whole fucking life. It's a dangerous ass, but it's fun as fuck. So me looking from the outside in, I would look at Death Row and be like, this is like a fun ass fucking label. These guys got perms. These guys is good Cadillacs.
No, we had a ball.
Then at what point did it go from stop being fun? Was it the gang thing?
I think once the money started rolling in, you know, that's when everything kind of like started to change a little bit.
Sorry,
but wait, they didn't want to sign you at Death Row?
Shit, I didn't get signed to them. So you know, I don't know what.
Could there have been a thing that because you were at Def Jam that they were like, well, you should have been over here? Like, could that have ever been a thing? After it popped off.
You know, the motherfuckers wasn't fucking with me. I was like, shit, let me get out and do my motherfucking thing. You know, because it just, you know, it wasn't right. You know, but. Like I said, we had a ball. Don't get me wrong. I had fun with Suge. You know, we had a lot of fun. We just bumped heads a few times that wasn't cool. You know, another incident was where when we was young in the game at the Solar Studio, and they pulled out the contracts. And I was just like, myself, I'm like, shit, you can't just sign this shit.
In the studio.
In the studio. So you can't
y'all just vibing and Suge just comes and brings out the cards?
Well, we had been doing our thing, so it was time for...
Is he working on the Chronic or no?
Huh?
Are we working on the Chronic?
Was we doing the Chronic? I think we was doing the Chronic then. Okay. So I told Snoop, I was like, shit, don't sign that shit. You know, don't sign that contract, get a lawyer.
Oh.
You know, and one of my constituents went in there and told him that I told him not to sign it. So When he heard that shit, here you go again.
That's the story.
Hey, blood, what war?
Okay. Yeah.
And then he came and he grabbed me and slammed me up against the wall. And he was just like, blood, you told them not to sign that contract? And I was like, man, you better get your hands off me. Wow. He'll tell you. I said, get your hands off me. I'm going to call all my homeboys. Because back then, I didn't care. Shit. Right. And I had one of my little buddies with me named Cisco. Cisco was a gunner. Right. But he didn't have no gun on him. But I wouldn't have wanted him to shoot him or nothing like that or do anything like that. Because I wasn't, I'm not going to let him shoot him. But he was that hot-headed. But he couldn't do shit. This motherfucker was this big. Right. And so I thought I was getting away. I went and hit the elevator, thought I was getting away, but I couldn't do it. He snatched my ass. We bumped heads a couple times. So that's probably what led up to me not being a part of the whole thing, because when it was time to go on tour, everybody was straight, had their tickets, I'm charged up. I had luggage and shit ready to go. I'm like, shit, I'm going with y'all. And I didn't have shit. I didn't have nothing at the airport. It was like, you not going, you ain't going. So I was fucked up. Like,
because you wasn't going because you was affiliated with Def Jam, or
it was like, nigga, you not going. Like, wow. Even though I'm down, I've been fighting with these niggas. We done had fun together. All that's like, nigga, you not going. I'm like, oh, wow. You know who and who gave me a ride back? Gave me a ride home. After that was remember Breeze?
Mm-hmm. MC Breeze.
MC Breeze.
Yeah.
MC Breeze gave me a ride. Him and my homegirl Samara. They gave me a ride home from the airport that day.
Samara?
No. This was my homegirl Samara. Okay. And from that day.
So you were stranded on the road and they gave you a ride back home?
I didn't have no way to get home, but she came. She was up there.
Yeah.
She was up there because I think Breeze was going to sign with Death Row.
Mm.
But so I asked him. That was my homegirl. She used to hang around us all the time. So, I asked her for a ride. So jumped in the car with them. And from that point on, I just said, this ain't going to work. Then I asked Dre, I'm like, what's going on? Like, what's up, man? He was like, you got to be your own man. You just got to do your own thing, Warren. So I was just like, fucked up. Like, I ain't with Snoop. I ain't with Dre. I ain't with Daz, Corrupt. None of my homeboys. They all out having fun doing this and doing that. And I had to go back to my sister's floor. I had my crate of records, the same crate that we was using on the Chronic. I had my crate of records. I had my mixer and my turntable, my MPC 60 drum machine, which I still got all that shit to this day. And just started doing my thing, man. Wow. And got a call from MC Breed and Tupac. And that's when I produced
when they did their record together?
Well, Tupac, it was MC Breed and them called me. Rodney G called me. And DOC had called me for Rodney G. So they was like, Warren, we want you to do some music for Breed. So I went up there with MC Breed. And that's when I produced the record. You got to get yours.
Yeah,
I got to get mine.
Incredible record. I didn't know you produced that record?
Yeah, I produced that.
I did not know that.
I produced it. And Pac came in the session and got on
Bay Area of Tupac. Because that's who that was. Like, I
yes, indeed.
From Baltimore, he was in the Bay Area before he came to LA.
Yeah, that's pre-Death Row.
Pre-Death Row, and it's after, post Digital Underground. It's right after.
Yeah, that's he's already out. Right. He's got his record.
When he had Soulja Story. And
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Apocalypse Now and all that.
You just give it. You just.
So I ain't gonna lie. So they gave me my first shot as far as my production being out into the world. Like that MC Breeze.
I can't believe
Tupac,
you did that record,
yours,
man.
I gotta get
That's
mine.
a great record.
And I turned around and did his whole album, MC Breed, after that. And then that led to, like once again with Endo Smoke. I hope I'm not talking too much.
No, please, man. We fans, motherfucker. Come on.
To Endo Smoke, that led to how Endo Smoke and me doing another record for a couple more records for Tupac, because I did Endo Smoke, like I said, on the Poetic Justice soundtrack, and Pac heard that. And he called me, which I didn't think it was. I didn't even think it was him. I was like, "This ain't Pac." I hung the phone up. So he called back and was like, "This is Pac. This is Pac. Warren, hold up." So it was him. Mm-hmm. And then he told me, "Okay, I'm at Echo Sound." So I went up to Echo Sound, he asked me, did you produce the record on the Endo Smoke, right? I said, yes. He said, well, I need a record as well. So at that point, we just started, that was the first time I seen somebody roll a blunt. He Tupac.
Yeah, I heard
he had a gang of bad bitches in there.
Yeah.
He had a gang of bad bitches in there. I had glasses on with a little bit of tape on my glasses and shit. And I was like, God damn. And but they were showing me love. And so he was asking me, he was like, Warren, what's up with you? Like, what's happening? I said, I've just been going through a whole lot. That's when I didn't get to do anything. So he was like, I've just been going through a whole lot. I got into it with a cat out in Long Beach. I had shootout, busting at motherfuckers. Motherfuckers broke in my car, all kind of shit. So I was telling him all of this shit I was going through, and he was just like, damn, that shit is crazy. So he was like, you got a beat? And I was like, yeah. Started going through my discs and shit, popping them in the drum machine, and I came across the Wind Parade by Donald Byrd. I had already had the beat done, and it was the doom doom boom doom boom 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 boom. He was like, I want that one right there. So I got it, gave it to him. They put it on tape. He went in there in the booth, and the engineer, how they quieted, they shut the speakers off. Yeah. Just him and the engineer in the headphones. So he went in there for about 30 minutes, and he came out that motherfucker, and he told him to turn it up, and it was the same beat I gave him. When it came on, boom, 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 boom. He said, my definition of a thug, nigga. So he started, I said, God damn, that shit is so. I said, this nigga. So he started busting. I paid the calls I was giving. They got him. He was busting. And he started talking about some of the shit that I was telling. Right. I was telling him. Right. So I'm like, God damn, this motherfucker put the shit in the goddamn song. Along with some other shit. So I was like, this is crazy. So he was like, I heard, and he was like, my definition of a thug, nigga. And that was it. So he said, Warren, can you put some scratches and stuff in there? So I was like, hell yeah. So I did it was Roxanne Shante. I said, if tis the season to be serving. And then I had Richard Pryor scratched number. What you doing? And I took Snoop voice and I said, mobbing like a motherfucker. It was tis the season to be served. What you doing? Mobbing like a motherfucker. So that was right after he said, my definition of a thug, nigga, which became his single, his Thug Life single off the Poetic Justice soundtrack, which catapulted the Thug Life album. Right. Big Psych, Lil Psych, Lil Rated R, Mac 10, Macadocious Mac 10, not the Inglewood Mac 10, but Mac 10, Macadocious, Runner, all of them, they came in there at the same time because they was Thug Life, and one of their homies that got killed named Kato. So Pac was like, Warren, you got something for me to do a song about my homeboy that just got killed in Detroit. This was like, they just told him in there, so he was fucked up. And I said, I got one for you. And that's when I did the How Long Will They Mourn Me? Boom, 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 boom. How long will they mourn me? Boom, boom, boom. So he was like, he did the song. So he was like, I got to get somebody on the hook, man, to sing. So I called Nate. Back then, it wasn't no navigation, so I had to tell Nate.
Oh, yeah. Make the left way castle.
Yeah, you got to do this.
And Roscoe's make the U-turn. Yeah, good.
So it was navigation, and Nate came up there and did his part. I wish it was another. How long will they mourn my brother? Wow. That shit was cold. And then that led to Lie to Kick It. And then it led to other records that I produced for him. And that shit, like I said, Pac and Breed was the first motherfuckers to give me my shot at production wise.
Right.
And by the way, remember I told you about the chain that got snatched? Yeah. Still got that motherfucker to this day.
God damn it. Put that shit up on eBay. Put it on eBay, goddammit. I'm about to sell Kanye's hat. Yeah. Go on this goddamn show.
I ain't a buster now. So people don't think that I'm a buster. I was just in a bad situation, a no-win situation. Shit. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did you early on production wise, did you feel that you needed to have a different sound than Dre?
Most definitely. I mean,
like, was that something conscious that you were like, I gotta sound different? I gotta pick different samples.
I just wanted to create my own lane and not have people say, oh, the reason why he doing this is because he with Dre and this, that, and this. Right. But my music ear developed from my father. My dad, Warren Jr.
Right?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, y'all the same mother.
No, my dad married his mother.
Oh,
yeah. You know, when I was a young kid. And so my dad, he used to play music for me all day. Like we would sit in his house because he would come pick me up from my mom's and he would take me and just listen to music all day, which was jazz. So that pretty much was instilled in me. And that's what comes out whenever I do production. I always have like a feel good to whatever I do. And that's just what I'm about. I love the feel good, you know, shit. And that right there is what made my style what it is and what it was. Right. And you know, I didn't never try to be like Dre, but he taught me the game as far as like the MPC,
like the technical side of it.
Yeah, the MPC 60, him and 187 from Above the Law, both taught me, you know, how to work the MPC 60. And he also taught me how to splice tape, put that shit together with the alcohol and all that shit. He taught me a lot of shit.
Y'all young niggas don't know this shit. Y'all young niggas got it easy.
Yeah.
You over there pressing one button, your record done.
That's the analog.
You heard this man? Cut goddamn tape and alcohol. Holy moly guacamole.
Yeah, no, it's all good. And the love that he showed me was the love I showed back by going and searching for all those records, a lot of the records that we use on the Chronic. You know, so that was my part. I would go get the records, I would take them, sample them up, and then I let him hear it. I'm like, Dre, listen to this. He'd listen. He's like, that shit is hard. If he liked it, he would take that shit and he would change it up, do a couple things. Like Let Me Ride. That was a break record that I bought. I bought the break record to that in Torrance at a right down the street from Audio Achievements, and it was a break. I still got the break record to this day. It's a
You still got your third grade lunch money, I could tell.
I might. I ain't gonna lie. But it was a little piece in there that boom, 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 boom. Let me ride. Well, I was doing a sling, and let me ride. It was all on that one record, and Dre took that shit and pieced that motherfucker together. When I heard it again, I was like, God damn. Even like the skits, like the These Nuts skit, that shit was all like organic. I called my homegirl and told her, I said, shit, you know, what you doing today? She was like, oh, I'm getting my nails done and da-da-da. I said, well, shit. Hey. I said, hey, did what's your name to get at you? And she was like, who? I said, These Nuts. And she went crazy. She's all nigga. You know, she started tripping on, but that was an organic skit. I told Drake, turn the mic on. And we just did that just in the studio one day, just sitting there. And then just a lot of the skits, like the you really don't understand, don't you? And in order for us to make this thing work, we got to get rid of the pimps, all that. Yeah. That was a record. That record, mind you, what I did is I bought all the black exploitation albums. It was from a place called As the Record Turns from off of Melrose. So that little part in there was a way I was feeling, like me and him as brothers. He don't know that, but this is just something that I have had in my heart. Like, you really don't understand, do you? In order for us to make this thing work, you got to get rid of the pimps. That skit right there was something that I was feeling, and he used that motherfucker.
Like he was letting it off your chest.
Yeah, but that's how I felt with him. But like all the stuff that we did, like we did a gang of dope ass shit. And like I said, Dre is a motherfucking genius, like in the studio. And he's got no chaser. He gonna tell you straight up, motherfucker, if that shit whack, he gonna say that shit is whack. He ain't playing no games. But I had a great time you know, just doing the chronic with him, you know, and I actually taught Daz, you know, from him teaching me, him in 187 teaching me to me teaching Daz, and Daz also helping out with us on the chronic. So it was me and Chris the Glove.
Wow.
Yeah. And so yeah, I mean the shit was just it was amazing.
Did you guys know what you were creating at that time, that it was that special?
We just was doing music, just loving to do good music. And but it was inspired by the riots that was going on, you know, at that time when the Rodney King shit had jumped off. So it was motherfuckers doing a lot of crazy shit.
Florence and Normandy.
Man, tearing shit up, putting shit on fire. I was in it, don't get me wrong now.
You riding?
I was.
God damn it.
Actually, me, DOC, Corrupt, and Ice-T, we was at the radio station. I think, was it 102 point? I think it was KGLH. The nigga Ice-T, he'll tell you, they seen me coming. I went in the store, ran out the store with a whole thing of beer running by the window. And he talked about that shit too. He said that nigga Warren crazy. But all of that stuff inspired us to do the chronic. And everything that was going on from the parties, that Ain't No Fun came from them parties, because that's what we was doing during that time, because they was having parties here, parties there, parties during the riots.
Right. Wait, during the riots?
Yeah, hell yeah.
West Coast is some
It
different
was
shit,
crazy because it was a peace treaty.
Yeah, the peace treaty happened, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
it was a
peace treaty. So it was niggas coming from everywhere. And just partying like a motherfucker. And shit, we even had a party where Dre told all these, it was a gang of niggas in his house. He said, y'all motherfuckers got to get up out of here. So he pulled out the strap. Motherfuckers just like, whatever. No, they wasn't tripping. Shit, he had a closet right by the door where he had the choppers. I went there, grabbed that motherfucking chopper. He said, get the fuck out. And all them motherfuckers started moving their ass about that motherfucker. Yeah, and my only thing is I wish I was more business-minded back then, instead of being so, like, what my thing is like I said, to show the love back to him as far as teaching me, you know. So that's from you. You taught me as a pup, and this is the reward for you teaching me by me and my homeboys coming back, putting this record together for you. You know what I mean? I just wish I would have knew about publishing back then, because that would be lovely. That would be lovely right now. You know. But you know,
you're not telling me you didn't get publishing on the chronic.
I ain't get shit on that.
He's selling us
I didn't get shit. I didn't get no credit. Snoop gave me some credit.
Co-production.
He said Snoop said my name on Stranded on Death Row.
Wait a minute. So you produced on the chronic and never got credited?
I didn't get shit on that motherfucker.
Really?
Yeah, but I wasn't tripping. I was there for Dre. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, helping Dre.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to come back to the chronic. I want to ask you something before this slips my mind.
Oh, yeah.
Because we seldomly meet people who knew Tupac prior to Death Row, and then who knew Tupac while he was on Death Row.
Right.
So, and I want to get back to the chronic, but what was the difference, in your opinion, meeting Tupac? Like you said, Tupac gave you one of your first looks. What was the difference between him then and then him?
And did you meet him Digital Underground days too?
Yeah. He was always cool, just cool, kind of hype, bouncing around. The music get to jumping, he get to bounce. He was just a fun dude, just fun.
Right.
Later on, you know, once he was doing his thing, actually that was around the time he had got out, he had got bailed out, and we was at the House of Blues. Like, this was right after the incident I had. So we was at the House of Blues. Yeah. And
then
we
they
was
took
at,
the chain?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we was at the House of Blues, and he was fresh out. He seen me, he was hugging me. We hugging and shit. You know, he was like, shit, let's link up, man. So we linked up. I mean, not linked up, but we was just like, we're going to link up. So he called me, and he was like, Warren, come to the studio. Can-Am, and da-da-da-da. I said, shit, I ain't coming up there.
And that was the same studio?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, I'm not coming up there.
That's the studio.
I said, let me book the studio, and you come over to where I'm at.
That's fine.
Because when you come over to where I'm at, I'm going to make sure I got hitters everywhere. Because I'm not getting ready to let nobody come in here tripping on me again. That ain't gonna happen.
Okay, let me ask this. This is me out of pure ignorance, right? Because I don't.
He was a little different. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
You know, because the way he was talking to me on the phone, I'm like, you know,
it wasn't the same Pac from.
He wasn't the same, but he was more serious.
But it was still him, but it was a different version.
Yeah, he was just more serious. And another crazy thing is that when he was locked up, me and Richie Rich was tight. You know, I used to come all the way from LA up to the Bay. Me and him just used to ride around in our trucks and shit, skirting, you know, doing crazy shit, having fun, tearing up the town. Right. You know, and him and Pac used to talk a lot on the phone, writing letters, talking and everything. So he was telling me about what was going on with him. So I told Rich, I said, you tell Tupac I'm gonna bail his ass out.
Oh, wow.
So I was going to put the money. I didn't give a fuck about signing. You ain't got to do shit.
You just want to
give me a verse. That's it. You know, but I just wanted him to get out because I felt for him. You know, that shit was fucked up.
Yeah.
Got beat to the punch.
Wow.
You know, Suge got him out. You know, I wish I could have got him out. And, you know, he'd have been doing his own thing free.
At this time, Suge was still like a loved CEO this time.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
Because I remember when him, Suge belling Tupac.
He's a boss.
Yeah, I remember people saluting that. I remember people like, "Wow, Suge bossed up," and saying that. Did you ever think? Because me knowing you personally, I know you got family in New York.
Yes,
I know you got everything.
Yes,
so
indeed.
At some point, Death Row went from our favorite West Coast label to wait a minute, these niggas hate us. like I knew that had to be weird for you.
No, I mean it wasn't that they hate New York. It wasn't New York.
It was Cruz against
exactly.
Cruz.
It was like them hating Bad Boy,
right?
Or them hating Russell and Lior,
right?
It wasn't New York.
Because remember that Death Row East with Eric B.
But that was later.
Yeah.
No, that was in the midst of all that.
No, Death Row East came after that award show where everyone kind of, that was the same time.
Remember, this is a short period of time. It's not a long period.
No, you're right. They did have Death Row East.
It's in the midst of it, yeah.
Right.
And they signed Craig Mack. Or they were signing Craig Mack. He was the first artist.
Yeah, you remember. You got to smoke some weed. Memory too sharp, motherfucker. This nigga remember everything.
It was like some of the most fun I had in my life. You know, when it was my turn, like after I got signed to Def Jam, and it was my time to get on that goddamn plane to come to New York. I called the twins. I said, "Cuz, can y'all fly with me to New York?"
This is the time where the builders that already got kicked down, Snoop and them kicked them out.
The way you say that sounds wild.
You know what? I'm not sure, but it might have. It was around them times. Okay. But what was crazy is I flew to New York, and I had signed with Def Jam already. Right. In the hotel, I was at the Embassy Suites on 47th and 7th, and I got a phone call, and I was like, "Hello." It was like, "This is LL Cool J," and I said, shit. "I'm like, this ain't LL Cool J. I'm a huge fan of LL too." So and I was like, "This ain't." I didn't hang up. But I said, "This ain't LL Cool J." He said, "Man," he said, "This is LL Cool J. Come downstairs." So I'm like, "Shit."
He knew your hotel was at? Huh? He knew your hotel was at?
Yeah. So I called the twins.
He set you up.
But it had to be from, Lior and Russell and them, telling them, I'm in town. So he came. So I went downstairs. I told the twins, "Man, come with me downstairs. This dude talking about the LL Cool J." So back then on the airplanes, you could sneak shit good on the airplanes. So I had my stick. I had my stick. So I grabbed my shit, black, put it on, went down there, and it was LL.
Did he lick his lips?
I was so starstruck that I didn't care what he did, because I was at that point, because I'm like, this is LL motherfucking Cool. Man. And the nigga took me to his house, his grandmother's house. He showed me the sidekick that Tina got a big old butt, light green sidekick. He showed me his clothes, his shoes. clothes. I had never seen that many clothes in my motherfucking life, and I was tripping. Then Heavy D called me.
Oh, rest in peace, Heavy D,
keep
man.
doing your thing. Rest in peace, Heavy D. That was my guy. Actually, my first tour was on tour with him and R. Kelly. And
wow.
We're gonna get to that.
Yeah. Wow. But it was like I said, it was all love, man. Just being over there, and Russell had a young partner, and his name was Benny Rat from Harlem. He took us under his wing, and Big Bell, who was a security, he was from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, right on Biggie them Street. And they took me all over New York, man. I went everywhere. Like, I told them I want to see everything. They took me to all the boroughs. Benny Rat took me to right at late night in Harlem. It was like 3, 4 in the morning, and we in that motherfucker, and I'm seeing kids outside playing and shit, running around, hair getting braided, motherfuckers out there playing music. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? In LA, these motherfuckers sleep at 10:30. This shit is crazy. So it tripped me out. And the love that I was being showed was incredible. Everybody was like, we love y'all shit out here. We love y'all shit. They just don't play it that much on the radio, but we love y'all shit. So I didn't have no incidents where motherfuckers was like, this motherfucker. Actually, I did have one. I was at Willie Burgers.
Willie Burgers, damn, that's old school.
And this motherfucker rolled up, he was in a wheelchair. And he was thugged out.
You were Warren G at this time?
I was Warren G. It was me and my brother-in-law, Kenny Mack. We rolled up, and he's like, this West Coast motherfucker. He's banging. So I'm like, shit. What's up? Like, he like, motherfuckers out here. So I'm like, shit. I said, Kenny, I'm going to the car, man. So I went to the car, got in the van. Once again, put my shit right back, came back over. And then, told him, I was just like, check this out, homie. We ain't out here trying to start shit. We ain't tripping on that East Coast, West Coast shit. We just out here. I'm on Def Jam. So I made a couple phone calls to some high-powered guys from up out of Queens, and Harlem. And one of the cat that owned the soul food spot in Harlem, he even came out. I forgot his name, but he
I do kind of the soul food. Copeland's, you talking about Copeland's with the soul food spot? It's right up the block.
Sylvia's or Copeland, something like
Sylvia's,
that.
okay.
And he came up to it, like motherfuckers came out the cuss. I don't want to say, I don't want to mention all of my guys from up out of New York, but they bought, when I say bosses, super bosses. And because they was locked up with Baby Papa right here. And in the Feds, so they, that was the connection, I
see my dad with Preem and Snoop.
Oh yeah, yes indeed. And it was some calls made. That motherfucker, he was soft as Peter Cottontail after that. But like I said, it was all love, man. I had a lot of love there, and just being able to hang with Russell. I met Andre Harrell, who was incredible. Like, I still got ideas in my head that he would tell me. Every time I see him, because whenever he in LA and I was somewhere and he was around, I was like, Andre, he'd be like, hey, what's up, Warren? Got some weed? I'm like, yeah. I used to blaze with him every time, bomb ass weed too. And he just get the smile and this shit. How he had that laugh. Yeah, just, he used to just give me ideas. We'd smoke a joint, he'd tell me a bunch of ideas. And I still got some of that shit locked in my head. I just haven't did it. I'm going to wait till it's right to do them. But that was the kind of love I was getting from, I ain't gonna lie, I even went into some of them modeling parties and I was just like kind of tripping like, hey, shit, Russell, where the fuck you got me at? Shit. He said, Warren, don't worry about what this is. Just, it's a lot of beautiful women. Just relax. So we because back then, motherfuckers was tripping off of shit back then. So it was like, damn. So I just blazed some bud. Me, Russell, and Andre Harrell, my homeboy, my brother-in-law, Kenny, we sat there and just blazing that motherfucker. And it was just beautiful women everywhere. Just it was incredible. But everything that I did, even the Christmas parties, everything was love. Yeah, I remember we had an incident in the Christmas party, Def Jam, in a Christmas party, but it was West Coast motherfuckers against West Coast motherfuckers.
Well, shit. We need to hear about this.
And it was me, Nate, and Snoop, and all of us. And it was Domino and them people. Nate and Domino. Ghetto Jam.
Yeah.
Him and Nate had stats.
Oh, he got S curls? How you gonna have a beef with a nigga with S curls?
Domino.
Don't underestimate nobody.
I know.
Him and Nate used to sing together a lot.
Oh, word.
Yeah, Domino and they used to get down a lot. Okay. And but they bumped heads. You know, it was like, okay. So
Nate and them bumped heads?
Nate and Domino was actually kind of like beefing. They was beefing. I ain't gonna say kind of.
Right.
So at that time, that's when we filmed the show. When we was in Philadelphia, that's when I got into
don't know the movie, right? The movie.
I got into it. A motherfucking Philadelphia. He threw a CD at me. I told him, man, don't do that shit again. I stopped the music, and then he did the shit again. I jumped off the motherfucking stage. Bam! Just socked the shit out his ass. And them motherfucking Muslims, just like they say on the show, where you march you in, we gonna march your ass out. They came and grabbed my ass and marched me straight out that motherfucker all the way to the train station and sent me to New York. Russell made the motherfucker send me to New York.
Oh, held you down.
Yeah, and then that's when we had the party. That later on that night. And we bumped heads in there, you know, it was a big old giant melee. Like, what's that? Like, what's up? Like, you know, all that shit. So Fat Joe had a crew with him.
Yeah.
He came over there, him and a gang of motherfuckers, like, boom, they came over there to us and was like, what's happening? We with y'all. Them motherfuckers tripping, y'all. What's up? We gonna tear this motherfucker up. So it was a gang of us. And then it was cold. And then they, you know, them motherfuckers, like all the executives and shit started jumping in the middle. Oh, no, wait a minute. So it got kind of balanced out, and they had left, and we partied, man. But I'm telling you, it was so many incidents, so many, you know, things that was happening out there. I'm gonna even tell you this one right here. This was I had a friend, that was Jacob York. Jacob York.
Yeah.
He said, Warren, he said, do you want to go see Biggie? So I said, hell yeah, I'll go see him. This was at the time when him and Pac was feuding. This was when we was at the club in New York. I forgot what that club was.
Palladium, the Tunnel?
It wasn't the Palladium or the Tunnel. This was like a little, like, it wasn't too big. It was, and you walk down, it was downstairs.
Greenhouse?
It was downstairs. It wasn't Cheetahs. This one was USA? Club USA, some shit like that.
It could be. Okay.
But whatever it went down, I think it was USA or something like that.
Basically, if you keep trying, you'll get
it went down and it was they was static in there because that, you know, Biggie and him was in there, but it wasn't like super beefed in.
Right.
And so I mean, you know what? I take that back. It was it wasn't like to where niggas wanted to shoot and all that shit, but it was just like, okay, you over here, you over here.
Standoff a little bit.
Yeah. Right. So Jacob York asked me if I wanted to meet Biggie, so I said yeah. So he took me to Bed-Stuy. It was me, Jacob York, Ron G, my uncle Ron G, and Big Bell, who from Bed-Stuy, who lived on that same block, and we pulled up. As Biggie was right there, jumped out and started chopping it up. You know, we was talking about everything, music, everything that was going on. And then we started talking about, you know, with him and Tupac, you know, them having beef and shit. And he was just like, he tripping on me and this, that, and this. So he was telling me everything. So I said, well, how about this? What I do, when I get a chance, I get that Pac and say, look, I talked to this nigga Biggie. This what he said.
All right.
You niggas get this shit together and stop that shit.
Right.
But I couldn't get to him because it was all the other motherfuckers that
When
was
you say
around.
him, you're talking about Pop.
Get to Tupac.
Okay, go ahead.
To really talk to him about what he said.
Wow.
That's wild.
Just trying to get the message to him.
So you telling me in some world that if you would have got to Tupac, maybe
it probably wouldn't have been as bad as it was, because I would have pulled him to the side and really talked to him like, look, this is what's going. This what this nigga told me. Pop. We had a motherfucking. We walked to the corner. Lil C's was there.
Wow.
We walked to the corner, drunk private stock, all that shit. Because I'm like, I want a private stock.
I'm for
it was a
green.
Yeah. Private stock. I said, let's go, man. We walked. Drinking private stock the whole nine.
Did you think it would have got as deadly as it got?
I didn't think it would be I didn't think it was going to be any gunplay. period with any of that.
Battles been happening like this in hip hop.
It's like you motherfuckers
because you would
squab.
probably rush to tell them, tell Pac whatever
it'll
Big
be some
told you.
squab and shit. That's it.
Right.
That's where I thought it was. You know, I didn't. That's where I had it at. You know, but I'm
sure the people that have been tuning in, they've been hearing him dropping a lot of names, and I want these people to understand that I've been on Def Jam as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Def Jam has a history, and they have a portfolio. When they sign artists, they want you to understand the artists that came before them. And one of the first people they tell you about is LL. They say that LL, you know, opened up Def Jam or whatever. Then they say another artist. And then the third artist they always tell you is Warren G.
Oh, wow.
And what they say is Warren G. I know you're a humble guy.
Save the label.
Warren G single-handedly saved Def Jam.
Oh yeah.
You don't gotta be humble about it.
I know you're a humble guy, but I'm gonna brag for you. Like,
that's all good.
that shit is real. Like, just think about it. Whatever was happening, East Coast at the time could not hold on to whatever torch that we had on at that time. West Coast was killing it. And you single-handedly, this is what they said. It's not a rumor.
No, it's all
this is all facts. They'll sit down, they'll tell you.
Financial statements that show.
Financial statements to prove that.
Yes, indeed.
How dope is that for you to know that? That you hold on, my bad. That you single-handedly, they say you single-handedly save fucking one of the most iconic rap labels in history.
Yeah.
Fucking Warren G, man. How the fuck does that feel, bro?
I mean, it feels great. You know, it was just, you know, the love was given back to them for believing in me. You know, because nobody wasn't really believing in me, and they gave me that lane, you know, that lane to get my music out so people could hear it and say, okay, this nigga is dope. He got dope. His shit is dope. And they opened that up, and the reward to them for that was helping them. I didn't know they was in the situation that they was in. I was like, damn, when I learned it, they was like doing my shit with credit cards.
Wow.
You know, but they had got me the bread and everything. And, you know, it just felt great, man, just to be able for them to give me my shot and then me blow up, and then also help the company, and then help the company to where it opens the door for Jay-Z.
I'm about to say, you can think of it in a way where Jay-Z, DMX, Redman, they might not exist if it wasn't for the movies.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. I'm saying they dope artists, so they probably would have got picked up by somebody. But
yeah, but I'm saying, we got to deal with facts. That's the facts. So,
yeah,
you know what I mean.
And
but you didn't know it back then that was happening, that you helped.
No, I didn't. Well, they told me the story later on down the line, and then when I was seeing not Russell but Leor, he would put these, you know, how much money they was making up. They was put that shit up right in the office on Barrett.
That's crazy.
What the artist
170 Barrett.
What it made the company. I seen 100 million. I was like, God damn. Where's my piece of this 100 million?
Right. They said you made 100 million.
No, they made the company.
Okay.
And so I was like, damn, but I made money, but I think I wish I could have had a part of that 100 million.
Right.
You know, so, you know, my thing is I love Def Jam, and cause, you know, they gave me a shot to do my thing, man. And all I had asked was, just let me get my masters. Y'all gave LL his, you know, let me get my masters. That's all I wanted. You know, well, all I do want, you know, I don't want to wait till I'm old and the motherfucker.
You haven't gotten them?
Not yet.
But you passed 30 years though, right?
I'm hit 30 in January.
They didn't do it before that. They should give it before that.
They saying 35.
Nah, Def Jam should give it back to you, man.
So it's just, and I'm just like, God
Have you spoken to the new president of Def Jam?
The dude, from what I heard,
Tunji.
No, not him. The dude from UMG, the big dog.
Okay.
Was the one that was just like, because Russell got at him like, can y'all give him his shit. You know, like when I'm like, Russell, y'all should have gave me the shit when y'all sold the motherfucker. Then you get it. You know what I mean? Right. Give me my shit like y'all got LL shit. Right. Gave him his shit. But so I guess that's supposed to come to me in like about 5 or 6 more years. But I'm like, shit, I don't want to be old and the motherfucker trying to.
I think they should make a deal with you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they should give it to you now.
Yeah.
But that's all I want. You know, for me helping you guys turn into a $1 billion company.
Right.
My shit ain't making a gang of money like that every year. It make money. Right. It ain't like Kanye's catalog or his shit or you know, guys like that. Y'all got all that shit. My shit is crumbs compared to all that shit over there. I ain't gonna say crumbs, but that's stupid right there.
Right by you.
But let me ask you, if you was to get your masters back, would you re-release it? How would you re-release it?
I'd re-release it. I'd redo everything. Start, you know, join with a company that could do the administering for me and also the license and all this stuff for me, and just do it like they doing. You know, and everything come around, making sure everybody that was involved get they cut. You know, everybody that was on there, I find it all. Okay, boom, this comes to this person, this come to that person. I set it up automatically where it goes to them, so they know where's my shit at. Nigga, you ain't, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm gonna get you your bread. You gonna get your bread. You gonna get your bread. Everybody gonna be happy.
Everybody.
And then I own this shit because this is something that my kids can have. You know, my master publishing.
Right.
And that's, you know, that's all I wanted out the deal. Right. You know, out the whole thing. Now, back then, I didn't give a fuck. I didn't know what masters was. I didn't know what nothing was. I was just.
You didn't know publishing.
I didn't know nothing. I was just trying to just do my music. I wanted people to hear my music, but I seen one of my first royalty checks. I was like, shit, this what the fuck you get for doing this shit? I was like, God damn, I went crazy after that. I started doing all kind of shit. Like, let me get some more. I want more. Hell, okay. I was like, because I didn't do a publishing deal. They was offering me that shit. They was like, we want to give you 300 here, 500,000 here. I said, shit, if they offer me that much, I can make more than that.
Right.
So I said, hold up, let me fill this out a little bit.
Right.
And when that shit happened, whoo, I was like, God damn. And but I did do an administering deal because you got to have somebody to get that shit outside of the record company shit, the other shit.
To the movies.
Yeah, the licenses and all that. But just I wanted people to hear my shit. I wasn't caring about publishing or this, that, and this. I just wanted people to hear my music and just to be able to go around the world and tour in Europe for 3 months, come home for 2 months after doing press and go back in about 2 weeks to do 3 months. I was in Europe 5 months doing press and tours and shit. And then being able to rock in here in the United States and everybody love you from everywhere and be able to get down with Lionel Richie at a festival in Europe and the Bee Gees and Lauryn Hill and the Fugees. We was all at the same gig in San Remo, Italy festival, you know, and I thought that shit was like, you know, a hip hop motherfucker. You like, what the fuck is this shit I'm in here? But look, it was a trip because it was quiet. The whole motherfucking play, the whole show.
Right.
My shit, so I'm thinking something wrong.
Right.
They not budging. They just sitting there looking at me the whole time. I'm performing. I'm trying to rock and shit. And I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers ain't moving. So it's kind of taking me somewhere. I'm like, but I said, I got to keep going. So I did the whole entire show. And at the end of the show, when I was telling them, I said, thank you guys for letting me come out here. Them motherfuckers said, they clapped for 15 to 20 minutes. They just kept doing this shit. They was just doing this. I'm like, man, what the fuck is this shit? And they had like that opera looking shit. We was in you remember that shit, Ron? That shit had all that shit up there. And it was crazy. I had fights over in that motherfucking everything.
Yeah, fights everywhere, Warren. You a wild motherfucker.
I've been noticing about. Hey, now because when you from the States, you know, whether it's New York or California, they love you out there, but then you got that thug element too. You know, a couple times motherfuckers was testing my nuts.
Right.
I'm 2-0. I had 2 knockouts out there, 2 of them. Yeah, one of the motherfuckers, I swear to God, this motherfucker was like, this was a big motherfucker. Like, he was big.
Right.
And I ain't gonna lie, I was scared of the motherfucker. Like, this motherfucker, he gonna fuck me up. So, cause he was mashing on me and one of the twins and my cousin Kevin. We was in the club and he just started tripping like, what's up? Like, you know, I'm like, no, we cool, man. I signed the shit for the girls and all that shit. I signed it. He still was like, this, like whatever they language, it was in Swede. And so I told my cousin and twin, I said, look, you walk this way, you walk that way, and you walk that way, so they won't know what's up. So I went that way, he walked that way, he walked that way. So they like, it was kind of like we all went different ways. So I got a chance where I don't know how it happened, but I could see out in the front of the motherfucker. So I hollered, run, these motherfuckers up in there tripping. So I'm telling my guys they up in there tripping. So they sent security in there, brought us all out. So we coming out, they had them outside. They standing outside the door. So they bringing us out the club. And I'm like, this motherfucker that mashed on me. I feel like a straight bitch. So I'm like, I can't go out like that. You know, so I'm coming out that motherfucker. So he's standing right there. So I had one opportunity to let this motherfucker know what time it is. He was standing right there. I just came, as soon as I came out, I just said, bop! I hit that motherfucker hard as a motherfucker. That big motherfucker said, oh, that motherfucker hit the ground. When he came back up, it took the whole motherfucking force to stop this motherfucker.
Wow.
And they had the shit in the news, everything the next day. Talking about Warren, he had a fight with the king of the park, some crazy shit.
The king of the park.
Yeah, and then the other one, I was in Italy. The motherfucker was tripping. I knocked him out right in the club. They thought my homeboy, he was doing security. They thought he did it. I walked over his ass and crept out. And me and my partner in crime, Kenny Mack, we walked out that motherfucker, hopped in the cab and went to the hotel. Because I told Ron him, I said, shit, I'm scared. I don't think I'm going to be able to come back home because that motherfucker looked bad. Like he was doing this shit. I was scared to death, but they got him up. And my folks was just like, Warren, you fucked him up. You know, but I felt bad because I thought I damaged his ass because I hit him hard as a bitch. I'm not hitting, I don't mean that as far as hitting a woman, but I hit him hard in a motherfucker. Right. But Europe is a great place, man. And they always told me, whenever you want to come back here, you can always come back here.
Hip-hop lives over there.
Annie Lennox, had a chance to chop with her. Tina Turner and them, she What's Love got to do with it while I was there in Switzerland. Wow. Yeah, and they showed me a lot of love. Was that Zurich?
Zurich, yeah, I love Switzerland.
Yeah, and it was fun, man. It was fun. I love Europe, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
well, Ron, I'm sure Europe love you, but we want to tell you that our show, our place is to give off our legends they flowers.
That's all good. Yes, indeed.
So we want to give you your flowers. Your brother Snoop said it's better than the Grammy because it come from his people. You know his people back there.
Hell yeah.
That's dope, man.
Yeah. We want to give you your flowers.
Shit, I'm in Miami and I'm up
go. I'm
up here with the Drake champ.
That's right, goddamn.
Yes, indeed.
So, and then we're gonna get into quick time of slime. So I got one more question before we get into the quick time of slime. And that's a drinking game that we're gonna do. But let me just, because here's the deal, right? Dr. Dre is coming off of NWA. Mm-hmm. Ice Cube goes to New York. He does his album,
Bomb Squad.
And he also does a diss record, like towards
No Vaseline,
right? Dre is in what I would like to call hip hop purgatory, right? Mm-hmm. That's like right where you're not there, but you're not there.
Yeah.
He calls you, Snoop. You bring the dog pound? How does this chronic session start? Like, it
started? I called Dre one day. I called him, because I hadn't seen him in a while. That's what I used to do. I'd call him, because he'd be at Audio Achievements or wherever. I'd say, man, can I come hang out? Because that's what I used just to get away from the hood. Excuse me, y'all. I had to burp real quick.
No problem.
And So I called him, and he was like, I'm having a bachelor party for L.A. Dre. So I was like, shit, can I come? He was like, yeah, come. So I went to the bachelor party and was in there hanging out. There was a lot of bad motherfuckers in there, like strippers and shit, because I wasn't used to all of that shit. Naked women and shit like that. And so they playing music and shit. So, I wasn't used to seeing it like that. You know what I mean? Like,
you still felt green at that time.
I was in the hood. We didn't have this shit like that. And so I asked L.A. Dre, I said, can I play this music? Because they kept playing the same shit. So I said, let me play this shit. So he was like, all right. So he popped that shit in, and that was cassettes back then. So he popped that motherfucker in. He started playing the shit. And there was a song we had called Long Beach is a Motherfucker. And he heard the shit, and he was like, damn, that shit banging. He was like, who was this? I said, that's me, Snoop, and my homeboy, Nate Dogg. So he was like, have you let Dre hear this shit? I was like, no, because he done shot us down, a few times here and there at family functions and shit like that. So he was like, Dre, listen to this shit. So Dre came over there and was bobbing and shit. He was like, ugh, that's
Snoop and
he didn't know it.
Nate on the song. Okay.
Yeah.
No, okay. Good.
Yeah, he didn't know it. So he was just like, oh, damn, who was this? He was like, I said, that's 213. I was like, that's me, Snoop, and Nate. He was like, damn, this y'all? I was like, yeah, shit, I've been trying to let you hear. And so he was like, look, come up to the studio on Monday. So I said, all right, cool. And so at that time, Snoop was kind of like doing, we was still 213, but at that time, you know how motherfuckers get in a motherfucking ear, was trying to steer him off on his solo mission.
Right.
It was kind of like splitting us up a little bit. So we was all kind of going at it. And so I get back down to the hood because we was living with my homeboy Rump and Christine and Keisha and Kim on 20th Street and 20th and Am. And so Snoop wasn't there. So I called him on the phone. I'm like, Snoop. I said, nigga, Dre want us to come to the studio on Monday. And he was like, nigga, fuck that shit, nigga. You guys believe that shit, boom. So he hang the phone up on me. Snoop, he get nasty with it. He hang the shit up, all kind of shit. So I call him back like, nigga, just please, just listen to me. Let me call this nigga on the three-way. And so you could talk to him so he could tell you himself. So I called, back then you hit the do, and then you called, and I said, Andre. I said, Snoop don't believe, I clicked back over, I said, Andre, Snoop don't believe that you want us to come to the studio on Monday. So Dre was like, this. Yeah, he was like, yeah, I want y'all to come to the studio on Monday. He was like, this ain't no Dr. Dre. He said, this is Dr. Dre. He said, this is Dre. And when the way he said it's that voice that, when he talking on the
I don't got no
records,
time to be playing with you.
Yeah. And so we, hung up the phone. We was happy, kind of like celebrating and shit. Like, yeah, we get
What do y'all
ready to
do?
go.
Push-ups? What do y'all do? Like,
we started drinking Silver Satin Kool-Aid.
They got to join the motherfucker.
Silver Satin and Kool-Aid. That was our drink back then.
And then y'all like, we go on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Monday came. Rump was the only transportation we had, my homeboy Rump, because we was living with them. So he had a old Ford, like kind of raggedy Ford. So we in that motherfucker, we took the street all the way to Hollywood. And you know how you get to the light and you put that motherfucker up in the thing, you like, and then you hit drive, boom, and then y'all take off. We did that shit all the way to Hollywood, the Solar Records. And when we got there, we walked in, Dre was right there, DOC was in there, and Dre threw on a beat. It had the hold on to that doom. Yeah, mixed with Payback, the big Payback.
Damn, I want that beat right now.
It was the boom, 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 boom.
James Brown song. Yeah.
It was hard as fuck. So Snoop did a song to it called "This Is a Gangster's Life," and that was the first record that was recorded with Dre. He was like, this nigga Snoop is hard as fuck.
Where the fuck is that record at right now?
I don't. Dre got it on tape. Snoop probably. I think Snoop may have it on tape because he got all of the masters.
Come on,
everything
Snoop, let that go on
Instagram. Yeah, Dead Snoop on all that shit.
That's technically the first, even though it wasn't called Chronic.
That was the first shit.
Oh,
it wasn't called the Chronic. It was before the Chronic.
Before the Chronic, I'm saying.
And so we just kept doing music. We kept working, and then Dre was like, "Look, why don't y'all move up out of Long Beach and come stay with me up here in the Valley? You know, get out the hood because there was a lot of shit going on. You know, motherfuckers was going in and out of the county jail, all kind of shit. All our homeboys was, the lowest number was 15 years. They was all in jail for 15 and up.
Damn.
You know, so and now everybody out pretty much. Everybody is out. Is everybody out? Except for Ant Dog ain't out, huh? Duck Feet, you know, remember we used to call it Duck Feet. God damn it. So we moved out. We moved up there with Dre, and that's when it all started. You know, that's when I learned how to do the MPC-60, learn how to splice tape, and me, him, and DOC would just be in the studio just doing music and shit all day, and then going back to Solar back and forth. And in the process, that's how we met Corrupt. We was at the Roxy in Hollywood, and the homegirl Diamond, you know, she was, you know, Snoop had a
Diamond was a singer, right?
No, Diamond rapped.
She rapped?
Yeah, she rapped.
Okay.
Yeah, and she so Diamond was like my homeboy Corrupt is hard, nigga, da, you know, banging on us. And, you know, Snoop had a name, so I was like, shit, my nigga, my Snoop hard too. What's happening?
So Snoop and Corrupt battle?
Yeah, battle.
Oh, wow. I've never heard this.
Right in front of the motherfucking Roxy. It might be recorded. Somebody might have that shit. You know, I might have that shit somewhere. I gotta check. I'm serious. I got a gang of shit. I gotta pull it out. But that nigga Corrupt was so motherfucking hard.
Corrupt.
Him and Snoop was battling. That nigga said, you got a pinky ring on your finger, and that is true. But if you look at mine, I got one too. And we was like, oh,
Corrupt said that?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So we was like, oh, shit. But they was, you know, Snoop.
He was from Philly at the time, right?
You know, he was.
No, he had already been
in LA. Okay.
Yeah. And shit, they was battling, they was going back and forth. You know, Snoop was busting, he was busting. So it came to a point where he hard. So it wasn't it wasn't a winner. Right. It was like they just broke it up. Like, we're gonna have to continue this shit.
Right.
So I went over to Corrupt. I said, look, nigga, let me get your number. Took his number and I called him probably maybe about a week later. And I told him, I said, nigga, come up here to the Valley. I want to do a demo tape on you. So I brought him up there, did a demo tape on him. It was called, we had the main record was called What More Can I Say? It may be on YouTube, or on, you know, on the demo tape may be on YouTube. And it was What More Can I Say? Oh, what more can I say? Oh, and then Corrupt just boom, 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 boom.
Vocabulary's necessary.
It was Bobby. I think it was Bobby Caldwell. It might have been Bobby Caldwell. I'm not sure, but it was that. That nigga tore that motherfucker up. So I let Dre and Suge them hear him. Boom. They heard him, and then that's when they signed Corrupt. Corrupt had Broomfield and them. They came over. That was his big homies from 60. They came over and they talked to Death Row and made that whole deal happen right there because I did a demo with Corrupt. That's how they discovered him.
Let me ask you, because I seen an interview with Big U. Big U says that if Big U was home, Corrupt would have never signed to Death Row. Do you think that's
shit? I don't know, but shit. You know, money talking, bullshit walk.
Right.
I mean, he could have got some money if he was in, you know, if he was the main guy with him. You got to get your money.
Because at the time,
Crippin' and blood ain't got nothing to do with the ring.
That's actually my question, because see, us from the East Coast, we didn't understand like, you guys having war, right? That's one. And then us adapting to that lifestyle, understanding that that's y'all culture. But then Death Row was something like that was special, because when we seen NWA, we seen All Blue.
You
know what I'm saying? Then we seen like I think there was like
I forget a blood gang, and it's all blood. Like we had never seen Bloods and Crip. I believe Death Row.
But Ruthless had Booyah was down with Ruthless. Yeah, and they were Bloods.
Well, they was kind of Bloods.
They were like
Booyah tribe was Bloods and Crips.
And Crips.
Oh yeah. See, I didn't know that.
They had some that was Crips because Roscoe was from Booyah tribe. He's a Crip. I know him from Long Beach.
Okay,
right.
And that I think that if he was out there at that time, he would have been able to get a nice check out of it.
Right.
And still, that probably would have kept a lot more of the balance instead of it was like more of these dudes, like tripping on this side or the red room. Shit wouldn't have been none of that shit because he had more, more control of it, because he know more. He's a gangster that know the politics.
Because that was more of an LA thing, right? Like when I'm asking you that, what I mean by Bloods and Crips.
Mm-hmm.
Long Beach is famous for being just a Crips.
Yeah, it's all Crips and Long
I heard you
Beach.
don't see no red out there.
No, I mean you got some. I'm sure it's Bloods that live in Long Beach. You know what I mean? Under the radar, but motherfuckers ain't tripping like that, huh? Oh, you said no? Oh, no.
Nigga said no, you don't.
Well, shit, Long Beach and Compton is damn near the same city. We like this. It's one street that separates Long Beach and Compton, and that's Alondra.
Wow.
And but I'm sure under the radar, it was some that they're not banging, but just getting away, huh? Well, it's a Crip city, hey, fuck it. That's my bad. But I mean, yes, it's a Crip city. I was born in that motherfucker, so
that was my next question. As a person that's born and raised in Long Beach, when was the first time did you see that opposite color?
Shit,
did you have to go to LA?
I lived. My mama moved me to Compton.
Oh,
with my dad in Kelly Park, and I came up there. I was from Long Beach. My mom was like saying that I was going in the wrong direction. That she witnessed a incident. One of my OG homeboys, Big Kool-Aid, came and scooped me up on the bike, and took me down the street, and he told me, he said, as soon as I pull up in the driveway, it's gonna be a motherfucker sitting on the porch. He said, get off and handle your business. So we pull up in that motherfucker. I jump off the handlebars. I commenced to whoop, 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 and I knew the nigga, but I couldn't go. I had to. Or he was gonna get in my ass, so I had to get off. Yeah, I had to. And after that, she witnessed that shit, and that's when she was like, "You got to go move with your daddy." And sent me to Compton, and as soon as I got up to Compton, shit, Andre and Tyree.
So you're telling me at that point, Compton was a better place than Long Beach?
Yeah, as far as my mama saying it, yeah. Yeah. But I was still catching the bus back down to Long Beach. But when I got there, Andre and Tyree, they had me out. I was a young kid.
Andre, we talking about Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Yeah, and so we was
we don't got that ability.
We was in we used to have battle of the blocks, and I used to battle all the dudes my age in the boxing gloves. It was me, my homeboy Big Brucey, my homeboy Stank, Raul, Hesi, all of us, Versailles. We had a whole little crew. We all used to box each other. And when I first met them, and we wasn't like tight. And so Andre and Tyree started calling me Kibbles. They called me Kibbles and Bits.
Kibbles and Bits?
Yeah,
like the dog food?
Yeah, they was like Kibbles and Bits. So when I used to go out there to box, say, get him, Kibbles. Right. And that's why I'd go out there try to try to squab. But it was my homeboy Stank. That was the lockup of the century. Me and him, we was locking up. Stank was fast in the motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga was tagging me. I ain't gonna lie. He didn't beat me. It was neck or draw. But that was one fast motherfucker. He was vicious. And that was what I went through. And there was another kid named BB, another dude named BB. He was younger than me, but this motherfucker was knocking grown men out, like knocking them. Like I used to fuck with him. He wasn't. He was a Debo, but He was just a stocky, like Mike Tyson type. He was knocking motherfuckers out. I was like, shit, I don't know if I wouldn't fight BB back then, but if I had to, I would have. But BB, rest in peace from Kelly Park. That was my dog. You know, Baby James from neighborhood. Like all of them. I grew up with all of them. You know, Manuel. It was just a bunch of, you know, I grew up and they used to have Battle of the Blocks where we would box. Our block was T block, and we battled Caress or Muriel. E block was Muriel. We battled the different blocks. Whether it was
boxing battle,
it was boxing. It was football. It was baseball. We did just a bunch of different things. We would just do it was like the hood Olympics pretty much. And
that's dope. Actually,
that shit was fun.
I'm trying to do the hood Olympics in the video right now.
Yeah, that shit was fun as fuck. But that was the fun I would have in Compton. But Long Beach, it was serious. Yeah. And then all my homeboys was going to jail at a young age. We was playing sports and shit, but then as we got in that teen era, it was kind of like shit. We started going, you know, my homeboy started going to, like, my homeboy went to jail. You know, it was like young camp shit. And I was like, damn, lost.
Yeah. Now, one of my favorite songs of all times. I need to know how this studio session went. It ain't no fun.
Wow.
If the homies can't,
I ain't gonna lie.
I actually walked in that session. I walked into that session.
Wait a second. You walked into the session?
I walked into that session when they had just started doing it. Like when they first started doing it. Actually, they was. I don't think Nate's part was on there, but Snoop. Nate's part was on there. Snoop, Corrupt had did his, Snoop had did his, and they had an open verse. I was like, shit, let me get on that motherfucker. And they was like, shit, go ahead, write a verse. So I wrote that motherfucking verse. I was fresh off of endo smoking all that shit too.
I'm thinking this a whole party. This wasn't a party in the session? Wasn't no naked bitches?
No,
Okay, all right.
All
right, let's get to that part. I'm sorry.
That was always the death row sessions. The death row sessions wasn't nothing but
was a party in danger.
Drink. It was a party.
Right.
And all kind of shit.
A dangerous party.
Fucking, all that shit was going on. You know, all that shit was going on in those sessions. Them death row sessions back then it was.
How y'all make music with that craziness?
Just had, I mean, it was that's what helped us make music. Right. All of that shit.
No, I ain't gonna lie. Listen to me.
You could feel it in the music.
There's certain eras that, like, you know, you hear the music, you be like, I just wish I was there. Like that early Death Row, like before, like you said, I can see what you say where the money came and changed.
Yeah.
But like when y'all was just you know, starting out fresh, I could tell y'all really got along with each other in the beginning. I could tell everyone was like,
well, the beginning.
Of course, I mean that's the golden years, though.
Right.
It's the beginning.
It's all new to everybody.
But by the way, EFN, that's for everyone. Once era, money gets involved too much, it always changes.
Absolutely,
just this amount, it changes. But that beginning part is always.
And with Popeye's chicken, we used to get
I'm starving right now. Please,
man. Oh, okay. Let me cut it out.
You fasted?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh my
goodness. Blow me up. Foul the guy.
Well, I damn sure want to give me some Cuban food or some.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Whoever that chef is that Cali got.
Oh, Melissa. He don't let her out.
I would love for that motherfucker to cook something for me. Shit.
Let's pick up the college. Pick up the snipe store. Pick up college. I'm gonna say it right. Snipe store. The snipe store is looking great. Look, so let's get snipe store looking great, Colin, man.
Talking to Cali right now?
Yeah. No, let's go to quick time with slime. I'm gonna explain to him.
Yeah. We're gonna give you two options. You pick one, we good. But if you say both or neither, then we drink.
Okay.
Drink a shot.
So who you got a ringer? You got Sonny your ringer?
I'm gonna drink some coffee, man.
That's your shot?
Yeah, that's my shot.
Then you got to drink.
Let Sonny drink.
You got to drink something.
Yeah, Sonny will drink for me. All right, cool. Let's go. You want me to set it off?
You guys said it?
Yeah, it's sent.
I don't see none of your shit.
I see it.
I see it now. Ready? I'll set it.
Now I don't see it.
Can I borrow your lighter?
Of course.
Hold on, let me get my shot ready.
Okay, where is my shot?
I got the first one.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Dre or Daz?
Dre. I love Daz. Shit.
I think Daz will pick Dre too.
Oh yeah.
That's them. Tupac or DMX?
Shit. Both.
Okay.
Oh, we're drinking.
Oh, man.
Cheers.
Yeah, you drinking for me, Sonny.
Oh,
rock. DJ Quick or Battle Cat?
Shout out Battle Cat at the 50th.
Quick?
Shit. Both.
Damn. I wouldn't pour so heavy.
Yeah, don't pour. Yeah, give him light. Yeah. All right, this one I'm changing it up.
I'm gonna do it. No,
I'm changing it up because this is why you viral. This is why
I'm not viral, bro.
I'm not trying to you EFNV, and the V stands for viral.
I'm not trying to be viral.
Ice Cube or Biggie Smalls?
Nah, that's not cool, man.
Shit.
This is your famous argument, brother.
It's not.
Stand by it.
It wasn't an argument.
Stand by it.
It wasn't an argument.
Stand by it.
You asked me who
according to what the internet says.
My favorite artist was. I said Ice Cube.
I'm gonna have to go with Cube on that one.
Okay.
You gotta, and it ain't just because he from the West Coast. You gotta look at all that shit.
The catalog and everything.
Exactly.
The history.
Did you see that argument online?
Him and with Ice Cube. Yeah, but I gotta roll with Cube. I love Biggie now. Don't get me wrong.
That's the thing.
Biggie is my era.
It makes it seem like I don't like Biggie. I love Biggie.
Yeah, but that nigga Cube got. Have you ever heard Summer Vacation?
That's it.
Oh my God. Have they heard the what's mixtape was that? Jacking for Beats? Come on now, fuck the police. He was writing all that shit for Easy.
And this record's No Vaseline is one of the best diss records of all time.
Well, this is how you know he was hard, because Eazy-E said, Ice Cube, write the rhymes, that I say. I said, this nigga's ill.
Yeah. Hey.
That nigga said it in his own rhyme.
This DJ played No Vaseline.
That's hard. But how hard you gotta be? How hard you gotta be to like, yo, say this.
Yeah. But that's how ill Easy was too.
Yeah.
Easy didn't give a fuck.
You want me to blow myself up? Yeah, blow yourself up.
Yeah.
Ice Cube, write the rhyme. That shit is hard.
Yeah, they played that motherfucking Vaseline in the comedy store one day. We was in there. It was me, Snoop, and Dre, and all of us. And Suge, all of us. We was in the comedy because that was our spot. We used to go to the comedy store. That was our hangout.
Wow,
chilling. The DJ played No Vaseline, boy. Wow, you talking about motherfucker getting his ass whooped.
No Vaseline is ill.
Drake grabbed the arm of the 1200, just like that, and they everybody we
Yo, was gunplay in niggas back then.
It wasn't gunplay. Okay, it was ass.
No, he said gunplay from Miami.
That was straight gunplay right there. And that shit was a trip, man. It was more like motherfuckers getting beat up and shit like that. It wasn't, because that's when, Dre did Dre Day, and then Snoop was like on the street knowledge mission. He was getting that Cube on that.
And he was getting that
Luke.
And Luke.
And Tim Dog.
Yeah.
Tim Dog. Luke is my nigga. I used to fuck with Luke.
Let me ask you the truth. I knew why Tim Dog caught a stray. I knew why Eazy-E caught a stray. I never caught why did they go at Luke. Did Luke do something?
There was something back then. I don't even remember.
I think he has said something about that we wasn't gangsters out here on the West Coast,
but
something like that. But
what's crazy? The Two Life Crew, the Brother Marquise and what's the other, and Fresh Kid Ice, they were both from LA.
Yeah, Brother Marquise, my guy. That was my guy, Luke.
Yeah.
From LA?
I mean, I don't know if they were born out
from
there.
LA. You from LA too?
LA.
Shots.
But we rep Miami. We raised in Dade County. Yeah. Right. So yeah, it's crazy though. But yeah, there was something there.
Because I never understood that as a fan. Obviously, I wasn't.
I don't remember. Does anybody remember what the beef started with?
With Luke?
No, it was.
I thought it was some independent shit.
Something like
I don't remember the
it was something shit about y'all. They ain't gangsters. It was something about they. about they wasn't LA they ain't gangster some shit.
Wow. What was the response? Cowards and Compton gets Spade and Dave?
Wow. Later on after that, like, you know, after years after that, Luke had a show. Luke's Peep Show, and we did Luke's Peep Show with him in Malibu on this private beach. Oh, that nigga Luke was cold with it. He's a fool.
Luke is wild.
Oh, that's my God.
Wild boy.
Oh my God.
Luke
He
is
had
wild,
some crazy
man.
shit going on. That shit, I mean, I was like, this.
Did you go to How Can I Be Down when he had the boat ride?
I didn't do that.
Oh
I
my
didn't-
God, that was wild.
Luke is the man. The man. I ain't gonna lie. He had some cold shit going on like that with that Luke's Peep Show.
No, the Luke's Peep Show was out of control.
Oh my God, that shit was dope. We played football on the sand. It was 3-on-3. It was me, Snoop, and my homeboy Lou Dog against Luke and two other guys. We was playing sand football out in the I'm gonna just tell you one of the things, the challenges he had with the ladies. You know, I ain't going hard on these ladies or nothing like that, but he had this challenge. It was called bobbling for dicks. He had some shit. He had some shit where he had the girl that was like, yeah, and they had to get in there to bobble the dick. That shit was crazy. It was that was one of the challenges. I know he gonna be like that nigga Warren crazy, but that was a cold. That was a cold challenge. It was a way. That was
the fans.
Like I said, it was a lot of stuff.
There was no dicks. You can say to the fans.
Luke's Peep Show was cold.
There was
like
apples.
Yeah,
there was
that
apples.
shit was crazy. And it was a lot of crazy shit, man.
Shout out to Life Crew.
That was in the beginning stages, like way back. We was I think that was in the early Chronic stages. Yeah, when we did that. But that, you know, we had squashed all that stuff. It was, you know, and became cool and still cool to this day. You know, Luke is our guy.
We gotta ask Luke. Did we ask Luke when he was on here?
No, he said some other shit though.
You know what?
I don't think
Luke
we
used to
remember.
they used to come to the Wet n Wild pool parties back then. Everybody used to come to Ed Lover, Dr. Dre, all them used to come to the Wet n Wild. I was the youngest nigga in there. Young buck. In there with just seeing titties, and you know, at that age it was like, damn,
you let him titties.
I was
He's
like,
still impacted from the early titties.
Go on YouTube and look up Wet n Wild pool parties. With that shit was cracking. You don't get that no more. But I tried to redo that when I was on Def Jam. Me and Chris Lighty threw a matching party where I had everybody down at I think Beverly Hills Hotel. I had everybody shuttled up to the party.
Right.
And I had the shit where I had 3 levels. When you walk, before you even get in there good, it's a bar at the door. Drink right here. You can't get in there and you get you a drink before you get in there. Then I had a food level where you come on this floor, you eat on this floor. Then I had another level where you play cards and do dance and do all that shit. Me and Chris had that shit laid the fuck out, man. And that shit was cold. Rest in peace, Chris Lighty. That was my dog, man. Good dude, man.
All right, so let's move on to the next one, and we're gonna go back to Chris Lighty. Ice-T or LL Cool J?
Ice-T.
All right. You on your West Coast shit? Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay, to see you in your hotel, nigga. Come on.
6 in the morning, police at my door.
Yeah, that's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say. Don't leave it there. Leave it there.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society.
Oh shit.
I'm a huge LL fan. Don't get me. I love LL. I'm a huge LL fan. Yep. Shit, I used to think I was cut creator. Shit, I ain't never told him that. I said, man, let me be cut creator.
I was inspired by Cut Creator.
Straight up.
Boys in the Hood or Menace to Society movies.
Oh wait. Damn. Let me see. I'm gonna have to say Menace to Society.
You skipped one too.
You know what? I'm gonna say both on that one.
Oh, come on, man.
I gotta say both on that one.
You're making a drink. Cheers.
No, I didn't skip.
Oh,
I just switched the name.
I know, that's why. You kind of...
Yeah, but go to...
You gonna say Biggie and Big L?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I did.
Good.
Biggie or Big L?
Big L.
Really?
Yeah, Big L was
I'm a
hard.
Big
in the
L fan,
motherfucker.
so
Big L was hard in the motherfucking.
You fuck with Big L?
Yeah, shit, yeah.
You ever met him?
I didn't get a chance to meet him, but all
Big
my
L was
homies,
dope, man.
yeah, all the homeboys, you know, I heard his music. I was like, this nigga hard. He was on some thug shit way back in there before a lot of gangster shit was coming out.
Yep.
He was vicious.
And he had bars too.
No, he was super bars.
Yeah. Damn.
Could you met rest in peace, Big L, by the way, and Biggie as well.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
I met
indeed.
Biggie
Yes,
and
indeed.
Biggie.
Biggie's my guy too. It's a freestyle with me, Snoop, Tupac, and Biggie. It's on YouTube.
And you?
Yeah, we was at the Glam Slam. I wasn't no hell of a freestyler, but I was trying my.
Which Glam Slam? Which group?
In Princess Club in L.A.
Because he had one out here too.
Yeah, but this was the one on 3rd Street up in downtown LA. And
that's wild.
We I'm telling you, Pac and Biggie was them niggas was, I don't understand how that shit went this way and that way.
They both Gemini. It was ridiculous.
We was all fucking with each other, like all in the same freestyle and having a ball. We was at different shows and shit, doing shit, partying, all kind of shit.
Wow.
You know, that shit just tripped me out how this shit went that way, that went that way. Crazy.
Yeah, go to the next one. It's LA shit.
Nipsey. What? I gotta get LA. Nipsey or Eazy-E?
Shit.
Did you meet Nipsey?
I'm gonna have to say Eazy-E. You know, I love Nipsey, but Eazy-E is one of the guys who
the beginning.
Yeah, it's the beginning of a lot of this gangster shit from the gangster shit on the West Coast.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. MC Light or Queen Latifah?
Oh wait, god damn. I'm gonna have to say both on that because both of them is my homegirls and they both dope.
Take a shot.
They both dope. Shit.
Oof.
Y'all gonna have
Shimmy,
me drunk in the motherfucker. I'm gonna have a cold headache, huh?
I'm drinking like a
on
motherfucker.
drink champs, man.
He fasted, but I'm fucked up with you right now.
Yes, indeed.
I think you should do the next three. That's all West Coast.
Come on, man. We all hip hop right now, man. What's going on?
Oh, yeah.
I like me supporting the West Coast, man.
Oh yeah.
All right, this one is the crew right here came up with this. Badass or Little Half Dead.
Hey, y'all crazy.
Thank you for taking it out on them. Everyone takes it out on us.
I already knew.
Yeah, it's still.
Half Dead is my homeboy, but I got to roll with Badass on that one.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
All right, Chronic or Doggy Style? That's gonna be hard. I would imagine.
Shit. I'm gonna have to go with the Chronic. Because that was all of us that was the same element that was on Doggy Style, but it was more well, god damn, let me think about this. I mean,
did you have the same?
What I'm at? I take that back. I'm gonna have to go with both. I had to bring that one back. I had to rewind on that.
Yeah, but in all respect, if it wasn't for the Chronic, that's what led to the Doggy Style.
Yes, it did.
But you feel that you had the same input on Doggy Style that you had on the Chronic?
Yeah, it was I didn't have the same. I didn't produce nothing on the
Doggy Style.
Nothing on Doggy Style. Let me think about it now.
That's
Wait a
wild
minute now.
now.
Wait a minute. Let me think.
Already. You fucked us up.
Well, I have to think about it. What did I do?
No, but I'm fucked up that you didn't produce anything on Doggy Style, being that Snoop was your man.
Gotta ask Snoop that shit.
I'm just saying you came. No, I'm not trying to make anything.
No, it's a lot of shit that
I'm saying you came into Chronic. You assisted in Chronic.
Yeah, it's a lot.
How do you not assist on Doggy Style? Which is
no, it was at that time that was kind of like that in that midst of.
If I was Dre, I would say yes, assist me with this too.
Yeah, but that was in the midst of me being with Def Jam.
Right. Oh, then now you're doing your own thing.
Yeah,
all right, so that's what it is. All right.
I wanted to do some shit on Doggy Style, shit, just like this DJ.
This
DJ.
My notes.
Snoop helped write that shit, and he was on the hook, but Death Row wouldn't let Snoop. They wouldn't clear him. They was like, no, fuck that. We ain't clearing shit. And so I said, you know what? Okay, I got to figure this shit out because it's gonna look crazy with, Snoop not doing this hook. You know, so I took Snoop's voice and I made it Chipmunk. So if you listen under this DJ, you'll hear you hear the Chipmunk voice under. That's Snoop. And I redid the hook. He wrote the hook. I redid the hook.
Is that the first AI?
You goddamn right.
Warren G. Hey. Warren G. AI. Spread the rumor. Warren G.
BET's the first AI.
Yes, indeed. Even okay now, and I'm just getting this, letting people know this. Corrupt help with writing. Do you see? You don't see what I see every day.
He got credit for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know the credit. I
don't mean to fuck it up.
No, it's all good, man. But that's what we did with each other. I didn't done a gang of shit for them, man. I didn't say nigga.
It was synergy.
Everybody would do anything I did. That's just like I said. Like,
and that's what it felt like. That like. Y'all were just working.
That's it. This person
and the business was later.
Yeah, no, we didn't even do the business.
Fucked up.
No, we never did the business on none of that shit. So whoever somebody did this for that person, that's for you.
It was
if this person
creative.
did that,
it was all creative. Right.
That's for you. That's for your shit. That's for your shit. That's for your shit. We didn't come back saying I wrote this shit and did that. No, that's yours. That's yours. That's yours.
Right.
But other than that shit, I did my shit. I've had people help out on certain things. Everybody get help. When we was in there doing the Chronic and different songs, there was a lot of help. Even like when Mr. Grimm is rapping on Endo Smoke, on the H&R Puff the stuff in your lungs, smoking on the Chronic, getting straight sprung. That's my style. But go ahead. I helped with that. Would help with helping him write that part. You know what I mean? So it's just inputting here and there, but that's just how we worked. It wasn't no nigga, I want this, I want that, and I want that, and I take that. Snoop will tell you. He done a gang of shit for a gang of motherfuckers and ain't charged him nothing, ain't asked for nothing. Same with me. I done shit like you gotta get yours, I gotta get mine. I ain't seen not one check from that.
Really?
Not one check from that. I ain't seen no money from Endo Smoke. And that went gold. I wasn't on my shit back then, and I could go after them now. You should see the royalty check that they send me from Sony. That should be 35 cents. How the fuck is it 35 cents? Motherfucking this motherfucker went gold. And by now the motherfucker is beyond gold. Now that shit probably so many different platinums that you can't even name it.
Should take me more gas to put it in the bank.
You know what I mean? So how the fuck is y'all gonna? But it's my fault because I ain't had a hyena to go get off in their motherfucking ass and audit all these motherfuckers, all of them. Mm-hmm. I guess the drink kicking in, huh? Yeah. I'm motherfucking.
Last West Coast, and I'll take it.
Hey, I'm motherfucking and all kind of shit.
All right, we said Chronic or Doggy Style, right?
Yeah, after that.
The Game or Eminem?
Eminem.
Really?
Eminem is dope. I mean, I ain't saying Game ain't dope, but Eminem is you got to look at what the motherfucker wrote. Things just ain't the same for gangsters. He wrote that. That's one of my favorite fucking songs.
For Dre.
Right. Things just ain't
so we got to clear it up because people don't know what we're talking about.
Oh,
I
thought Jay-Z wrote that.
No,
Eminem wrote that.
Eminem wrote that?
Jay-Z wrote
Still Dre.
He wrote Still
Dre.
Eminem, how the fuck can you write this for this nigga and the shit sound like it's straight?
It's him, yeah.
Because he's a student of the game.
Yeah, so it's like
Good point.
And the motherfucker went diamond plus, all that shit.
Multiple something.
And he's talented, and I ain't, like I said, I ain't taking shit from Game. Game is dope too. Game is dope, but it's different. You know what I mean? Like you say, he's a student, Game a student of the game too. It's just Eminem.
You're right, he is.
I promise you, that motherfucker wrote that shit like he was inside of Dre's body in his head.
Like alien shit.
And that shit was so motherfucking hard. I was like, God damn. So when you asked me that, I had to give it to him on that one because that shit was dope. Game is dope too. Don't get me wrong. The shit he was doing was hard too.
And please forgive Melly Mel. Melly Mel, Melly Mel send an apology. And Melly Mel, please, we need everybody. I'll hold it down to come back.
Hey,
go ahead.
I guarantee you, if he would have, if he would have, it would have been more of a everybody would have been more like, okay, wait a minute now. If he would have did his diss over that sometimes I want goddamn, what's boom, boom, over the message. No, not Eminem. If Melly Mel would have rapped over the message, doing his shit back then, people would probably be like, oh shit, wait a minute. But the record he did was like, nigga, you doing some shit way back, from back in that era. No, I ain't dissing it. I ain't dissing it, but he should have grabbed one of these young motherfucking producers and got on their shit to make it, make it more of a I ain't saying it ain't, it ain't, but what he say? It's time for the payback. What he say? Something like that. No, look, don't get me wrong. Melly Mel is my nigga. I love Melly Mel. That's an OG everything, but he should have did it over a different type of music and made it more simple to where, okay, now we got something going here. Right. Now, okay, it could be another one, another part two, because it's all fun and games.
You're saying he did it so old school, like it's only like the old school.
He went super old school with it. He went super old school when he should have just come up to this era and get down on this type of shit. That shit might open up a whole nother motherfucking lane for you with these young niggas.
Right.
You know what I mean? You do something, bust over they shit.
You think he should have rhymed with some drill shit? Some drill shit?
No, not rhyming. No, not rhyming drill shit.
Okay,
just rhyming like he rhymed. The nigga did the message that shit. That he know how to write. So you take your time with it and be simple with it and just break that shit down. But Melly Mel is my nigga. But that he probably should have. He probably should have had a different beat, more up to era to where. Where it'll gravitate the young crowd to come in and listen at the same time, because
if Melly Mel would have hit you and said, "I need a beat to diss Eminem on," what you giving her? Are you answering the text?
I couldn't get in it.
Okay.
I couldn't get in there. I wouldn't get in nobody mix. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I am. I wouldn't get in nobody mix because I love both of them.
Right.
Just as far as like hip hop. That's what I mean as far as musically. I think he could have musically came a little better.
Right.
And it's but he ain't no buster though. He struck right back to the pace. He came right back to that shit. Shit.
And he's strong as a motherfucker. He's strong. He's strong as a motherfucker. That's the Arnold Schwarzenegger of hip hop.
Yes, indeed. Shit.
Melly Mel for governor.
Oh,
yes,
Melly Mel, man.
All right.
That's my guy, though. I love Melly Mel.
Nah, he's the truth, man.
Yeah.
Hey. I feel like he gonna say that to us.
I seen a post that Fat Joe did a post the other day where he had Melly Mel performing and I don't know where the fuck he was at, but he had a green suit on.
Yeah, he still had the suit.
And he made everybody say, "Dude, something this way." Then he told Coach, that was the coldest shit I ever seen in a motherfucking concert. I swear to God, that shit was dope. I was gonna steal it from Joe and repost that shit. That shit was so fucking dope. If y'all would have seen. You seen what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That shit was hard.
And if you notice,
then he came in with the goddamn it, I keep forgetting this.
I seen that, and he had the hat on too, right? He had the hat on.
He had the hat on with the.
I ain't gonna lie. He walked out looking like a Diesel Prince.
Yeah.
He looked like Prince, but Diesel.
This way.
Yeah, like Prince went to the gym.
By the time they got to the middle is when he started his first verse on the boom, boom, back, boom, boom, boom. Oh my God, they went crazy.
Oh.
The crowd went crazy. They started singing everything.
Gotta respect the architects, man.
That shit was hard as fuck.
Let's pick up Melly Mel, goddammit.
Yeah, for real.
We wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for that.
Straight up.
Who hurt all of you?
Yes,
everybody.
Yes,
Grandmaster Flash.
Ludacris or T.I.?
Shit. All right, get back to my pocket. Man, boy, y'all making it hard on me. Shit.
Shit, I gotta.
Oh my God. Damn. Man, you know what? Oh, you got 2 more for me. You know,
she anticipating Usain Bolt.
I think I'm gonna have to.
Bolt it out.
Let me think about it. I'm gonna have to. Damn. I'm leaning towards T.I., but and Ludacris is my nigga. T.I. been bodyguard hard. With what he was doing. Shit. Damn, y'all got me with that one. Shit, I'm gonna have to go with both on that one, man. God damn it.
Shit.
Yes, indeed.
Got the next one. Death Row or Ruthless?
Woo. Damn.
Shit.
I like this shit.
I'm gonna have to roll with Death Row.
Okay.
You was a young Ruthless.
Yeah.
All right, I'm up.
Or MC Ren.
Yeah.
I'll throw it back.
Corrupt.
Okay. Let me get this one.
Ren hard than a motherfucker.
Ren is one of the hardest.
Yeah, one of the hardest.
I think he's underrated. Ren is underrated.
Yeah. Ren is hard than a motherfucker. If it ain't rough, it ain't me. That nigga was hard. He is still hard. He's still dope. Yeah.
Okay. Rough Riders or Rockefeller?
Shit. Shit, I'm gonna have to roll with the Rough Riders, man.
Okay.
I got to do it.
Okay. Nas,
Kenny Butler, and then Kenny Butler, my homeboy. I had a chance to really chop it up with DMX and them. You know, not saying that Rockefeller. I've never. The only person I got a chance to really chop with Rockefeller was Benny Siegel. You know, me and Jay-Z, we never really had a conversation or sat and chatted or anything. But I love what he do, and I would love to produce some shit for him. That would be
crazy.
You know, I would love to do that.
That has to happen, man.
Yeah, I would love to produce something.
That has to happen.
Yeah, if I bet he hit me like, Warren, I need some shit, I get nervous in the mother. Like, wait a minute, hold up. This nigga just say he wanted. Nah, I'll go in the fucking.
Nah, you would kill it.
I'll go into a zone so motherfucking crazy.
Nah, you'll kill it.
Okay. Nas or Rakim?
God damn, I'm gonna have to go with both on that one.
All right, that's good. That one right there.
Let me get the West Coast ones.
Hold on, let me get this one and then I'll give you the West Coast. KRS-One or Jadakiss?
I don't even think that's fair.
KRS-One.
Okay. Don't be comparing me to
Jadakiss is my guy. Right. I love him. But KRS-One, you gotta. Did you see what the fuck he did? The shit he did. Now I know I ain't tripping. What he did, the South Side Bronx, in the thing the other day. And Nas is the guy over the whole show.
And it's in Brooklyn.
And he did the bridge is over.
Yeah.
He did all of that shit. I'm like, God damn. Yeah. I was like, I hope that don't start nothing in that motherfucker.
Yeah, it almost did.
But I was like, damn. I was like, that, you know, that nigga got.
Nah, KRS-One is a blueprint.
Classic.
He's a blueprint.
Not saying that Jada don't have classic. He just.
I think Jada would say KRS-One. To be honest with you,
the teacher.
I think Jada would say that.
He's the teacher of hip hop.
Yeah.
Like he really be spitting.
He's still teaching us.
Yeah, he's spitting game. Everything he talk about, he's spitting game in a way to as far as guidance.
Yeah.
You know, and doing something. You're not saying that Jadakiss ain't doing it. He like me. We gonna talk about some bud. We gonna tell you some shit, but we gonna put that bud element in it.
Nah,
we gonna put our party shit with it, and you know.
He puts everything into perspective. One time he started talking, and in my mind, the whole crowd had a book in their hand. In my mind. My mind. In my mind. I'm not saying this happened.
Yeah, he's dope.
As he started talking, it felt like everybody had a book like this. Like,
yes, indeed.
Okay, you want to go on? This is some LA shit. Go ahead.
Well, this is Texas too. Okay. RBX or Sam Snead?
RBX.
Okay. Sugar Puff.
Sugar Puff.
Sugar. Not Sugar Puff. Sugar or Puff.
Yeah, Sugar Puff.
was good.
Sugar Puff.
Nina Puff Daddy.
Yeah. They should do a combination together. Sugar Puff.
Sugar Puff. Damn, that's what I thought he said. I was like, who the fuck is Sugar Puff? You seen that? I'm gonna have to go with both on that one.
Okay.
Oh shit.
We gotta come up with a combination now. Sugar Puff. Both of them. 5 songs there, 5 songs the other one. Okay. The Source or XXL?
Oh shit. The Source.
Okay. Big up Zeno.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Big Daddy Kane or Slick Rick?
Shit. Both.
Let's go. Let's go, goddammit. Oh, you got the next one? Or you want me to take it?
He need a double
you got
shot.
another one. She said you got another one on the side.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Shit, you didn't slid that one on me.
Yeah.
God damn.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Lady of Rage or Yo-Yo?
Both.
Okay.
You know, they both dope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bless you. Okay, you ready?
Damn, I'm like, I went like this.
Okay.
Getting there.
Pharrell or Kanye West?
Man, shit. I'm gonna have to roll with Kanye.
Okay. Ooh,
I love Pharrell. He's dope. You know, I heard he wanted to work with me back in the day, but nobody never contacted me to tell me that. Yeah.
I guess.
But Kanye, I grounded. We was, you know, before anything, just to see the progress that he made from being in this little ass studio with 1,000 fucking, like hundreds of thousands of records all the way up and down the stairs, and it being cold as fucking Chicago when I went to go see him.
Wow.
And then just the things that he did, and the production, his production is it remind me of myself. You know, I be telling these motherfuckers I was the Drake of the 90s. You know, all the ladies love. I ain't gonna lie. You know, all the ladies. I was LL Warren. Oh yeah, LL Warren, man, back in the 90s.
I got the next one.
Yeah, please.
This is a good one, man. George Clinton or Blowfly?
Oh my God.
Both the funk, right?
Oh my God. Boy, y'all sure being hard on me.
Blowfly's the hardest.
I'm gonna have to roll with both.
Okay.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
Think about it. Who did you sample more?
I got to roll with George Clinton.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I had to roll
Why
with
did I
George
still
Clinton.
drink? I don't know. I still drink.
Just used to it. Illmatic or Ready to Die?
God damn, boy, y'all show is cold.
Who did you really listen?
Both.
Nah, who did you really listen to? Be
I
honest.
listen to both of them motherfuckers.
No, I want to dig in.
I listen to both of them. If I had to do it like that, I'd listen to Illmatic more because that was out way before that. But I'm gonna go with both because they was both dope for a dope record.
I ain't mad.
Yeah,
and I still got a drink.
Indeed. And I still got the blue Nas hoodie with the orange Nas on the way from way back in the day. Because believe it or not, Def Jam was with Sony.
Yeah,
and before Polygram, so. Me and Nas used to fly on the plane.
Yeah, people don't know how the labels were all connected by these conglomerates.
No, and Nas was on Sony, so we were both Sony artists. So they had us flying together. Me and Nas fly to LA, back to New York, back to LA.
Wow.
So we was flying together. Mm-hmm.
You and Nas, a record would be crazy.
That's another guy I would
crazy.
love to
crazy
get
record.
You know what? A lot of these artists, they don't really understand that. There's somebody that say, send me some beats. But the way I am is, you know, if you want to get the best,
Come sit down.
Out of it. Yeah, let's sit in that motherfucker.
You're gonna produce them
like we doing right now.
Right,
we talking, we vibing. Let's sit in that motherfucker and understand each other.
Right,
and
let's
that's
get the
when
vibe.
best.
We can't do the same interview on Zoom.
Yes, indeed. That's when the best.
Zoom is a
the best is gonna come out.
I'm sorry to change subject, but I say that's the reason why the music for the '90s was so good is because back then I couldn't sing.
You had to be in the studio.
I had to go to your studio. You had to come to my studio. We had to sit down. We had to make music together. And now it's just trash music. I mean, not trash music. Let me not call it trash. It's disposable music because all I'm doing is trying to get your feeling, and then I'm trying to match my verse with the thing, as opposed to when you were sitting there, when you made the hook, I was there. You know what I mean? When you made the beat,
I think Nas and you would be.
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah,
awesome.
I would love to get down with him.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You know what I did that a lot of people remember the Pick It Up, the remix. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. I did that.
Ooh.
Remember the Slick Rick behind bars? He was pissed off. Slick Rick didn't like it, but Russell and him had to tell him like, nigga, don't worry about it. The shit is dope. That dum diddy daddy day. This type of shit happens every day.
Yep.
Produced that shit for Slick Rick, and that shit went gold. He understood it after that.
This shit was dope.
You know, and Slick Rick is dope as fuck, but he just didn't understand because he was like, oh, you can't mix this with that, and in the show.
Right.
And gave that nigga a go.
Side note, you saw the Biz Markie documentary?
No, I didn't see it. It came out. Sasha Jenkins did it. I didn't know it came out. I seen the trailer for it.
So Biz Markie used to go out and do Lottie Dottie and say it was him.
Get the fuck.
Wow.
It was his rhymes.
Get out of here.
Wow.
He would go perform it and
It's like
be
you
like Lottie Dottie, and people thought it was his shit.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So Kendrick Lamar or J. Cole?
Woof. That's ill.
Shit.
Because J. Cole is like your cousin, and Kendrick
J.
Lamar
Cole
is
J. Cole.
West Coast.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll. I'm gonna have to roll with both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and I think they're the best that we have right now in hip hop.
And you know what tripped me out is J. Cole. It's on a video, probably on YouTube somewhere. I seen the shit. And when we was recently in Raleigh, I was trying to reach out to try to get him to come to the show because he said that my album, mentioned Tupac. He was like Warren G, Tupac, and he says and some other records. He said those were the albums that inspired me to do what I do. Rapping. So I wanted them to come see the show live. Come see me do this shit, nigga. The shit that you
y'all need to connect. Come out, J. Cole. Connect with Warren G.
Right. Hey. Dropping this next week. He gonna see it. Rap City or MTV Raps?
Oof. Oh, wait. Rap City.
Okay,
I got the next one.
Yeah.
Love my dog, man. OG's right here. King T or MC8?
Shit. Oh, wait. Damn. I got to roll with King T because King T was.
He's the original.
King T was right there with Ice-T. They had like a little thing, kind of not no serious beef or nothing, but it was like the battle over the T.
Nope.
Who was the T?
Really? That was the T beef?
Yeah. It was like King T and Ice-T. Like who was the
T?
King T was hard too. Now shit, that nigga, y'all need to go back and listen to
no, King T is a motherfucker.
Oh my God, act a fool. Shit.
But MC8 as well. CMW.
I'm gonna tell you a guy that nobody never talk about was Mixmaster Spade.
Talk about it.
Vicious. Said I wanna go to the liquor store. Hey, and get some 8-ball, baby. Get some 8-ball.
I want to make that over right now.
You get some cocaine right now?
Hey, go ahead.
Niggas don't know. Rest in peace, Mixmaster Spade. But you know that he was original. He from Compton.
Wow.
Yeah. And nobody don't even, like, he was more, people don't really understand, like, he was one of the ones too in the beginning, Mixmaster Spade, that was putting it down. Yeah.
You next.
Now I want you.
Egyptian Lover. I'm sorry, y'all.
Egyptian Lover, of course.
Egyptian Lover is kind of like our Cool Herc.
Yep.
Right.
You know what I mean? From the West Coast, the LA Dream Team, like all those people. You know, all different kind of guys. We had some, you know, the Captain Rap was from Long Beach, like
Arabian Prince.
Arabian Prince. You know, these were you know, the guys like that was setting it off.
Yeah.
Before we you know we was listening, but it was, you know, breaking and shit back there, like with Ice-T and them, like, you know, when breaking and all that shit came out, you know. Yeah.
So Wu-Tang.
My jaw jacking too much, huh?
Wu-Tang or NWA?
Shit.
Come on,
Wu-Tang and NWA. I'm gonna have to mash with NWA. They shit. Raekwon and Ghostface and Method Man, them my guys. But them niggas, shit, if you listen to that the niggas any of the NWA albums, the way they put that shit together, that shit is that's like the greatest of all time as far as hip hop production from Dre in hip hop period, the way it was structured. Because it was a movie. He took you on a journey and made it a movie,
including the skits.
That's what I mean. The skits, it was a movie. It's acted out and then it's brought into a song.
I always thought
Compton.
Yes,
I always
indeed.
thought
Yes,
all
indeed.
classic hip hop skits to always wind up as a movie.
Yes, indeed.
I always thought that.
Yes, indeed.
I'm sorry to jump off subject. All right, let's go to the next one.
Wait,
Yeah.
I got it.
You
Exhibit or Razzcast?
Exhibit.
Yeah, I like this one.
Mac 10 and WC. Dub C, let's go.
Shit.
I love it.
I'll fuck with both of them, but I got to roll with Dub C.
Okay. Ghetto Boys or UGK?
Shit. I'm gonna have to go both on that one.
Damn.
well, I mean,
I'm ready to drink.
I gotta go with both.
Go
Pimp C was my nigga. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all some cold shit. I'm gonna tell y'all some cold shit.
Yeah.
When he
so my Pimp C
got out of jail, he came to California. He came to my studio. I had a studio in Lake Forest, California. He came to my studio. We sat in that motherfucker and talked and just thinking, you know, about things we was getting ready to do musically. So he just wanted to see me, you know. So we was in that motherfucker just chopping it up. He was telling me about when he was in a riot in jail where he said, "Nigga, I had on nothing but my boxers, nigga," and he said I was put on oil all over my body. He said, "Nigga, had put my boots on, nigga, was ready to go." You know, out in the riot, getting ready to go down, and he came back again and he called me. When the shit happened with him, I still got the voice message. That's how deep this is. I still got the voice message where he called me. He said, "Warren," he said, "I don't know what you're doing tonight, but I'm at the La Madrian Hotel. I'm getting ready to get down with Too Short tonight." He said, "If you got a Digio too or whatever," he said, I forgot what else he said. He said, but I guess on the voicemail, he said, whatever. He said, I'm at the hotel. He said, come to the hotel. He said, after I get down with Short, we could work on some music. And he said, it's going down. That's the last.
Just like
no. Okay, there was that, and then he called. He you know, that was the last voice message I got from him, and then actually it was two of them. Then he called me again. And he left a voice message because he was trying to get in contact with Snoop because he wanted to drop him a jacket off.
Oh wow!
And that Monday is when that's all this shit. The news broke about him passing away, and that shit crushed me.
God bless.
You know, yeah. Rest in peace, Pimp C.
Rest in peace.
You know,
Yeah,
that was my guy. Pimp C, 3-2, Big Mike, all them was all my guys. Yeah.
Analog or digital?
Analog.
Okay. DOC or MC Breed?
Shit. DOC.
MPC 60 or MPC 2000?
Shit. I'm gonna have to go with MPC 2000.
Okay.
Even though I still got the MPC 60 that was used on the Chronic, I still got it.
Right.
Same one Dre taught me on.
Wow.
The Far Side or Digital Underground?
Shit. Digital Underground.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, next one too. Next.
Above the Law or Compton's Most Wanted?
Shit. I'm gonna go with both on that one.
Damn.
Yeah.
What up, dog? Let me get my drink.
Cause I'm a
Go ahead. You got a drink too?
I got it right here. Right here. Yes, indeed. Actually, I'm gonna tell you a cold story. This gonna fuck everybody up.
Okay.
I was introduced to G-Funk through Above the Law. You know, they was the first ones. They was claiming G-Funk. That was the
for you.
Check this out.
Wow.
I used to be around, like I said, as a pup, hanging around the studio, out in the street, nowhere to go. Laylaw 187 took me in with them.
Above the Law.
Above the Law.
Right.
K-Mac, KMG, Gomac, KMG, Total Chaos. They took me in with them, and we was moved in with them. They started fucking with me just because they seen I was a young motherfucker, just eager to learn. So I lived with them. I didn't really have no place to stay, so I lived with them, and they was G-Funk. So they made me G-Funk from him because, like I said, 187 taught me how to work the MPC 62, along with what Dre taught me as well. So they were G-Funk, so that I became part of that. So you know what I mean?
They were already repping G-Funk.
Straight up, repping it. You know, and so I carried on G-Funk no matter what, because that's what I ain't gonna say it was like a gang, but it was like, you know, this is the G-Funk music, like the clique.
This is your crew.
Like G-Funk, what we do is a G-Funk. So what I did was I still kept going with the name, moving with it. What I did is I took it and I made it worldwide to a whole nother genre where they saying it's a genre of music now because but that's the G-Funk record. The G-Funk era is my branch, my part of the G-Funk. But the niggas who turned me on to G-Funk was Above the Law.
Wow.
So when you hear that, you know, and I'm letting y'all know that. Yeah.
Shout out to Above the Law, bro.
Yeah, yes indeed. You know, I'm G-Funk. I'm G-Funk. Regulate the G-Funk era. That's warm. You know, that's another branch off of the whole G-Funk brand name. And I took it to a whole different realm. Right. And to where now you go anywhere and they like G-Funk, you know, G-Funk, you know, and I just had to say that just to let them know, because motherfuckers be, you know, sometimes they like, whoa, they the ones that did G-Funk. But motherfucker, you don't know. I was around these motherfuckers at the beginning stages, nigga, and they made me a part of that shit. So that's what the fuck it is. And I took it to a whole nother motherfucking era. I made it worldwide and made it known. So everybody know what G-Funk is now, you know?
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Do the next one, then we'll do the last
one. Was I spazzing a little?
No, you good.
No. Many of y'all know Drink Champs wants to give flowers while people are here to receive them. Giving flowers and celebrating our legends while they can still smell them. We have partnered with What the Flower to create this movement where everyone can give flowers to the legends in their lives. You can now order a custom flower box for the someone you want to show appreciation to by visiting www.wtflower.com and place your orders now.
That's love for the baby right there, man. I appreciate it. You know, this means more than any award that you can get on some real shit because it means that you're appreciated by your peers, you're appreciated by the people that you do it for. And I accept my flowers with love.
The Lynch Mob or Cypress Hill?
Shit. I gotta go with both on that, man.
Oh,
look at all this shit they got me up here. God damn, boy. Yeah, but you think y'all got me up here? Look at this.
Come on, give me your flowers, my brother.
And so all this.
See, I do take that when we got the last.
A skunk up
yeah,
here.
yeah, it's all good. This is the last one for the quick time of slime.
We can keep going. We can go for a week.
Look. We want to get back to the interview, but and this everyone thinks because none of these are really trick questions. This is probably the only one that's a trick question: loyalty or respect.
Loyalty.
You explain why?
Yeah. I love loyalty because you don't have to look over your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You don't have to you got to stay down with the people who was down with you and never transform on them.
Right.
And like I said, the people that's been down with you from the gate, you can't be disloyal to, like Snoop. I didn't. This nigga got over 30. All these niggas got over 30 years of loyalty from me.
Mm-hmm.
All of these niggas. Mm-hmm. It's more than 30 years. I'm talking elementary school all the way up. And we did go to elementary school together. A lot of us in here right now, we went to elementary school.
That's crazy.
Bible study,
Yeah.
So it's it's loyalty. I've worked with a lot of artists, but I would just sit back just to see how they are.
You don't got no bad. You don't got.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to him. My bad.
So it's like a lot of artists I work with. I just chill just to see how they are. To see if they got loyalty.
Right.
It was a lot of them that didn't have no loyalty. They was just using like myself for leverage to, because once I said okay, I'm cool, they took that leverage with whatever and then got situations in other places.
Right.
So it's loyalty all the way.
Loyalty.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Let me ask you. You got Timeless Records. You've been touring a long time. What is on your rider? If a person has to put what's on your rider? Yeah.
I got beer. I drink beer.
What kind of beer?
Don't you have your own beer?
I drink Modelo. Modelo, y'all better get at me.
I fuck with Modelo too, man.
God damn it.
Drinking that shit on.
I thought you had your own beer. You don't have it?
I don't have my own beer, but
you got to get your own beer.
Yeah, or Modelo kick in. Because I be drinking that shit.
Sponsor me and Warren G.
Wait, that's not the Medallia is the Puerto Rican.
No, Modelo.
And Modelo, water, fruits, vegetables, salmon, brown rice, Popeyes, barbecue.
How you have all that healthy shit?
I mean, you got to. I cheat here and there, but I got my everybody else that's there. They got to eat some shit too.
Right.
And barbecue, which is that's one of the main things that I really love to do.
You got your own shit.
Yeah, that's my.
That's your barbecue grill.
I got my own barbecue sauces and rubs.
Let's talk about it.
You got to grab my
sauces?
rubs. I got my rubs with me, man. I've been on the road cooking for Snoop. They is the bus close by? Okay, if it is, I got them in my drawer where them cup of noodles is. I'm a cup of noodles guy. I was on it last night.
Right.
I'm eating my cup of noodles with some Tonys in it.
So how'd you get your own sauce?
Well, my father inspired me, man. Just by all the family functions and a lot of pit masters of today and back in the day. My dad, like, just going to family unions and family functions where y'all cooking, they having fun, talking, there's great conversations, music playing, and kids having a good time. All that shit stuck with me. So as a young teen, and you can ask Snoop, this shit everywhere. We was on the dope spot everywhere. I would even Fabian. I would always try to cook. Cook just because it would change the vibe. And I wasn't that good of a cook back then, but now I'm on my shit now. I'm the hip hop pit master now.
Okay.
And so everybody was like, Warren, you got to, create your own products along with your barbecue brand that your name that you're doing, because you posting shit everywhere. This shit look good. It tastes good. Everybody tastes it. And so I got with some of my friends, and we created 3 sauces: the OG Smoky, the We Brings Heat, and the original. The OG Smoky, We Brings Heat, and the original sauce. And I have 2 rubs. I have the all-purpose, and I have the Sniffer Griffin's original rub, which is for strictly a
These are in stores?
It will be soon.
Okay, cool.
I'm talking to a lot of powerhouses.
You give us Charles Soup.
Yes, indeed.
Charles Soup, he's a good guy.
Yes, indeed.
He helps facilitate that. But let me just finish what else is on your rider.
Okay.
What else is
Shit. Barbecue, fruits, vegetables, water, salmon, brown rice, Popeyes. Back in, I do it as a joke, but I say bad bitches just a joke, because I like people to see and they say bad bitches. I like for them to trip out. So I say crazy shit to them. I say all kind of crazy shit to them, zigzags, just to see, and what was a trip is that one of the places I went to, they did a joke on me. Okay. And so I walked in the dressing room, and he was like, "Here go your bad bitches," and there was a cardboard woman sitting there like, but it was a life-size cardboard woman. I'm like, get out of here with that shit. But I do that shit just to joke with them and have fun. But that's pretty much my rider. I ain't got a crazy rider.
You ain't got yellow.
I told Xbox. I'm a huge gamer. Warren G 21st Street.
Like Call of Duty.
I play Call of Duty.
You tell the niggas to bring you an Xbox? And do you take the Xbox or you give it back?
I got my own, so I just bring my own.
Oh, okay.
I got my own.
I thought you were telling the promoter to bring you an Xbox. I said, that's cold.
I did.
I was like, that's cold.
No, I did.
Oh, okay. You tell the promoter.
But some of them don't follow the rules, right? But I got my own shit just in case. So I got my own shit, the TV, the whole 9.
Right.
And I'm a huge gamer, man. I love gaming.
What's your favorite game?
Yeah, shit, I play everything.
Duty?
Call of Duty, Battlefield, Madden, NBA 2K, Prominence Poker.
You used to play Double Dribble
Dominoes.
back in the day? Double Dribble?
Oh, definitely. Double Dribble was my
I'm a Double Dribble, Legend of Zelda, Super Mario kind of guy.
That means you're
I believe
that means I'm in the 80s.
You're nothing right now.
No, Legend of Zelda's still popping. Listen, where did we go? We had to pick up the PS5. We went. Remember we had to sign autographs and pick up the PS5. We had to do it. No. A dude came up to me in that place and he had the Legend of Zelda. He was like, "I know this is your favorite game," and I signed it because he was a nerd. He's a nerd. He knew that was my 2 and Duck Hunt. You remember Duck Hunt?
Yeah, Duck Hunt.
Yeah. Duck.
Believe it or not, that's like that's a getaway. Like a getaway. Like even though I do all this shit, I get away. I'm a gamer.
Gamer
like really heavy. I get away.
You know what's the funny story? This is crazy shit. Nintendo was based out of a garage or like a place, right? Nintendo skyrocketed down. The landlord was a dude who looked like Mario.
Is that right?
So Nintendo, so the guy who looked like Mario, they gave Nintendo a 3 months or whatever. Nintendo skyrocketed from there, and that's the reason why they made the character Mario. Is it look
right?
I read this shit the other day. This shit blew my mind.
Yeah,
I was like, you read it too? Oh, yeah, look it up. Yeah, well, look it up. It's the Nintendo.
Wow.
It was in a basement, like some crazy shit, and.
Damn.
The landlord. It was the landlord. Mario and Luigi was 2 brothers. That was their landlord. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Shit crazy.
God damn.
Your Paul, don't leave your phone.
Hey, you got a fat face just like you. Fat face.
Yeah, watch out. He's a porno guy. Give him his phone back. His porno gonna jump up right now.
Hello.
Yo, so sorry to ask a cliche question like this, but to tell you the truth, it's really not that cliche. Did you think hip hop would ever make it this far?
No, I didn't think it would make it this far because of how much, when you had the government and everybody coming down on it, it's beefs. Like this shit ain't getting ready to last, and then
like see Dolores Tucker when they was talking about
right. And when Snoop first came out, you had the guys, they he's a rapper, and they dumped all his tapes and shit on the ground and started stomping up and shit.
With the construction shit.
Yeah, so it was like, damn, this shit, they really trying to stop what the fuck we doing. But to see it get this far and to see that hip hop is what's pushing corporations today, it's a beautiful motherfucking thing, man. Just to see this shit still here and still popping.
Right.
And it's not gonna never stop, you know. It's
And
not
we
gonna
got
never
B-boys
stop.
going to the Olympics. Let's think about that.
Right.
Yes.
This shit is huge, man.
I ain't gonna lie. Did you see Crazy Legs on stage?
I seen him.
Yeah.
I seen him.
He lost
yeah.
a step or two. It's my man. No, that was his last. That was his last one. That's his last one. It's my man. I love you, Crazy Leg.
He was doing. I think it was his.
Yeah. He said that was his last
Look
one.
at his age, bro. He did.
We need you to come out for your last DJ concert. We need to see if you still got it too. Yes,
I still got it.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah. But and you did what did you do? Was that Fat Camp? What was it?
He said Fat Camp.
Damn, what was the name of that shit?
Weight loss, some shit.
God damn it, I'm gonna tell you that I can't remember the name.
Trainers and all that.
Yeah, it was.
It
was called Fuck Your Fat.
Google it, nigga. You the Googler. How you going sitting there mysteriously? Nigga, you supposed to be Googling it. You ain't supposed to be thinking with us. That's our job. You supposed to be typing.
Yeah, it was the.
Come on, goddamn.
Well, you won that shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I won that shit. It was cool, man. It was a cool celebrity fit. Yeah. Hey, it was a trip because when I got the car, they was like, Warren, they want you to get on Celebrity Fit. So I was like, man, I ain't doing that bullshit.
Right.
So they came back again, said, we're gonna pay you da-da-da-da-da. I said,
I'm in.
I'm in.
No, I said, so y'all gonna pay me to eat good and to work out. I said, shit, fuck it. Let me try it. Let me see how this shit work out.
Sounds like a Godfather deal to me.
Yeah,
You can't refuse.
I was like, fuck it. Let me try it. And it was fun, man. I had a lot of good fun with everybody that was involved in that. Actually, the Brat was on there. She was on my team. It was me, the Brat, Justin Diamond, Screech, and
oh man, rest in
peace, Screech.
And the one cat, he the head of a TV show now. God damn it, what's his? Is it Dustin? No, Dustin. No, Dustin Diamond. That's Screech, right?
Yeah, Screech.
And the other cat, he on the he headed one of these TV shows right now. No, it's God damn it, what's his name? That motherfucker probably be tripping. He was part of my team. It was me, the Brat, Cletus. It was me, the Brat, Cletus, and Dustin, and the other cat. I forgot his name. He huge too, like his TV shit talk show. He be on there with it's him and Gubac Villamila. I forgot Gubac Villamila's first name. Damn it. He was an ex-NFL player. They all on that.
Thanks, buddy.
They sit on that stage. I didn't do marriage.
What else you did?
I ain't gonna do that. But no.
What else? Because you did two different reality shows, right?
Nah, that was it.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
You did it twice or no?
No, I just did it one time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you like the reality TV or no?
Yeah, that was cool. You know, the Celebrity Fit was cool, but I can't do none of that marriage boot camp, none of that shit. I'm cool on that.
Yeah, I did it. I had fun.
Oh, you did?
I did it during COVID. Yeah, during COVID. Word. During COVID. I did that and Love and Hip Hop.
I ain't arguing. Like I don't be wanting.
Yeah, I ain't arguing. They invite me back.
I don't want to get into it and all that shit. You know, because I'll be squabbling like a motherfucker. They kick me right off that motherfucker shit.
All right. So are y'all gonna do a documentary about the 213, like the experiences at the beginning?
Oh, that would be dope.
Yeah, I've been pitching the, I've been getting that Snoop about it for a while, just for us to do a biopic on 213. Yeah,
I was thinking documentary first.
Yeah,
okay.
A biopic would be crazy because it's a cold story of three different stories, but ended up coming all together, three different journeys coming together. And creating some shit that
would be
was
crazy.
Like, that changed a lot in the music industry as far as a new sound. And we was inspired as well by 415, which was Richie Rich and D-Lo. And the jig and I can't pronounce it all the way, but Richie Rich, he probably like, nigga, you tripping.
So the Bay Area.
The Bay Area 415 inspired us to, that's why we was called 213.
Wow.
Yeah, because of the Bay Area, huh?
That's big.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And that was Richie Rich and D-Lo and the Gov and the jig and I still can't pronounce it, but those was my guys. Yes, indeed.
Now let me ask you, because during these times that we were going through, big thing was like the defund the police, right? And now they announced in LA that like actually stealing, it's not a crime. I don't want to say that they're saying it's not a crime, but they're saying it's like the police won't even react. Like
yeah, that shit is crazy as a motherfucker. I don't understand what this is for, but I think that it's making us look fucked up, you know, like we out of control, like they always thought.
Right.
You know, and potentially, I think somebody gonna get killed. You know, doing that shit.
And I see. And I see people rioting in the mall, like not rioting.
Yeah,
but
now
like
they just running out,
snatching grabs. And then when I look, it's always in like California area. Cause
that's where it's just California.
Yeah, wow.
And it's like it's a. I mean, I really don't understand it, but somebody going, they gonna, what's gonna happen is the owners of those stores, they gonna start striking back, and they gonna start shooting these motherfuckers. I'm telling you, I see the shit, and it's like, why would you guys leave open season like that for these kids to do this, you know? And at the same time, some of them motherfucking parents, like in my era, because that's our offsprings out there. Doing this shit. These parents got to step back up again and start instilling motherfucking morals into these families, because this shit is getting out of control. And it's like, what is the hope? What's the future of
it don't make no sense what's going on in Cali right now.
Somebody got to get this shit under control. You know, we got to get a leader again. We don't have leaders like we had back in the day. We got to get leaders leaders again.
What's crazy is,
you know, I'll be checking out the dude, Dr. Umar.
Yeah, big up Dr. Umar.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Like Dr. Umar Farrakhan, like guys like that, and we don't have like that type of stuff no more. Like we had Martin Luther King's and all of the, you know, the Dick Griffey and we had a bunch of people that could speak for us. We don't have a whole bunch of people. Like back then, we only got a few people that could speak, and then it's hard to get these teenagers to understand and to get America to understand that we're not trying to turn them against you. We're trying to get our people right and get ourselves together. We're not trying to bash all you motherfuckers and this, that, and this. Look at this shit. These motherfuckers is running out of stores. So of course I'm gonna preach out here to all the youth to try to change their shit, so they don't be locked up in the system, a jail system, to where it's big time billionaires and shit making money. You know what I mean? That's where all of the kids is gonna go if their parents don't get this shit together, or we need to get with California and get at who's ever control to get that shit. They fix that shit.
Because it's the whole state of California. Because I read this morning that there's a federal building in San Francisco that they closed down. Serious. They closed down because there's too much drug sales. A federal.
Yeah.
Too much drug sales. They said that San Francisco, that's how crazy the crime is.
They fucked up out
shut
there.
down a federal building because people, they had the limit where it's like selling crack is not a federal offense.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of family.
Just think about it.
Nah,
it got to be the amount that you have to have for it to be federal. So selling crack in front of a federal building is not a federal offense.
It's crazy.
They told the people to stay home. I read this shit this morning. That's they saying that's how crazy. And it's almost like crazy. It's almost like California is leading the way of this, like
anarchy.
No, it is.
That
It's
shit
fucked
is
up.
crazy.
It's fucked
Talking
up.
about the laws of California, not the people.
No.
The laws,
You're right, 100%.
Yeah. You know, but see, now it's the people got to step up, you know, and get back at the California to like, look, hold up, you know, let's get some kind of structure here, because we look like some goddamn animals right now. That shit look bad as
Arnold
fuck.
had it better than this. Who the governor now?
I don't.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
But at the same time, we got to get some morals back jumping in these households, because this shit is crazy. My kids they think I'm mean because anything that they do, I'll be on their ass about it. Like, you know, I'm Warren G, but I'm a dad at the same time, and I got to be on their ass. It's like, you guys going to have to understand it's morals here. These are the things that I had to go through. So I'm teaching you guys this stuff so y'all don't be lost. You know, and know how to move, and then you know how to have, you know, how to have a family, know how to teach your kids shit, not having them all over the internet cussing and shit like that, going viral. Fuck all that shit. That shit is stupid. It's making us as a people look stupid.
Right.
Hey, motherfuckers might be like, yeah, whatever, but hey, don't get me wrong, I have fun too.
Right.
That shit is out of control. All the stupid shit out there, like just little ass kids cussing and shit. Bitch, fuck you. In the classroom.
A nigga said, fuck you, bitch. I said, oh, shit.
And
I said, look.
They TikTok that shit.
By the way, he said it better than I was saying. I said, holy shit, this nigga got practice. This little nigga been practicing at the crib.
God, you know what? His ass will still have motherfucking whelps on it. I'll tear his ass up. Like, nigga, you ain't never getting ready to do no shit like that again. Because that's how we used to get it. You know, we got it. It's probably brutal. People say it was brutal, but we used to get extension cord.
I think it was right. All of our times.
Jokes.
We need to start using PlayStation cards.
Man. Oh, bro.
No, not the cord. That's chancleta.
Yeah, my mama.
Get the chancleta out.
But hold on, let me ask you. What do you like more, performing the record or making the record?
Oh, shit.
Wanna take a shot?
Yeah, you goddamn right. Both.
Taking a shot. Hold on. I got you. I'm with you, dog.
Yes, indeed. Both.
You know what's ill about your music is whether you a gangbanger or not.
I don't gangbang.
I know,
no way,
but
I don't gangbang.
you still make that music that make
motherfuckers
want to do that.
Oh yeah.
That West Coast. I don't know if this is a gangbang dance, but you know what I'm talking about, that dance that y'all be doing.
Yeah.
And it's like, every time I listen to it, I'll be like that. I just move up.
I think I can still.
You think let's see that. Let's see that. Let's see that. Now, is that a gang? That's not a gang dance.
You was script walking. You was script walking.
That's the gangster boogie.
Okay.
That's the gangster boogie. Gangster boogie. And then when you know, that's the gangster boogie. And then, then you got the one where you at the party with the girl, you do.
That's a two-step.
Yeah.
That's a two-step.
We know that one. We all know that
one. And the first thing a motherfucker used to do was palm their ass.
Yeah.
Your head all on the shoulder doing this shit. Like, damn.
I remember me being from the East Coast and me just looking at Minister Side, Boys in the Hood, and me seeing y'all barbecuing and having the guns on your hip.
Yeah.
And like, I was like, damn. And I was like, yo, in New York, every year, the worst time is the summertime. It's the best time.
Right.
It's the worst time as far as violence.
Yeah.
And then me realizing y'all on summer all year.
Yeah.
It's like all year.
All
y'all
year.
like all year. So I was like, I started to realize, like, I used to always think it was black people, but then when I realized, like, the hood, like any hood, they get crazy during the summer. Is it always like that?
It's a national thing too, but like you said, it's like summertime year round in California because it get cold now. No, don't get me wrong, it get cold
at night.
Yeah, but it's that next day. It's like shit. Right. You got 80 degrees, 75, 80 degrees, and it's like motherfuckers pulling their top back, and it seemed like like you said, every time when summer comes, that's when the violence and shit start, and it's just. I really don't understand that shit. Like, I'm just gonna be real. I'm like, damn. Before the holidays and before summer start is when all the shit start.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, damn, this is some crazy shit.
Boosie said that he feels Los Angeles, particular, is the most dangerous place for a rapper.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I do. It's
You remember, pardon for cutting you up, but you remember back in the days, you used to go to a neighborhood and you was a rapper, they would praise you.
Yeah.
The police wouldn't even pull you over.
No, they still do that. It depends on who you are. It depends on who, you know,
where you are.
If you like, if you one of these motherfuckers out there, you know, steadily thugging and they gonna test your nuts. But if you just a motherfucker just doing your shit, telling your story, that nigga dope. That, you know, motherfuckers, you could do whatever you want to do in LA and have a great time.
I look at Nipsey and I don't look at Nipsey. I don't know his life story.
Rest in peace.
But I didn't
Yes,
look at
indeed.
Nip as if Nip was still a part of that life. I know he was going back to that. But it was like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Like that was like a devastating blow.
Mega.
Yeah.
You know, because he was I say like Tupac said, the last of a dying breed. You know what I mean? Because he was bringing that shit that he was doing it in the new era, like we was doing when we wanted everybody to know who we was and what we was about and telling our story. So he was the last of a dying breed. We didn't, you know, you ain't heard nobody else that was giving it, putting it out there like that, pushing it like that.
Right.
As far as new artists, these motherfuckers now just, they own Percocets and syrup and guns and shit like this. And what the fuck is all this shit?
Right.
But I mean, don't get me wrong, I ain't hating on the young era. I like a lot of the young shit. I listen to that shit. You know, as a producer, you have to keep your ear to the street. But it's just a lot of that shit it ain't no structure.
Right.
You know, his shit was structured. You know, it was structured, and he was giving you game along with a movie, along with having fun at the same time, and to party all in one, just like we did. Same shit. He brought that element to the new era, to the young age.
Yeah, he did.
You know, and that was a big blow.
And one thing I noticed about me, like, you know, obviously I'm a New Yorker, and, you know, I when I go to LA, I go to certain people's shows.
Nori, this shit is all the same, man.
But I went to Nipsey, I'm being honest with you. When I went to a Nipsey show, that was the first time I had seen Mexicans come out. Like because for a long time,
go to a Warren G show.
Yeah. Well, my bad.
My Mexicans love me. I'm the king.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but you know what I'm trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, like, it will always be one-sided. Like, if I was to go see a Mac 10 show, I expect to see people from a certain part, a certain look, a certain, you know what I mean?
Nah, but the Mexicans support everything, bro.
No, hold on.
That's my
Just say,
biggest
I'm an
fan
outsider looking in. I'm talking about outside. That's the first time I saw it, where I saw every gang. It wasn't Crips. It wasn't just Bloods. It was
across the board.
Booyah Tribe.
Support everything.
When I went to a Nipsey show, like, I snuck in there and I was like, holy shit, this is the whole LA was there.
You're gonna get that with every artist out in LA. That's just how it is in LA. Okay. You know, every race support that hip hop culture to the max, and you get that. I'm telling you, no matter who it is, you're gonna get that in LA. And I love my Mexican family out in LA. I got nieces and nephews that's Mexican and black. You know, people be trying to separate this, that, and all that politics shit, the jail shit, all that shit. Fuck all of that. Right. We the same motherfucker. We all going through the same shit. What is all this over here politics? Oh, I don't get into that shit. And I got, like I said, I got nieces and nephews that are black and Mexican.
Family.
I'm Puerto Rican and black.
You know what I mean? I don't get into that. I love all my folks in LA, you know, as well as New York. Shit, I love New York. When I came out, just to see so many different Dominicans and Puerto Ricans and Cubans and African people from Africa and just
Haitians.
like how many Haitians, everybody.
Yo, look at Haitians.
No, I'm serious. All of that just was like that is
hip hop. That is hip hop.
God, I love New York. I fell in love. Like this is really nice. And going to the lounges. I used to like going to the lounges. Chris Lighty kind of turned me on to that. Chris Lighty, my boy Derek, LA.
Now, was you signed to Violator or you?
I was signed to Violator.
Signed to Violator
RAL.
Records or management?
Violator, RAL, Violator.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
Rush Associated Labels.
Wow.
Yeah. That was with Chris Lighty. That was my guy. Chris was my guy. He was riding with me ups and downs. I'm bailing me out of jail, all kind of shit. When he first came out to see me perform, I went to jail. Right in front of the Grand Slam. Same. I think one of the twins was with me too. We both went to jail. Motherfuckers tripping in front of the club with one of my other homeboys. Being a hothead, I run to the trunk, pop that motherfucker open, reaching once again.
You was a gun-tone motherfucker, man.
That's just how you had to live back then. And so I did that, and the dude, I ain't gonna blast where he was from or whatever, but he got a gun. That was the second time that happened to me. He said he got a gun, so I was busted, red-handed with the trunk open. They took my ass, put me in the car, put me and the twin in the car. As soon as we got in that motherfucker, one officer got over here, me and him right here. That motherfucker just said, boom, with the stick, boom, we hit in the corner, boom, just fucking us up. And the twin got out, but they sent me over to it was a spot called the Glass House in downtown LA. And that was my first time there. I'd been to the county, but I had never been to the Glass House, and that was a different experience. It was kind of dormy, but they made us eat in a dark ass hall with the door shut. It was dark as fuck, this nasty ass food. Chris came and bailed me out that motherfucker. I walked out of that motherfucker and I looked up in the sky like, shit. I ain't never coming back to this motherfucker no more. And I've been clean, along with some other things I went through, where I was supposed to go to jail, but they gave me a second chance. I had joint suspension. That was just like being in jail. So, and that changed my life, because like he said, you a gun-toting motherfucker. At that time, I had to be like that because it was so many niggas getting killed and all the death row shit. The death row shit, don't get me wrong, I was down with that shit, but at the same time, niggas was trying to get at me.
You knew what was going on.
Trying to get at me. So I'm gonna stay on deck with mine, because like I said, I had homeboys, I don't want to mention their names, Bloods. Warn them niggas is on you, they on some different shit. Stay on point. That let me know, nigga, they trying to blaze you. You know what I mean? So I had to be on point. I had goons too. Back then, with all that shit, I wasn't on no goon shit like sicking niggas on. I wasn't doing that type of shit.
Protected.
But I had to be protective, and that was the price I had to pay for being protected. I'm gonna protect my life and whoever with me and around me, because if motherfuckers coming up tripping, I'm blasting. Fuck that. Shit,
absolutely.
I'm blasting.
So let me ask you. So how was that energy like leading up to Tupac's death? Because where was you at like when you got that call? Because like I said, that was like the first serious, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the cold shit about it is I called Snoop. I said, Snoop. I said, because at that time I was single. The girl I was with, I had just broke up with her. And so I had my house, I had a house to myself. Like, shit, nigga, I'm a bachelor, nigga. What's up, Snoop? Come over.
Right.
I'm just over here watching the fight. I'm gonna invite a gang of people over. We're gonna barbecue. He was like, fuck that shit. I'm going to Vegas with Tupac and them. They going out to Vegas for the fight. So I was like, damn, nigga, you don't never kick it with me. Shit, nigga, you moving around. So a couple hours went by in the house, just getting everything ready. Went to the store, started getting stuff ready. I heard a horn, bing, 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 honking in front of my house. So I looked out the house, excuse me, y'all. I looked out the house and Snoop was outside in a white motherfucking Rolls Royce with the peanut butter inside. It was clean with the top down. I was like, nigga, that's your shit? He was like, yeah, nigga, that's my shit. And he pulled up. He surprised me.
I said peanut butter interior in a rhyme and just wanted to know I ain't bite your shit. Go ahead.
He straight surprised me. And so he came and hung with me, hung out. He let me drive that motherfucker. I was like, damn, even though I had a 600, but he let me drive that Bentley. It wasn't a Bentley, it was a Rolls Royce. He let me drive that motherfucker. And we just having a good time, barbecuing, having fun. And the fight was coming on. He came to fuck with me for the fight instead of going to Vegas.
So he never went to Vegas?
He never went to Vegas. He didn't go off top. So we watched the fight. We doing everything, watching the fight, having a good time. We was hanging out, some females and shit around. They was hanging out, everybody chilling and just having a good time, just. And then he got just like a gang of homies, gang of homegirls. And then it's like, then he had the next tail back then. Remember the motherfucker?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of next tail he had, but he had the motherfucker could go that whatever it was hitting him all the way from what was going on from Vegas. So they was like, we could hear the shit. And then he started getting calls and shit. And they was telling him that Tupac got shot and da-da-da-da-da. So Snoop, I kicked everybody out. Get the fuck out of here, everybody. Get out of here. And then he took off. That's when he went to Vegas to go see him, to get out there to see what was going on. And that's when he went out there when he went to the hospital. But if I wouldn't have talked to him and got him to come over to my house, he probably would have been right there in the car with them.
Wow.
Yeah, and been shot too as well.
Damn.
But I talked to him. I talked to him and I didn't think he was gonna come, but he came. Surprised the shit out of me.
Because see, a lot of people say that that was like the downfall of Death Row, like meaning them getting involved in too much gang politics. Was that something that affected you as well?
Well, shit, it didn't affect me it didn't affect me because I was doing my thing with wrestling.
He had his own lane.
Yeah.
We was in we was doing a whole nother thing.
Right.
But I think that was the start of the downfall, because right after that, then Suge went to jail for 3-4 years, 3 to 5, something like that. He went to jail for a minute and shit just started going downhill. Like this shit started going downhill. I wasn't around and all up in it to really, go into detail of how it was going downhill, but all the stuff that we were seeing going on, it was like, oh, this shit is folding. Right. Niggas getting killed and motherfuckers, like it was a gang of shit going on. But
because it went from like, I remember, let me compare it to Def Jam. I remember me going to Def Jam and me feeling like a sign of relief because I didn't have to be in the hood. I didn't have to be on the block. I didn't have to sell drugs or whatever, and I would be in a record label. I still could roll dice. I still could get my hair cut.
Yeah.
I still could buy weed.
Yeah.
But it was safe.
Yeah.
Like I remember, like I said, me hearing the stories in the beginning of the Death Rows, and you guys having a sanctuary. And I know I kind of asked you this a little bit earlier. But do you remember, like, when you just, like, besides you having your own thing, do you remember when it started sort of changing where it's just like, I know we said the money earlier, but, like, because the studio's a creative space.
Yeah.
So I remember me hearing, like, there was dogs in the studio, like pit bulls and...
All of that shit was in there. It was some crazy shit. But it started changing the more new motherfuckers came to be on the team, for Suge team, and you got different influences and people influencing Suge to where it was like making him think that he was like a super duper gangster. So he started moving in a gangster way. Instead of, he forgot about the business part. Now, he was still sharp with the business now. Don't get me wrong, he's sharp with the business, but it started, that gang element started taking over that business.
Talk about Suge, right?
Yes. So that's when shit started going left, instead of just strictly sticking to this shit saying, look, I want you niggas to learn this shit that I'm gonna teach y'all so you guys to start businesses. not go kill or not. I don't mean kill. I'll take that back. Not kill, but go not to go and beat motherfuckers up and us going around terrorizing.
Right.
Let's do it like this.
Right.
And that would have prevented a lot of that shit. Making these motherfuckers into businessmen instead of them making you into a gangster, and it went the other way instead of that way.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You have a relationship with Harry-O?
Yeah, Harry-O was my guy.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. I used to talk to him when I was a pup as well.
Wow.
I probably was,
because he was like the original owner of Death Row. How did you remember?
I don't know all of the facts,
the politics of that, right?
Yeah, but I know I used to talk to him. He was locked up with my homeboy, Big Fave.
Right.
They was cellies and was that TI? NBC.
Okay.
And I used to talk to him on the phone.
Wow.
You know, as a young kid, he used to always tell me like, Warren, you need to get into real estate. And I would never, I wasn't listening to nothing he was talking about.
Wow.
I had a little bit of cheese. I didn't have a lot of that 100 million that I seen, but I had some. I was all right.
He told you what to do.
And
he was telling you real estate in the 90s.
Always.
Wow.
Real estate. And
do it.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. I ain't told nobody this one, but I ain't, you know, but back in the day, I'm not gonna lie. I used to I don't know if I should tell this, but back in the day, you know, it's old now. I mean, it's old news. Everything he out now, everybody is moving. But I used to grab the paper bags, like money that he was sending. I used to grab the paper bags from another cat that I knew. I used to grab the paper bags, like bags like that. It was money all in all them motherfuckers. They was all like this. And I used to take them and I would put them in the closet, and I give me that. I'll take that and put it in my pocket. Maybe $25, $30. I wasn't taking everything. That's it. I wasn't, because I'm like, shit, these niggas would kill me if I took a gang of this shit.
Right.
But that was it. There was bread back then, you know. So when he said that, he was like, shit, I seen it. You know, I seen that part, but that, you know, that was it, you know. But I just wish everything would have worked out for everybody, because both of them dudes, him and Suge, both sharp business wise, and if they would have been able to keep their shit together and not fall out, and them niggas would probably be the biggest shit right now in the music industry, period.
Yeah.
Right now, because they both sharp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about "Smoking Me Out" featuring the Isley Brothers.
Judge.
Yeah. How did this record come about? And did you smoke with the Isley Brothers?
Did Ron smoke with us? I can't. Well, we I forgot. You know, I was a fan of Ron Isley, and it came about through Renee and Angela. Remember Renee and Angela? What was it? Your smile. And they the ones made that connection for me, because I was cool with Renee and Angela. We was real cool. Renee was involved in the Michael Jackson situation that I was involved in as far as doing production. I did like 4 records for Michael Jackson. They never came out, but I did like 4 records for him. Met him at yeah. Met him at,
you can't just be saying shit like that.
I'm serious. I wish I could get the tapes.
You wasn't in the studio with him.
We wasn't in the studio. It was me, Renee, and what was the white dude with the beard, kind of? Bruce Wheaton. Bruce Wheaton. And we was in that motherfucker. I did all kind of music for him. I even told them to tell him the idea of, because he was getting beat up by the press. So I told him, you guys need to tell him to make a song firing back at the press for beating him up. This wasn't about none of that shit later on. This was just, they was battling. I forgot what it was. They was battering him about something. So I said, get back at their ass. I told Renee and Bruce and them to tell him this what he need to do to get back at him. Get back at him and talk your shit. Don't let him just down you. Talk your shit.
Wow.
But I met him.
You met Michael
at Record One before Dre owned Record One. I met him at Record One, and he came out, was like, "Hey, what's up, Warren?" And da 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 da.
Was his hey like, hey?
It wasn't none of that. None of that shit.
It wasn't.
It was like, "Hey, what's going on, man?" Like, not. He wasn't. Didn't have like.
He was hardcore.
Like a deep.
You know, there's rumors that he was a Crip on the low, right?
But he was.
Like, yeah, I swear to God.
He was like, "Hey, what's up, Warren?" It was like, it wasn't that. Hey.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
It was a regular nigga. Like
Michael,
cool, like cool. Just just like
he's like, "What's up? What's up?"
Yeah. He was like, "I love your music. I love what you're doing. The music that you sent, I really like. Is dope." He was telling me all this because I wanted to meet him. I'm like, shit, I need to meet Michael. Shit, I'm in here with y'all, but I need to meet Michael, and they made it happen. And that tripped me out because that was like some shit. That once in a lifetime type shit, like a motherfucker. In your wildest dreams, you never thought that you would be able to get in there with Michael Jackson. Like I was fucked up. Like God damn, and that made me say, shit. You know what? I'm in this motherfucker. I need to get down and just. I gotta produce. I'm producing. I'm trying to do everything.
How about Prince? You ever met Prince?
I met Prince. Prince, same way. Cool nigga. Cool.
Where you meet Prince?
Straight give you game. We at the Beverly Hills Hotel. He did a show. He did a private show.
The Beverly Hills Hotel, that's the one with the Polo Lounge on
right
Polo?
there on Sunset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did a private show, and I got a chance to chop it up with him, man. Cool nigga. Then
was his ass out?
As me, he had on some shit. He was
he had on some shit.
I was just a fan. But,
he a weird dude. Man. He a weird dude.
You know what? I sampled Darling Nikki. Me and Nate Dogg. I'm gonna try once I download all my ADAS to digital. I'm gonna bring that record back out. It was a song of sample we redid. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn, burn up, burn up, bump. And then they said, "I once knew a bitch named Manny Mae." But he was doing the same shit that. The way Prince was singing it.
Wow.
Whoa. And God damn, if I wish I had that motherfucker right now.
You didn't play it for Prince.
No, we had to get the sample cleared.
Oh, you got it cleared?
Fuck no. hey. But look, the nigga, look. Nah, but look, he said, I forgot his lawyer name, but he said that I think it was Macmillan. Was Londell Macmillan?
Oh yeah,
that was his lawyer, and
he owned the source.
The only way he would clear it is if I would
you picked the source
fly to Minnesota, huh?
You picked the source over XXL too. He said you're gonna see this. The only way he would do it, he fly to Minnesota, take it from there.
He's the only way that he would do it is if I flew to Minnesota to sit down and meet with him. But I was on some old young wild shit. I'm like, I ain't getting ready to go sit down with that nigga. What do you want to sit down with me for? So I was like, fuck that shit. I ain't doing that shit. When I should have been thinking. And when sat with this nigga and got that record cleared, just sat with him and chopped it up with him because he pretty much was like a fan of me and I didn't know it. But I just thought he was on some other shit. I'm like, hold up. I'm not getting ready to go sit down with him. So I was just like, you know what? I fucked up. But I just had to redo. I redid the record, just changed the notes.
Mike, you got to meet Prince, you got to be Big, you got to meet Pac.
Oh, yeah, Tina
Turner. Yeah, you Eazy-E.
Anita Baker, the gang of motherfuckers. Yes, a lot of motherfuckers like this. One of what was special to me meeting Michael McDonald. That was special to me because I never had a chance to really meet him, but he was performing at a casino not too far from where I live. So I said, God damn. I told my wife, I said, shit, we going to that motherfucker. So I went and bought front row tickets. And when I got there, I seen a dude like coming from the side. I said, hey, come here. I said, look, tell Michael McDonald Warren G is here and I want to meet him. Like that, one of his guys. So they told him what was up. And they grabbed me from the crowd. A lot of the motherfuckers in there didn't know I was Warren G because they was older. So they don't really know who I am. So he took me back there. I got it on film too. I never blasted it, but he took me. I went back there and just met him for the first time. He hugged me and was like, "Thank you, man, for redoing that record. That changed, it changed his life a lot. And him and the Doobie Brothers, they still getting a check." Wow. And he said, "You know what?" He said that my son don't even like my motherfucker. He said, "Yo, the record you did, he like your record. He don't even listen to my shit. He think that my shit was before his shit." Right. So I was tripping like, God damn. And he was just like, "Warren," like I said, he was like, "Warren, I just want to thank you for, redoing the music and making it bigger than we did." Right. He was like that was, he hugged him again. Like, man, I was like, he hugged him again. Like, man, it's just an honor to meet you, man. And just, just let you know, thank you for your music, for you bringing that, That's the same with like a lot of people don't know I did Leave You Alone. I don't know. Man, she said you ain't no good with Neo and Jeezy. Wow. Nigga Jeezy. Once again, he pulled up. He said, "Warren." I met him through my homeboy Hitman and Fave. Big Fave and Hitman is the ones that got at me about sitting down with him, because at first I was just like, I ain't getting ready to sit down. Shit, I'm cool. But I did. I went up to, he was doing a video.
For the record, you didn't sit down with Prince. You sat down with Jesus.
Yeah, I did.
Progression.
I played some records for him, and he picked the ones that he liked, and he was like, "I'm gonna get back at you." So I thought the nigga took him was just bullshitting me. And about a couple months went by. It was around December, right around Christmas time. Somewhere around there, him and Kevin Louse called me screaming and hollering at the tip of their lung. "Whoa, we got a record. We got it. This gonna be my motherfucking single. Whoa, we got one." I'm like, "Huh? What's going on? Huh? So I called Kevin. I'm like, "Kevin, what's up?" He said, "This is the first single for the record." So they start playing the motherfucker. I can't even hardly hear shit. I just know it's playing in the background. I'm playing it like, it was his first single. And that turned out to be one of his biggest records to date too. You know what I'm saying? So, much love to Jeezy for giving me that opportunity, and much love to Big Fave and Hitman for bringing the shit to me. Scrap, Carbon, everybody that was around. Oh, yeah. Even Lil Soda, he rest in peace. He was even around that whole thing back then. And man, that shit was just a trip, man. Just to be able to meet a lot of good people, man. You know?
Man, you got a great fucking career, man. Yeah,
man.
Let me ask you, what did you think about Dr. Dre's and all of them halftime performance?
I thought it was great.
Was this something you wanted to be a part of?
You goddamn right.
Why would you not?
I was madder than a honey in the bumblebees. But I wasn't like lashing out at him like, certain people was lashing out and shit like that. But I was kind of pissed off. I wish he would have put me in there. Shit, nigga, we sandbox. Nigga, I should have been in there. Regulator's one of the biggest hip hop singles in hip hop history. I should have been in there. And I'm down with you, nigga. So it should have been in there. But I ain't tripping. Let me stop. I ain't tripping. I'm not tripping. But it should have been in there. Shit. It's Warren, man. Shit. Warren, nigga. Shit. That used to ride.
Especially if, God bless, if Nate Dogg was alive too.
Oh, man.
That would have been.
We would have been in there. I'm sure we would have been in there. We would have been in there. We could have did a little medley, but it's all good. I ain't tripping. I still had a good time, even though I wasn't down on the field and around everything. I was in the crowd, but I still had a good time.
Shit, I was watching
all the sports motherfuckers. They like, Warren, why you not down there? Why you not down there? I said, shit, I've been calling these motherfuckers to get me down there. Shit, nobody answering phones and nothing. I'm like, you know what? All right, fuck it, I'm out. And I left that motherfucker. But I seen their performance. It was a dope performance, and I enjoyed it. It was dope. But Regulate should have been in that motherfucker. And I ain't bitter about it. Let me get that off the record. I ain't bitter. It was other motherfuckers that was bitter. Shit, I'm like, shit, I'm Warren motherfucking G. I ain't tripping. Shit. Shit, these motherfuckers love me too. Shit. Church.
Let's go.
Goddamn, make some noise for that, man.
Is anything else you want to say before you get up out of here?
Shit, much love to you, Nori.
Man, good looking, man. I appreciate it.
EFN, much love to you guys. Y'all got
Hold on, he said EFN name, right? Hold up. Motherfuckers effing him to death.
It's all good, man. Y'all providing a really good platform, man. And it's real, and I don't feel nervous or out of pocket, or what I'm saying.
We love
Y'all
it, man.
a nice platform.
Sorry for cutting you off, but let's let you know, like, this is our platform. We made this for our OGs.
No,
I mean, that's what I meant to say. This is your platform. Like, we made this for our OGs. I can't stand when the people have so much time and they have more than 10 years in this game and they want to call us old school.
Yeah.
You know, there's no such thing as old school and jazz. There's no such thing as old school and fucking rock and roll. We're the only people who call ourselves and I ain't old school. I'm seasoned. Motherfucker,
you never took.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you take your girlfriend right now and you put your girlfriend Thanksgiving dinner against grandma's Thanksgiving dinner, I bet you gonna eat grandma's leftovers. That little young person, no disrespect.
Yeah.
Don't know how to season them grits.
Yeah, not at all.
Don't know how to stuff that goddamn turkey. Don't know how to carve the goddamn cranberry sauce. So your ass keep going. Cause look, you young motherfuckers. Don't none of you niggas wear Kyrie Irvings.
Not at all.
Don't none of you niggas wear Jay Morants. Don't none of you niggas wear LeBrons. You niggas wear Jordans.
Yeah.
So don't ever disrespect a seasoned nigga, a classical nigga.
And you do know
because we out here looking good still. Goddamn.